the front door, especially if the kids are around. He's just very open. So I would like to think he protect me. But I love the story of the German Shepherd attack. He just didn't see back. It wasn't even close. It wasn't even close. He got he's going straight to Alex because you gave him eggs.
Hey. I'm gonna play that video you sent.
So the evidence that wasn't allowed, some video footage, right? GPS data, things that were undeniable, things that were irrefutable. Here's some evidence that was allowed. Texts from Perry where he said, I might have to kill a few people on my way to work. They're rioting outside my apartment complex. I might go to Dallas to shoot looters. This is obviously menacing. By the way, if you said I might have to kill somebody...
A Manhattan grand jury voted on Thursday to indict former President Donald Trump.
On Tuesday, former President Trump is expected to turn himself in.
We protests and counter-protests tomorrow, including one led by vocal pro-Trump Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
In about 12 hours, this place is expected to be packed with Trump supporters.
That person needs to be keelhauled. For folks who don't know, it's being thrown one side of the boat. Oh, yeah. Barnacle on the other. Sorry, that's right. Yeah, that's one of the ways to go. You don't survive. No, you usually do not survive. You don't want to survive that one. Hey, you'll love this, Alex Jones.
My name is Michael Picard. I'm a humble tobacco farmer here in Hartford, Connecticut. And I like fruit, booze, and women, and the Bible, too. I hate Biden, the Democrats, and the woke left agenda. The farm ain't gonna farm itself. Support Trump! Support Trump! I'm not Antifa, I'm Trump. Trump, 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 Trump. We should throw the district attorney in Guantanamo Bay.
Why do you put GA in Guantanamo Bay?
Because this is an unjust prosecution. Because Donald Trump didn't do anything. He is a magnificent bastard. Boo! Get the counter-protesters out of here. No.
It's not letting me start the kick stream. I'm gonna turn it.
To support the great President Donald J. Trump. He's a magnificent man. The cavalry is here.
You don't like this indictment. You call it travesty of justice.
I call it a travesty of
At what point
justice.
would you draw the line and stop supporting? What would it take? What kind of a crime would it take for you to draw the line?
To be honest, there's no crime that I can think of. He's the greatest president of the United States.
Why do you feel it?
Because he is.
Can you name two things?
Well, he has a magnificent head of hair, for one. Secondly, he's just amazing.
You're going to catch cold right now.
It's worth it for Donald J. Trump. We all have to make sacrifices. I'm willing to catch a cold to support him.
What do you think about the grand jury system here? In what ways is that not up to your liking?
Everything.
Oh, do you care to get specific?
No. Excuse me, that's rude. Support the great President Donald J. Trump. And remember, just because he lost the popular vote and the Electoral College doesn't mean he lost. He won by a landslide. Guys, get my good side.
How does being without a shirt help him?
Because if you're not dressed in overalls, then you don't support President Trump. It's that simple.
Hey,
Yeah,
Indiana,
you
welcome.
Yeah, I'm just showing my patriotism. Can you do me a favor, though? Can you pull up my socks?
Oh, hold on. I gotta help pull up his socks here. There we go. There we go.
You're not patriotic if you're not wearing patriotic overalls.
So why do you want to move forward? And do it for your own...
Just for my own protection. Just in case I'm confronted with a new idea.
Why for your own protection? Because why do you fear?
I fear the woke left. I fear ideas
Why is it so important to be here today for you?
because Trump shouldn't be prosecuted for a crime he committed
Why?
because he's the president of the United States.
But he's not anymore. He's not anymore the president. So do you think it's fair or not?
Yes, he is
Yeah. Why?
because he won.
So you say that Trump was elected?
Yeah,
But that's very not the whole country agrees with you on that one.
that's okay.
But how do you live with that? Because he's not in power at this point.
Yes, he is.
No, that's the thing. You might say he was elected, but he's not in power. That is Joe Biden. He defines it.
He's playing 5D chess right now. Donald Trump should not be prosecuted for a crime that he committed. I mean, didn't commit.
You're either really dumb or really good troll. Either way, I salute you.
What?
Do you have a live stream?
No. This is just for security in case someone confronts me with a new idea.
And why did you decide to come all the way here today?
To support our great president, Donald J. Trump.
What's kind of the message you want for people out here?
I want people to know that Trump should not be prosecuted for a crime he committed.
How do you think this case is going to turn out?
He's innocent
And why do you believe that?
because he is. To support our great president.
What's great about it? I just question. What did he do so great? Just question.
He's great.
Oh, okay. So there's no real answer. What did he do?
I gave you an answer.
Right, but what did he do then?
He's great.
And you voted for President Trump, I imagine. And,
Absolutely.
And you plan to support him in his next.
Yeah, he won, you know.
That's your contention.
Yeah.
And you feel this case against him is unjust, or you put it in your own words?
I feel it is a miscarriage of justice that he's being charged with a crime that he committed.
That he committed.
Yeah.
Even if he's perhaps convicted of these crimes, so that won't change your support for him. You plan to vote for him?
If he's convicted and put in jail, then we're going to stage a Prison Break. I've watched a lot of episodes of Prison Break. That guy loves my overalls right there.
I do love your overalls.
I know. They're magnificent, aren't they? Magnificent. Amen. Connecticut. I am. I'm a farmer in Connecticut.
Is it good?
I farm tobacco. Yep.
What would you say to the president if you could get a moment with him?
First of all, I would say he has a magnificent head of hair.
What do you expect now from him and from justice?
I expect that he will be found innocent. And if he isn't, if he goes to jail, then all of the MAGA Republicans are going to break him out. Because we've seen a lot prison break.
What are you going to do?
What?
What are you going to do?
I didn't hear you.
What are you going to do?
What do you mean?
You said that if he goes to jail, MAGA Republicans are going to be mad. So why? What are you going to do?
No, I didn't. I said that he's going to be found innocent. Thank you. It took me all night to sew this. I even sewed Trump underwear, too.
I'm here with the Daily Mail. Can I get a quote?
I came all the way from my tobacco farm in Connecticut. I love Trump. Trump is my hero. You listen to me now. He's going to be the next president of the United States. The bestest planet in the nation. I got to support my president. I'm okay.
You are clearly a Trump supporter.
What gave that away?
Let's go back to 2016 to the election.
Okay.
Wouldn't you have wanted to have all the information available to you?
No, he shouldn't be prosecuted for a crime he committed.
Wait, he shouldn't be prosecuted for a crime he committed?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That means he shouldn't be prosecuted for a crime that he committed.
Why?
Because he's president.
Please give a warm New York welcome to MAGA hero, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
The government has been weaponized against him. I'm here to protest and use my voice and take a stand.
Are you even a Trump supporter, man?
I am.
Why are you dressed like that?
Why not?
You look like a clown. If you're really part of the movement, why are you dressed like that?
I am a Trump supporter.
You're not a Trump supporter.
I am.
You're not. You're a shill.
I promise.
You're a phone.
I am a Trump supporter.
That's not the guy who's confronting him isn't a Trump supporter.
He's
That
the
mask?
most magnificent man ever.
Go to the gym.
I can. I have to look like a Trumpkin.
If a riot breaks out, what's your plan?
I just hope both sides win.
How many times did you vote for? Have you voted for Trump? If you have.
Does that include the extra ballots or just?
Just how many elections have you voted for him in?
Two.
So twice you voted for him.
But I've cast 3 ballots each.
3 ballots in each election?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here in New York, we made him fun of me.
Officers, he's offending me.
Trump following me.
He's offending me. Make it stop. Officer, get him out of here.
Lock him up.
We don't want to hear that here.
Lock him up.
Block his sign.
We know him. He has felonies.
Anything we disagree with, block it.
You believe Trump can walk on water?
I do.
Lock him up.
Lock you up. He shouldn't be prosecuted for a crime that he didn't commit.
How do you know that?
Because I know. I don't think he should be prosecuted for a crime that he committed.
So he should be exempt from any justice oversight, or
Yep.
why so?
Because he's the president.
So he can do anything.
He can do anything he wants. He's the president.
Right. And that only applies to Donald Trump. Or should all presidents be free from ever?
No, I think Donald Trump.
Only him.
Yeah.
Why so?
Because he's the president.
And Joe Biden?
Joe Biden isn't the president.
I don't follow you.
His knowledge is so far above ours. He knows what he's doing. He's a genius.
What do you think is behind it?
I think Biden is behind this. My name is Michael Picard. I'm filming too because for my security, I don't want to be confronted with a new idea.
Okay, is that, can you tell me why? You don't want to be confronted with a new idea?
Because I believe what I believe.
You think he committed a crime, but you don't think he should be prosecuted?
Correct.
Can you tell me why?
Because he's the president.
Okay, because he's the president now or because he was the president?
Because he's the president now.
What do you think should happen if he's not found innocent?
Then I think all the MAGA Republicans should watch Prison Break.
Yeah.
And stage a prison break.
Okay. So what if Ron DeSantis were nominated instead? How would you feel about that?
He's not up to the challenge.
And can you tell me why?
I just don't like him.
Is there anything else you'd like to say?
I want to say that just because Trump lost the popular vote and the electoral votes, he still won by a landslide.
Why did he win by a landslide? If he lost the popular vote and the electoral votes?
Because he did.
Okay, but you don't have any evidence for that?
I do.
Can you tell me why?
I don't have it here with me.
You're a real fraud. You're not a real Trump guy.
Yeah, I am.
You're not a real fucking Trump guy.
I am.
You're not a real party that's moving. You're not a real.
I am. Look at my hat.
I'm the real man. I'm the real face of.
You don't support Trump if you don't wear American flag overalls.
You're making our movement look like a fucking joke.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You're not a fucking real Trump supporter. You're paid.
That's mean. Say you're sorry, you meanie.
You're making our movement look like shit.
I'm with these guys, these two right here. We're best friends. I just want to be friends with you.
Natural order and it's place of your life.
Excuse me? That's rude. We're hanging out here.
Dude, get the fuck away from me.
What did I do?
Just get the fuck away from me.
Did I stay out of trouble? Yeah.
Tuesday's arraignment
Sorry,
of
guys.
former President Donald Trump in New York was a first for the nation and brought out the passionate, the sensibly dressed, and the kind of men who really disappoint their mothers.
Check out Star Spangled Stupid going commando with these ridiculous overalls. Whoever runs against Trump should just get shirts and posters made up with this image on it.
You're turning me on a little.
So he even trolled the leftist media.
No, I'm sorry, I can't do that.
This guy says like, comment, and subscribe.
That was good. Gotta love Picard.
You can come give you a ride. Maybe you should not do that then. You giving me some indicators? I'm not really comfortable with this whole thing at all because right now you're being detained.
Wait, what? 6, 7, 14.
You can stop.
Put them on.
I'm not gonna help you.
Oh, yes, you are, because they're walking.
You're gonna make me cry.
Let D3 know that the 13th officer from the other night with the vest on, he's back.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Open Government Investigations. Today's story will be taking us to Gainesville, Florida. As you saw in the opening teaser, Deputy Scott was clearly under the influence. Now, I noticed something interesting after digging through the court dockets and arrest paperwork that I would like to discuss, but for now we're going to watch some of the highlights of the investigation that was captured on bodycam. The incident takes place on January 1st, 2021, where Corporal Scott Bertzik was involved in a motor vehicle accident. He allegedly was reaching for a lighter that he had dropped while driving. Officer Brooke Shutterly responded to the scene and activates her body cam.
Let him come back to me. Just trying to do what we gotta do so I can go, man.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on. Trying to get it.
Okay. And you are Silver Car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you want to go back over there, I'll come get your info in just a second.
All right. Thanks.
So,
Yeah, reached out for my lighter, slammed into his.
cool.
No, not really.
Not really.
Yeah.
You didn't want to do an information
So he
exchange?
does. Now I found it.
Okay. Well. Okay.
If you want to information exchange, now I found it.
All right. Are you okay?
Oh yeah, no, I'm good.
Your back went off. Your car's no.
Oh, no, absolutely. Which I just finally got.
That sucks. Police Neil's off. You can come give you a ride. Do you want me to let him know you found the insurance? And... Well, maybe you should not do that then. So, you want me to let him know you found your insurance, see if he wants to do an information exchange?
That's fine.
Okay. He mentioned you guys had talked about exchanging information, but he hadn't had his insurance pulled up. We have a couple options with this. It's really cut and dry. So if you want to just go through insurance, you can. If you want a full-fledged report, we can do that. However you want to go about it.
How long will it take? A long time?
It usually takes about 15 and 20 minutes.
Yeah, she's feeling a lot better. She had some swelling of some cellulitis on her face, and even though the swelling down is now gone, it's caused bruising all the way through here, down the side of her face, and down here by her corner of her mouth and stuff like that. Man, she looks like she got beat up. But she is feeling much better. I can set up a poker game for you guys, but I won't know whether or not Daddy to protect them and tell them what to do. Love it, Anna. But yeah, I'll set it up. I'm not sure how many no-shows and stuff like that. I got people scheduled at 1 p.m. and 1:30. So I mean, I'll set it up. Fuck it. I'll just step away. Yeah, she doesn't want to be on camera right now. She's a girl. I mean, it doesn't look great, but yeah, it's going to go away. So
Minutes for me to get the driver's exchange done.
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
Okay. Can I get your driver's license and if you have your registration?
he's pissed because he knows that guy's drunk.
You got your driver's license?
Absolutely.
He probably thinks it's more of a race thing, and it may be.
I'm guessing the car's registered to you?
Yep.
Cool.
Thank you, thank you. You know I don't need that.
257.
Should hypothetically auto-populate. Give me a second because I'm going to call Priester and see if he needs me to do anything special since it's one of us.
Yep.
So, yeah, give me that.
Okay, definitely we have enough for
How
poker.
the victim of the accident is treated differently than Officer Bertzik is. Officer Brooke Shutterly requests all of the information from the victim. He is commanded to provide his driver's license, registration, and his insurance. However, Officer Bertzik is only asked for his driver's license. He is told not to worry about providing his registration or his insurance as it will, quote, hopefully auto-populate.
I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've worked a crash with one of us in it, so... No, he's not on duty. He's in his POV. But I just didn't want there to be any, like, conflict of interest type issues. All right, that was it. I just wanted to make sure. All right,
All right,
bye.
I'm gonna set one up.
You good?
Wait on his way.
Huh?
Wait on his way.
He's not coming.
Hey, boss. Okay, definitely have enough people here.
Walking home, but yep,
Set up
I'm
for
good.
I'm sure Neil would come get you if you need. I mean, he's up. I texted him. All right. Here's that back. And then I'm not sure where your brother went, but I have his license too.
You right now?
Oh, okay. I'm going to just go hand this to him real quick, and then we'll be done. Hello. I just here to give you your license back. Thank you, sir. Are you on the phone with the insurance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what they're asking for is this number right here. That's the report number. And then they're probably going to ask you all of this information. This is all of his vehicle information, insurance, owner, driver information, and then all of your information as well.
Okay.
Just so you know, state of Florida has a 14-day window in which to report injury. You don't usually feel it the first night, but if you wake up tomorrow and you're like, oh gosh, it hurts,
Yeah.
let your insurance company know and they'll set up a doctor's appointment for you, okay?
Alright.
They still in it or no?
Yeah, he's still in it.
Is he really?
So, Bertie, you giving me some indicators?
Oh.
Listen.
Yes, woman.
Listen. Valdez is coming out just to... I'm not going to lie to you about it.
She's on her way?
Yeah, she's on her way. Because I'm not really comfortable with this whole thing at all, but I'm not going to lie to you about it.
Oh, no. I don't mean to put you in that Indy. Yep.
Yeah. So, from now on, you know how it goes. You can't consume anything, okay? Because right now, you're being detained.
Wait, what?
I'm holding on to you because I have a supervisor coming to see if I need to do a full-fledged DUI investigation or not. So please don't make my life difficult.
I would never do that to you.
Okay. I'm very uncomfortable right now.
And I apologize for putting you in that position.
Okay.
Are they still sitting in their car?
Somebody's in the driver's seat.
And are they there because she told them?
Howdy. Very good. How about you?
I really don't know.
I don't know.
I could go ask, but...
Oh.
She told them that I'm.
So that's a special day.
You can't consume anything. You're killing me.
Yeah.
Trying.
Come on. So, what's too late now? Question, did you just have somebody else roll up? Okay. I think they're with him because he was still in the car.
He's free to go?
Yeah, he's
or-
good.
Okay. Is he just hanging out to hang
Yeah,
out?
because his car's all jacked up on the back.
Oh, so we have him a tow, or what is he doing exactly? Yes.
I think his sister is coming to pick him up.
Which is the car that rolled up?
I think so, because she was here earlier, took his brother, and then now I guess is taking him.
I'm going to check on these because they're bothering me. Okay. That makes sense.
Now, why would that bother her? They've obviously been in an accident, and a tow truck still hasn't arrived. Is it because they don't want witnesses? Let me know below what your thoughts are.
Hi. I'm just... Hey, are you just hanging out?
No.
Picking them up? Or?
I don't want the passengers no more.
In this car?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In that car. I was trying to wait to see what's going on. What's going on with the driver?
Okay, so you're seeing what's going on with the driver, and then he's going to what are you doing with the car?
That's what we're trying to wait on to see what he's going to do.
Okay.
But we don't know.
Okay.
Fucking dirty sons of bitches.
Are you
They
all
really
set?
tried to cover this
Did you
up,
get you all
even
set
on
with your
body cam.
paperwork and everything?
Yeah, I'm waiting on the tow truck.
Okay. So tow truck is en route?
Yeah, I'm waiting on the car. They said no time.
Did you called your own personal tow truck?
Yeah,
Okay.
the insurance paid all that.
The insurance did. Okay, that's where I was at. I wanted to make sure it wasn't a tow that we called and they're taking too long.
Yeah, no. Insurance people did.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to check your eyes. Please remove glasses if you wear them. Keep your head still and follow the stimulus. It's going to be the blue light at the end of this pen. Do not move your head. Do you understand the instructions?
Yes, I do.
All right. We're going to do the walk and turn now. So, if you could, I'm going to have you stand on that white line. Go ahead and face me. All right. You're going to put your left foot on the line. Put your right foot in front of it with your right heel touching your left toe. Keeping your hands at your side like so.
Leaning. Leaning.
Okay. I'm trying to find the most flat spot.
I'm trying.
Right.
But I mean, it's leaning.
Here, let's do it this way.
I'm good.
Go ahead and stand here. We'll do it this way.
I have.
You're going to stand like
I'll
this.
refuse to do it anytime after
So I advise you to do it.
last time.
Do not
This
start
reads,
until I
yeah.
tell you to. Do you understand the directions? When I tell you to begin, you're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps on the line. You're going to turn around, keeping 1 foot on the line, and return 9 heel-to-toe steps. On the 9th step, you're going to keep the front foot on the line and turn by taking several
Backwards?
small steps with the other foot.
He was playing
It'll
games
be
with
like
you.
so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're going to take a series of small steps to turn around.
Dump all that all over the
Return
ground.
back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's not required. I'll blow.
While walking, watch your feet at all times. Keep your arms
'Cause that's
at
not
your
admissible.
side and count your steps out loud.
I won't do a
Once you
field
begin,
sobriety test
do
ever
not
again.
stop until the test is completed. Do you understand the instructions? You may begin the test.
One, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Only person in here is boss. Game starts in 14 minutes, guys. It's set up.
Do you want to finish?
Get in the game.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Birdie.
Anna was asking about it. Look at him. He's just wandering around. Would any of us be able to do that?
Please don't
Just wander around.
I'm not going to. But you know I gotta finish. So we don't have any 10-8 VTOs unless Guyton is able to break. I really would rather not take him up to DOJ and do it in their VTO room. Huh? I'm a VTO. Are you? That makes my life infinitely easier. I'm not gonna help you.
No, yes, you are, because they're watching.
No.
Yes, you are. They're watching.
Okay. We'll cuff you over by my car.
Yes, you will.
Yes.
They're watching.
Yes. Can I uncuff you now?
Nope.
I will say this. I applaud Officer Bertzik for his integrity in this portion of the situation. He demanded that he be placed in handcuffs. And
Only 'cause they were
refused to be let
watching.
out of handcuffs when being placed in the vehicle for transport to booking. However, he is going to ask Officer Shutterly something at the station that I do find quite concerning.
I'm very sorry. They put you in this position. You have no idea.
Yeah, I'm still on.
Yeah, it is slow. None of us would be able to wander around like that, though.
Listen, if you blow and you're good, then we're golden. You know I can't do that.
I can't demonstrate evidence.
He asked her to blow into it.
I know, but you also have nystagmus.
Oh, I know. Well, I'm not saying I haven't been. No, I'm not gonna. I mean, you're doing what you got to do.
Yeah, it's a lot different when they ask you in an interview saying, hey, you know, what would you do if this happened to...
I know. You're kidding. Believe me, so proud. And so sorry. All at the same time.
You're gonna make me cry.
Now, I noticed in the arrest report that it was never mentioned that Officer Bertzik asked Officer Shutterly to conduct the breathalyzer for him. I'm going to be pulling the internal affairs investigation to see if it was mentioned there, so I'll provide you all with an update on that later. Something odd that I found was that during his first appearance, the judge did allow him to be released without having to post bail. In similar first DUI cases in Alachua County, every person that was allowed to be released had to first post bail. This is especially interesting due to the fact that he was previously charged with reckless endangerment. To me, this seems like preferential treatment and would be a violation of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. During the first appearance, Officer Bertzik would plead guilty, but later on would dismiss his attorney. After securing new counsel, he would try to plead not guilty. Head on over
There
to
we
our
go.
Patreon if
We
you
need
would
one
like
more.
to review these documents, and leave a
Multiple
comment below
payout.
about
Brandon's
your thoughts
in.
on this situation.
357 Anna, okay. Well, everybody in chat
If you're watching
anyway.
this on
Chopper
Facebook,
doesn't
please
play.
make sure you follow our page, and don't forget to react to this video and share it. If you're watching this on YouTube, please make sure you like this video, and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. We'll see you in the next video.
That they can get away with literal murder, or they can charge
charge someone with murder who was acting in self-defense in a state like Texas, which is what they're doing right now. There has never been a reckoning of the ruling class in this country. They're headed for it. But even Donald Trump, according to Donald Trump's closest aides, decided that prosecution of Hillary Clinton after becoming president would be really bad for the country and rip the country apart. That had really hard, like Donald Trump to his best efforts attempted to like build an America where everyone could generally be happy, be wealthy, could be healthy, could live a good life. Really, that's ultimately what people want. People just want to be left alone. And so Donald Trump decided not to push the prosecution of Hillary Clinton once he became president. That's now looking like a critical mistake. That's looking like a tactical error. Because now the ruling class gets to execute their own agenda. Immoral, godless, and they are the representatives and the vessels of evil in this world right now. Now, I say that after coming off the heels of a Easter holiday, where I hope that you had a wonderful, wonderful, blessed Resurrection Day, and that you celebrated as I did with my family. But it was an important moment to sit back on Easter and look at the Christ story, and specifically the Christ crucifixion. I'm reading through the book of John right now, and chapters 15, 16,
What do you
17,
eat?
18 about
Would you let him eat?
and really realize that, like,
Mine does that when I give him the wrong treats.
it's a little bit of cold comfort, but at the very least, like, we are fighting the same ancient evil. It may look a little different, but it's pretty much the same nature that it's ever been. Evil wants chaos. It wants pain. It wants the destruction of that which is good. It wants the absolution of truth. What does Pilate ask Christ? What is truth? What a philosophical question. What is truth? It knows, evil knows that if they can eliminate those kind of things, like, I don't know, like binary gender. What is truth? Hunter Biden isn't prosecuted. What is truth? What is justice? We're dealing with the same questions. And just because we have iPhones and Wi-Fi on planes doesn't mean that we're any better than any human being that's ever existed. We are the same people. We're the same human beings. And so that is why you got to really, really, really stand guard. Today, it seems like evil is on the march. They're replacing statues of Moses in New York with demons, golden demons. Amorphous, Baphomet-looking things. So evil is clearly on the march, and it's getting bolder. That's why Hunter Biden would, on a different scale, Hunter Biden would be hanging his head in a bag. He'd, of course, be in prison in a different era. But here he is wandering around seconds ago at the White House, palling around with his dad. They don't have a care in the world. They need to start to care. The Republicans and moral people need to begin to body check and to punish and to create a nuclear deterrence.
Nuclear?
And it's happening, slowly but surely, but it's happening in this country. What is a Soros prosecutor? Who is George Soros, actually, after all? Well, George Soros is a very evil man. I mean, obviously, like, this is a man who has spent his entire life preparing for this moment to destroy the United States of America. He's wanted to destroy the United States of America. His sole goal has been betting against the U.S., our dollar. George Soros, the man who broke the Bank of England by short-selling the British pound, is at it again. George Soros betting against the dollar time and time again. There are articles detailing how he has spent his entire investment career attempting to make your currency worthless. So ask yourself a question about this. There's two fronts that I want to attack here on George. One, what would be the way to collapse a nation as powerful as America? Well, it would be twofold, essentially. You need to make sure that the things that we have in common are suddenly worthless or diluted. That would be the value of our currency, the value of our national homogeny. And I'm not talking skin color there. I'm talking about people who were born natively in America that have our traditions. You would open the borders. You'd ensure that the cohesiveness that you have as a society, the things that bind you together as Americans, that those things dissolve. And then as those bonds dissolve and as your currency becomes worthless,
Watch
you
it
ensure
now.
that there are people in charge of the judicial system that lets criminals onto the street. That creates chaos and tyranny in our society. That rip the nation apart. And so then there's nothing to hold us together at all. And then the place eats itself, right? And this is the playbook that we're watching unfold before us right now. Tucker Carlson, in a monologue last week, Donald Trump had just been arrested. Tucker Carlson, in a monologue last week, put this perfectly, describing the anarcho-tyranny that has beset us and defining it. This is what it sounded like.
In our new Soros-inspired justice system, decent people are the criminals.
Yourself, you can't control your own emotions. You're going to be reacting to everything that comes your way without having understanding why you're doing that. I don't need to get angry about this because it's not something that touches me personally. It doesn't matter in the end. Whereas if you don't know who you are, I think you got to have a dream.
The School of Greatness.
Really? Yeah.
Please welcome Lewis Hout.
What can people do to start the process of gaining inner power if they feel like they're powerless?
Yeah. Well, it all starts with something very simple, which is the power over yourself. If you have no power over yourself, then you're at the whim of everything else in this world, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what does that mean to have power over yourself? Well, and this is a lot of what I talk about in the Daily Laws. It begins with something very simple, which is you have to know who you are, right? So you're walking around in this world. You don't know really who you are. You don't know what your needs are, what you really desire in your life, because you're a product of social media. You're a product of what other people are telling you you should like, what your parents tell you, what your friends tell you. You don't know who you are, what drives you, what really motivates you deep down. And so you're kind of wandering in life. And when you're unmoored from yourself, everything else will affect you in a way that you cannot control, right?
When you're what from yourself?
Unmoored.
What's that mean?
When you don't have an anchor. Like a
Okay.
moor is like an anchor.
Okay.
So
You gotta speak in simple terms to me.
Oh,
over here.
sorry. Maybe it's my pronunciation.
No, it's good. No. I don't know what the word is. That's what I was saying. Unmoored. Gotcha.
Okay. So it's like a boating term.
Yeah.
So if you don't know like what you were intended to do in life, like what your career was that meshes with you well, right? You're going to be making all of these wrong decisions, and people will do things to you that you won't be able to understand why you're reacting the way you're reacting.
Yes.
You'll get lost. You'll end up in blind alleys with your career, and you'll go, man, I'm so helpless. I have no power. I have no control. The world is against me. It's 2021. It's the pandemic. No, it's you. It starts inside of you. The real problem is in you, not in the world, right? You don't know who you are. And it's not easy. I have sympathy for people because we're so distracted. We're so much in our phones. We're so much listening to what other people are telling us is cool on Instagram, on TikTok, on Facebook, etc. We're like creatures of media. We've been programmed. We don't know really what drives us anymore. We're so tuned to what other people are telling us is what we should be interested in, right? So it's not easy. It takes some time. It takes some reflection, right? That means that you have to have the ability to step back, be alone with your thoughts, and as this book is talking about, meditate and reflect on your childhood, on who you are, on the mistakes you've made, on the wrong career paths you've taken, on the wrong relationships you've taken, and begin to construct an image of that real secret inner, the true Lewis Howes that lies buried deep within all the bullshit that people have added onto it. If you can't control yourself, if you don't know yourself, you can't control your own emotions. You're going to be reacting to everything that comes your way without understanding why you're doing that. So when you know yourself, I don't need to get angry about this because it's not something that touches me personally. It doesn't matter in the end. Whereas if you don't know who you are, everything affects you personally, and you're getting grumpy and insecure and bitter and resentful. You have to start with yourself. It's it goes back to the ancient Greeks and the Oracle of Delphi. Know thyself.
Right. What is the source of our inner power that we maybe aren't even aware of?
Very simple. What makes you an individual? What makes you different? Your uniqueness. That's what the first month in the Daily Laws is about, month of January. So if you look at people who are successful, you look at a Lewis Howes, or you look at a Steve Jobs or Elon Musk or whomever, you say to yourself, there's nobody else like them on the planet. You may hate Elon Musk. You may think he's an egocentric maniac. But you can't tell me there's another person with those with that kind of guts,
right?
With that kind of confidence and with that kind of vision, right? Okay, because he's one of a kind, right? And you're going around trying to imitate other people, trying to do what you think other people are doing. You're running away from your source of power. What makes you unique, what makes you even weird, what you may even be afraid of because it's so different from other people, is your source of power. It's what makes you a Superman or woman or whatever. Yes. So I don't want to talk about myself too much because who's interested in that? But, I write books that nobody else has the same kind of structure or the same kind of approach. That is my source of power. And very early on, it was threatened. I wrote the 48 Laws of Power. We finished it in 1998. The publisher had already purchased it, but they came back and they said, Robert, this book's a little weird.
Yes.
The structure, the things on the side. We want you to change it. We want you to make it more like other books out there. And me and my partner, the guy who packaged it, he backed me up and we said, no, we'll walk away from the deal. We'll find someone else. Because we knew that being different was the key to making this book a success. It could very easily fail. It could have bombed, but it would have failed in the right way, which is being yourself, doing something different, standing out and not being afraid of what makes you unique.
And how old were you then when you launched that book?
I was 39 when it came out.
39. Did you have a lot of success prior that would have shown this would have been a success?
Nope.
So you weren't some big shot writer that was
Absolutely
getting awards and other things?
I was the very opposite of that.
You were the opposite?
Yeah. Well, I mean, very simply, quickly, I graduated college. I wandered around Europe, kind of trying to write the great American novel. I lived in Paris. I lived in Spain. I lived in London. Had all kinds of seductions. I had a great life, a lot of fun. Then I come back to New York. It's time to get serious. I get into journalism. Kind of started off successfully. I worked at Esquire. But then I didn't really like journalism, and it kind of wasn't working. And then after 4 years, I go, this isn't right for me. Go back to Europe. I wander around. I try to write another novel. Fail again. I come back to LA to try and make it in the film business. And it doesn't work well. And I'm a failed screenwriter. I work for various film directors, but I can't sell a single one of my screenplays.
Wow.
And here I am, 35, 36. I have a lot of skill. I've learned writing for film. I've been writing for journalism. I've been writing novels. I have skill. I have discipline. I have research ability, but I have nothing to show for it. Right. Absolutely nothing. I was a nobody. And this man whom I met, who, I've told the story many times, I pitched the idea of the 48 Laws of Power. He thought it was great, but, there's a big difference between pitching something and making it happen. But because I had been so disciplined and I'd been writing all this time, I could actually, meet his expectations and write a proposal that would get him excited. But I had nothing to back up to answer your question, I had nothing to back up my confidence.
Right.
That this book would be good. Just simply having a sense it's a book about power. And I understood instinctively that power is about kind of going your own way. Enter action with boldness. That's going to be one of my chapters. then I'm going to be all weak and timid about my book and how it has to be like other books. And I'm a hypocrite. So I was bold, we were bold, and it turned out well.
Cut my nose.
So you were 39 when the book came out.
I don't have much
Pretty
to
much
shave.
40
I just
years
shave
old
up
with
here.
nothing to show for your life,
Cut my
except
nose
for
shaving.
lots of experience, but not a bunch of success or accomplishments.
No success, no accomplishments. My parents were starting to give up on me.
So you turned 40, and the book really didn't take off right away, right? Didn't it take some time for it to kind of...
It did well. I mean, it got attention, it got a lot of press for it. It kind of stirred, because it's a weird book, kind of stirred up some interest. And it was selling, but it's selling much more now than it did back then.
Really?
Yeah.
20-something years later.
Oh man, like during the pandemic, the sales have skyrocketed.
No way.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So how did you have confidence to claim your inner power after years and years of trying things and not working out the way you wanted, kind of trying something else? How did you stay consistent with your inner power and not lose sight of at least trying new things?
Well, it's a great question, and it's not an easy answer, but it might even sound a little bit insane, to be honest with you. But deep down inside, I always had kind of a weird faith in myself. I always had a sense that there was a destiny that my life was following a certain path, that there was something fated to happen. Maybe it was a little bit grandiose. Maybe it was kind of overconfidence, because it would swing up and down. I would go from confidence to the deepest depression. But deep down inside, I never gave up, because I knew I had something in me. Now if the 48 Laws of Power hadn't worked, I don't know if I would have gotten my act together.
Wow.
I might have been crushed by it, to be honest with you. Or maybe I would have picked myself up like I had picked myself up 30, 40 other times in the past, when people told me, like this one editor, Robert, you're never going to be a good writer. You should go into business or law school. I've been crushed several times, and I picked myself up. But, I don't know if that might have been the nail in my coffin, literally, at that point. But I had a voice inside of me saying, you can write. I know you can write. I've seen you write, Robert. I've seen you write great things. You've never put it together. You never made it consistent. But you have a voice. And the inner voice of mine might have gotten smaller and smaller and smaller, so I could barely hear it, but it never left me.
How does someone give themselves more power when they feel defeated?
Well, we're circling back to the original thing, you know. So if you know that you were destined for something, that you were fated for something, that you have a sense that your life had a meaning, a purpose, then you can withstand the traumas, the setbacks, the difficulties, the bullshit criticism, and all the other things, right? So in Mastery, I talk about a very simple fact. When you were born, you have this DNA that will never be replicated in the history of the universe. There will never be another person with your exact makeup, Lewis Howes. And on top of that, no one will ever have your exact parents and your upbringing and your early life. So there's only one of you that's ever existed, right? And that there's a reason for that. There's a purpose behind it. And the purpose behind it is our culture, the same thing as in nature, thrives by the diversity, the people coming into it with different angles, different perceptions, different ideas. That's what makes a culture creative, etc. It's why the Renaissance was so great, all right? So it is a purpose for you being who you are, right?
Yes.
And it may not be that you were destined to be Napoleon or a president or whatever, but there is some kind of greatness in you waiting to come out. And it could be just on the level of working with your hands. Working with your hands is a great skill. To be a master carpenter, to be a master builder with wood or whatever, that is a form of greatness.
Absolutely.
You were destined to do something like that. And it was like a seed was planted at your birth. But if you don't know what that is, then you can't find your way back to it. And if you're 24 and you're in my position, and that man who's having his third martini says, Robert, you're never going to be a great writer, go to business school, I would have gone to business school. I wouldn't be here talking to you. But I kind of sensed deep down inside that I was destined for something else, right? I talked to a lot of people, particularly in the podcast world, people who began other careers. They went into law, they went into something else. They weren't happy, right? And then they found their way to like creating a podcast, and it's taken off, right? It's made their lives. They found their way slowly to something else. It wasn't just any old podcast. It was something that reflected their own strangeness, their own weirdness. But they have discovered something that they were destined to do that makes them different, right?
Yes.
Because there are a million other people who can do the same thing out there in this world. But there's only one person like you, born with your own strangeness, your own inclinations, you know?
Absolutely.
There's the Jimi Hendrix song. I don't quote him often. He says, I'm going to wave my freak flag high, right? You want to wave your freak flag high. You're a freak, you're weird, you're different, but embrace it. That's your source of power. And when people criticize you and you have setbacks, you'll land back on your feet if you know that. You'll have moments of doubt and depression like I did, but you'll eventually land back on your feet.
You think it's possible to accomplish your goals and achieve great things and be a success in whatever the definition is for you without going through multiple failures? Do you think it's possible to just be, just finish school and now the first thing I do, it's just going to work out and everything just works?
Well, it says
Is that
it's
possible?
true. Yes.
I'd say no.
No.
Yeah. Because it's just not how life goes, you know? I mean, I could, think of like the greatest athletes in the world, people who are at the top 0.1% of the top of
At
their
aces and
position.
threes.
They're failing all the time. They're not winning
Just
championships
handballs.
every year, right? Their careers go up and down. Everybody who's successful, you will see ups and downs. We venerate Steve Jobs as perhaps the greatest tech entrepreneur. He went through an incredibly dark period after he founded the company. He got fired from Macintosh. He founded Next, which was a failure. He was as depressed as I was in the mid 90s. He didn't know what was going on. Then he got his career resurrected with Apple on a second go. He had a career that went like that, you know. I mean, you can take any name and you can find the same kind of trajectory.
Right.
And it's because through failure, you develop some toughness, some inner toughness, right? You develop a thick skin. You're able to take it, right? Life involves adversity. And if you've only had everything good, the first time something happens that you don't expect, you're just going to wilt. So I don't care who you are, there's always somebody, people who are successful have always had some kind of failure or adversity. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stay on.
It's not Elon Musk.
A lot of people are
I hope
afraid
you know
to
that.
create something because they don't want to fail. They're afraid to start, launch, create, whatever it might
It's
be,
Robert Greene.
post, because they don't want to fail. What do you think is worse than failure? If failure is actually a good thing for a lot of people to help them learn and grow, what is worse than failing?
Not trying. So, you know, if you fail and, you know, people are laughing at you, etc., and you feel kind of, you know, vulnerable to criticism, etc., you take that moment and you learn from it. You learn what you did wrong, right? You learn what didn't work. And then you grow from that. And then the second thing that you create is going to be powerful and it's going to be successful. I'm sorry, I forgot your question.
What is worse than than
so
failing?
If you never try, you're never going to learn, right? And a lot of people don't try because they're afraid of that very thing, of actually failing. They'll disguise it as, I'm not ready. I didn't go to the right school. I don't have funding. My daddy isn't rich. You know, people aren't helping me. There's a pandemic. It's bad out there, etc. No, So you're just blaming the fact that you're afraid of failure, right? You're finding excuses. Actually, the pandemic it's a terrible, terrible thing. Don't get me wrong. It's 650,000 people have died. It's insane. But business-wise, it's an incredible opportunity for you. There is so much change going on that if you're young and you're smart and you've got some skill, you will create something incredibly brilliant and find your own niche. So stop whining and stop blaming other forces and try. Even before you're ready, start that business, try something and learn from it. You know, I tried many things and I failed many, 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 many times before I wrote the 48 Laws of Power, you know? And it taught me a lot about myself. And then I did the 50th Law with 50 Cent. And the first version of
What's
the book
going in? I'm paying bills here, guys.
Publishers didn't really like it. It was my first real failure as a successful writer. Maybe, well, Robert, maybe you're losing a little bit. And then I kind of heard why they didn't like it. It hurt, but I understood. It was a failure, but no one ever will see it. And then I go, okay, I need to make this book more kind of, you know, a certain style that I've done before. All right, I'm going to not complain, and I'm going to produce this book in the 8 months that they gave me to redo the whole thing. And I learned from it something that I will never forget about why that book failed. And I've never repeated that mistake again. So you have to learn from your mistakes, and you have to be willing to fail. Otherwise, you're never going to develop that kind of thick skin that the world requires.
What's the conversations we should be having with ourselves more to set ourselves up on the path of accomplishing, achieving, and feeling better about who we are and our uniqueness in the world?
Well, one conversation you should be having is very simple. Life is shorter than you think. Okay, you're 25 and you're thinking, wow, I've got 10 years to figure it all out. I've got all these vistas of time. I'm young, I'm healthy, etc. You don't have nearly as much time as you think you do. It goes very fast.
Really?
So you need a sense of urgency and energy. Like, by the time I'm 30, I'm going to have to try and start that business. I'm going to have to do something. I don't have as much time as I think I have, right? And you have to develop some fire inside of you. You have to say, you know, a lot of times people don't give you deadlines in this world, right? So you could spend your whole 20s and 30s never producing the thing that you dreamed of because no one's pushed you. No one said, you better do this by the time you're 35 or we're throwing you out of the house or you know, whatever. There are no consequences for procrastinating. You have to create those consequences. You have to live on what I call death ground.
Ooh.
Death ground means your back is up against the wall, the enemy is coming at you, and it's either defeat them or die, right? And you have to tell yourself, I only have so much time, right? The peak creative years for anybody is in their early 30s.
Really?
I think so. I believe so. And people have borne that out in various studies. Yeah, there's a different kind of creativity that one can have when you reach my advanced age. But the really fluid creative times, and I know it personally, are in your 30s. And they creep up really quickly. And if by the time you're in your mid-30s and you haven't started creating something, man, you're going to be in your 40s and it's almost going to be too late. So you don't have as much time as you think you have. That should be the number one conversation that you have with yourself.
Any other conversations besides sense of urgency?
Well, the worst thing in life is to be 55 or 60 and to go, I had potential, I had dreams. When I was a kid, I was going to think I was do this. And you've realized none of that, right? So you want to have accomplished something in life, something that you're proud of. It doesn't have to be a book or anything. It's just something that lasts, that you're proud of. It gives you a sense of accomplishment, right? Because that carries off into every aspect of your life. It carries off into your relationships. It carries off into how well you sleep at night, etc.
Ooh.
So you want to have that in life. You want to accomplish something. What is it? What is it I want to accomplish? What was I meant to accomplish? And how can I start on the process tomorrow? Not next week or next year, tomorrow, right? Maybe you can't start because you don't have the money, but you can start planning.
Right.
You can start maybe
Big
taking
time.
classes or learning
Carries in your
skills
stress
that
level.
you can do that tomorrow, etc. So
What are a couple skills you wish you would have mastered earlier in life that maybe you've mastered now, but or maybe you haven't yet that you wish you would have?
I wish I mastered 3-point jump shot.
Okay. 3-point jump shot. Yeah. Yeah, two-hand shooter. Yeah.
No. I don't know. Because when it came time to write that book, I had learned a lot about researching. Maybe about like marketing, because I'm not very good at that, to be honest with you. That's why I rely on people like Ryan Holiday, who know their shit, as
Yeah.
opposed to me, who knows nothing.
Yeah.
So I wish I had been a little smarter about things like that, because I was so much in my head into my books and my research writing that I never really paid attention. Wish
Yeah.
I'd been a little more hard-edged that way.
Learning about promotion and marketing.
Yeah.
It's true because my brother, who's one of the best jazz violinists in the world.
Really?
Yeah, he's arguably #1 in the world at jazz violin. And he said there's so many talented artists that think they're going to be discovered, like in their basement or something. But you have to learn how to master your art and then how to master the art of selling yourself.
Definitely.
Because if no one knows who you are, then you're not going to have opportunities. You're not going to be able to monetize your craft, your art, or have, provide a lifestyle for yourself. So, and if no one is aware of your art, then you're doing a disservice to the world by just hiding it for yourself or for a couple friends.
A lot of artists have that problem because they think that kind of sullies the what they're producing, and they're afraid of that part of the game. But that's why a lot of artists fail. The ones who are successful know how to play that game of power to some degree. They're not so naive, right?
The game of power? What do you mean by that?
Well, take the art world, for instance, something
Yes.
I know fairly well from people who I've known personally. It's a cutthroat industry, right? The number of kids who go to art school is like hundreds of thousands in the United States. The number of artists who can make a living, you can count them on two hands, right? Okay, so what's going on here? Well, it's that it's really, really difficult to make it. And who are these people who make it? They've gotten tough, and they've learned how to market themselves. They've learned how to promote. They learned what sells right now, and they've mastered that aspect of the game. Here in Los Angeles, every other person is an actor or a screenwriter wannabe, right? And they think they've got all the talent in the world, but they're not disciplined. They don't take a day-to-day approach, and they don't know how to sell themselves. I mean, I deal with that all the time.
Is this still active, or is this that Louisville thing from earlier, Joe?
Who don't know, like in just the audition aspect, they don't know how to present themselves and sell their skills. They think just their natural ability is enough, but it's not.
Yeah.
So what
that,
skill is that? The art of selling yourself, marketing? Is that just
It
communication?
may not be too late to get in this
Is
game
that
if you want to get in the poker game we're
understanding
playing
human
now.
nature and how people think and building them up? Like, what would you say that would be?
It's the whole.
Just a typical bank robber that
It's
just
like-
actually
it's
shot
all of your
one of the
books
cops and then shot a couple
combined.
other people.
Yes,
This is basically a
seduction,
bank robbery turned into a
power,
shootout.
mastery, all these things.
Yeah.
They killed them.
So you have to understand the power game to some degree.
Yeah, join us, Joe.
You have to understand.
We'll get at least
there
the
are
two
people
pay.
who control
people to
your
pay out.
business, your industries. They have more power than others. They have egos. They're insecure. If you don't know how to appeal to them, if you don't know how to appeal to their self-interest, they're not going to finance you. They're not going to help you. You have to understand the political game. You have to be able to play to what's going to please them. You have to be able to get rid of your ego sometimes and do
Mhm.
things that maybe aren't exactly what you want to do,
Yes.
but is the right career move. You also have to know how to package things.
Yes.
And I talk a lot about that in my books, in the 48 Laws of Power. You have to understand human psychology. People want drama. They want something that stands out. They want something that's strong, that's forceful, that's impactful, right? And you're sitting here writing something that kind of meanders, that sells it kind of in this half-baked way, etc. No, you've got to
Jump in here, homie.
hit directly. You have to hit people's emotions.
Hurry up before 357
We're
gets knocked.
emotional
Because I don't
animals.
think it lets you in
And that's
after
sort of the
somebody's
key
been
to
knocked.
marketing, is hitting people's emotions, not their intellect, not their ideas,
Mm.
right? I mean, it's the whole thing. You have to understand human nature. You have to understand psychology. You have to understand politics and egos.
You got to learn a lot in life just to get, anything that's inside of you out and being semi-successful.
Yeah.
It's not the craft itself, it's everything else around the craft.
Unfortunately, because, Steve Jobs and Wozniak, forget his first name.
Yeah, Steve Wozniak. I think.
Wozniak was by far the more brilliant person. He was the most brilliant person with
Y'all
computers.
suck, man. I got
ahead of
mediocre
his time in the
cards
late
that I
70s,
wanna
early
play.
80s. Steve Jobs was really very weak when it came to computing
check.
and things like
Just
that.
check.
But look who made it. The person who understood marketing, right? He understood
Human
Why
psychology,
would you raise,
marketing,
boss? And then
persuasion, the
fucking fold?
political game, the theatrics of communication.
theatrics, definitely, right?
Yes.
So talent is important, but it will only get you so far. There are so many talented basketball players just in the United States, but the ones who make it are not always the most talented, but they're the most disciplined of all.
Absolutely. I played with so many athletes better than me on teams that weren't disciplined enough or committed enough just to do the extra effort and work to get to the next level.
Right.
To be on the field, to stay on the field, to get thrown the ball to get the tryouts or whatever it was the next level. And I would just say that I had more commitment than a lot of people that were better than me. And I just remember being like, man, there's guys in the pickup games in basketball who were freaks that could have played, but they just didn't lack the discipline and the consistency or the attitude. And so they get kicked off the team because they just had a bad attitude.
Right.
So we got to learn all these other things for sure. What do you think is the skill that a lot of people master that's actually wasting their time?
Come on, Joe. Before it's too late.
You can
Oh, it is too late. Never mind.
try
I
too
think it's
many
20 minute
things
late
in
entry.
life. You can try
Yeah,
to learn
no
too
worries.
many things, right? And never master one of them, right? So the temptation in our culture is, with all the access to information, all the things going on in the media, to think that I'm going to start picking up the guitar now, and then I'm also going to learn this, and I'm going to learn that. So people are kind of trying too many different things, and they're not learning one thing really, really, really well.
Yes.
And so that's kind of the main fault I see in a lot of people, particularly when they're young, because it's very difficult when there's so many things out there and there's so many temptations. And
I think it's a balance of it, because there's a book, I think his name's David Epstein. Do you know David Epstein?
Welcome,
He wrote a
Daninator
book called
Dan.
Sports Gene, I think it was called. But he also wrote a book called Range, which talks about all these successful people who actually had a range of skills that later in life, I think I mentioned this before with you, like you had a range of all these skills that maybe you did okay at, but didn't really optimize fully and succeed at. But the range of skills you had created these weird books.
Yeah.
I mean, these weird, powerful books that were different at the time.
Bills here,
that were
guys. While I'm
unique.
playing with you.
And if you didn't have that range of trying all these things, maybe you wouldn't have created this unique product at the end.
I agree with it, but I there's a little element that I would twist there.
Right.
So, for instance, I had learned researching skills when I worked in Hollywood and in journalism, and that's actually a skill.
Yes.
I learned how to work libraries like you had no idea how to work a library, right? And I'd done for years.
Oh man, that's a lot of time and energy.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't like just kind of a semi skill that I possessed. That was a real skill,
Yes.
right? And the journalism that I had learned was, 4 or 5 years of writing under a deadline, making things concise and dramatic. I wasn't wildly successful, but I could say it was a skill. So when I combined everything and then my knowledge of history, etc.,
Mhm.
there was definitely a range, and in that range, I totally agree with that writer.
Yes.
But if they were kind of mediocre skills, I don't know how it would have all fallen into place,
So it was all
So-
within the ability of writing and researching. It wasn't like I'm going to do all these other things that aren't associated with writing.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and for mastery, I interviewed Paul Graham because I agree with that idea, and I advocated learning 4 or 5 skills and then combining them in
Yes.
a unique way. But he was like the man; he's one of the most successful tech entrepreneurs of our time. He started. He went to college and learned.
Yeah, but that's been
hacking
over with,
computer
Joe.
skills. He
That
was
was-
going to go into AI early on.
We went over that on the way in
Didn't
today.
like it. Didn't like the
Not a big deal,
politics.
bud.
He
It's
dropped
already
out,
resolved.
and he went to Italy to study painting, right? And he studied painting for several years and became really good at it, and really good at design, etc. Then he came back to New York, and he heard an ad on the radio for Netscape and how the future of the internet was selling products on the internet, which no one had ever done before. He goes, maybe I could take my design skills and my knowledge of computers and create something that would be very aesthetically pleasing and very easy to navigate. And would be like me, and it ended up being the first kind of online store that Yahoo bought, and on and on. But he was really good at those 2 things, Steve
Yes.
Jobs was really great at the design element of technology and so forth. So I'd be a little wary of telling people that you can
Sure.
kind of learn 4 or 5 things kind of middling.
Right.
Because the main thing that'll get you ahead in life is your level of enthusiasm and excitement.
Over anything else?
Yeah, your love of something. So you have to kind of learn and be energized and really excited by it. And if you're just kind of piddling around trying different things, you won't bring that kind of.
A friend of mine years ago, probably 18 years ago, told me that the world makes room for passionate people. And there's a quote by the coach of the Green Bay Packers. What's his
Vince
name?
Lombardi.
Yes. That if you're not fired up with enthusiasm, you'll be fired with enthusiasm. Something like
That's
that,
good.
right? I'm paraphrasing. But if you're not fired up with enthusiasm, then you'll be kicked off the team.
Yeah.
Because we need people here who are excited and passionate about what they're doing. Otherwise, what are we doing here?
Right.
And we're going to lose if you're not fired up with enthusiasm. So I think that's probably one of the greatest skills, is having the energy to have enthusiasm about what you're doing.
Right.
Yeah,
Put yourself
he
the
was robbing the
opportunities
bank.
over
Cops
the
rushed
mastery
in.
of
They got into a
itself with
gunfight. He
negative
killed
attitude.
Right.
4, injured
Obviously.
8, killed
Yeah.
or shot
It's
1
no fun
cop.
having
They
someone
killed
on your
him.
team who's really good at something, but just mean and nasty and dragging and not on time and whatever. You're just like,
Yeah.
doesn't matter how talented you are.
Right.
It's
There's a lot
the other skills that come along with it.
Right.
What if someone's
Right part.
struggling
She knew
to
it.
accomplish their goals? We've talked about fear a little bit. It's been holding people back from
they
trying
were a
and
little
getting out
delayed on
there.
that.
But what if they've got their goals, they've got the stuff, they're willing to go after it, but they're struggling accomplishing goals? Do you have any strategies or tactics to setting up your life in a way to accomplish goals more?
Yeah, I mean, so I call it kind of a ladder of descending goals. I think
Okay.
that's one of the entries in that book.
Okay.
So what you want is a mix of things, because a lot of success in life is creating this kind of balance. So you want an overall goal for yourself. Let's say you want to accomplish this
Yeah, the
business
three,
that you
yeah.
want to start, right? But you're not able to get there. You're not
This
able to
isn't
make the
yours.
bridge to it. Okay. So you say, this is my long-term goal. And then you build a ladder of descending goals of small things to get there. And within it, so let's say your goal is 5 years, you're going to start the business. Then within that, you've got months and you've got weeks and you've got days, and you're building small goals that you can reach and that are reachable. So I want to start my business. It's really hard out there. There's one thing that I don't think I'm good at. All right. Well,
There's a little bit of
tomorrow I'm going to
psychopathy
start
behind that
learning this
there,
new
Anna.
skill. I'm going to go to school. I'm going to read this book. Right. Give yourself a goal that you can reach in a week, right? Or in 2 weeks.
Yes.
Not in. So that what's
Only if you
killing
do
you
it
is you're
in a
thinking too
normal
long
voice,
term,
like it's
and you can't get there, and it's kind of making it seem like it's impossible. It's killing your spirit, right? You're too ambitious. You're thinking too far ahead. You need.
Wife's been watching How to Catch It or interview with a psychotic or something like that. And it shows all these different psychotics that have murdered people and just their interview with a psychotic, yeah. And it's just how calmly they talk about how they killed somebody and stuff like that, and then no emotion at all. It's something else.
Smaller, reachable goals, right? So your great business.
There used
your
to be a
great
pretty
book,
strong
your
attribute
podcast has other little steps
in the
you
days
have
of
to
old
take to
to
get
be
there.
able to just do that.
Create a step you can reach in a month, a week, or whatever, and reach it. Don't make it too difficult, but don't make it too easy. Make it. I always tell people to make it a little bit above what you think you can do, and you'll get there. But if you give yourself a goal in a month, that is a step towards creating this larger thing, and you reach it, you'll have a sense of pride and accomplishment. You did something, right?
Yes.
You got part of the way there, and you know, like with determination, you can, you're on your way, and you can do that again, and you can make another small.
There's no psychopathy
and
there.
you're not
Though.
paying attention.
You're
5 years.
actually
You're
showing
not
emotion
paying
in your
attention to
typing.
tomorrow's goal. Your eyes are focused on these small steps. You don't lose sight of the larger goal, because then you'll get mired in details. It's driving you, but your main focus is on reaching what you've set yourself up for month by month, by week by week by week, baby steps.
Yes.
If you do something every day and you reach these things, the sense of you've never done anything
Tell
is
IT
what's
department.
killing you. You need to have a sense that you actually have something to show for it. You actually have reached part of the way there.
Yes.
And believe me, when I start a book, it's like, my God, I can't. How am I going to make it? Well, I start off simply, and I go from simple goals, and I have a
I have 1 o'clock
process I go
appointment, so
through,
nobody's
and I
here
don't
early
worry
yet. So
about 3 years down
See.
the road. I worry about what I'm going
it's
to
gonna
do
be another
tomorrow.
dead Monday.
It's not worrying
and
about
busy
the
rest of the
product.
week.
It's kind of like when you're
last
climbing
week.
a mountain. If you're looking up the whole time, you'd be like, this is so far away. And you'd be so tired. You'd be like, I can't do this. But if you're just focusing on one step at a time, and then you pause, and you look up, and you see you've gone
GG
farther,
357.
then it's more rewarding that way. What should we know about the daily laws? Your new book, 366 Meditations on Power, Seduction, Mastery, Strategy, and Human Nature.
For sure.
Why is this going to be helpful?
We'll set
for
up another
people
one so Joe can
to
jump in.
chunk on a daily basis something that they can take action on for yourself? What do you think?
Well, okay, so I've been at this, Lewis, for 25, 26 years now, which is a fairly good chunk of time. And I've learned a lot. And
back
if I
from
could
less.
boil down what I think makes a person successful in one sense or one word, I would say it's your attitude in life is the cutting edge, right? It isn't your skill, it isn't all these other things. It's how you look at the world, right? If you look at the world through the lens that's negative, like nobody likes me, the world is against me, I'm not really good enough, I don't deserve things, that's what you're going to get in life, right? If you look at the world like there's opportunity for me, I'm good, I'm aggressive, I know how to get there, I'm going to get it, that's what you're going to get. So how you look at the world is what you're going to get. And the attitude to me
Damn,
is
boss.
the most powerful and the most forceful, particularly nowadays, is a realistic attitude, right? You're able to look at the world. First of all, you're able to look
Cards
at
too,
yourself and assess who
yeah.
you are
That
and not
ace-
be filled
ace
with
queen.
all these illusions or these insecurities. This is who I am, realistically. This is my
Louisville.
problems, my weeknesses,
Where they
my
recorded it.
strengths. This is what I'm good at. This is what I'm destined to create. Your ability to look at other people realistically and see through their appearances, see through their masks.
Here, we'll
They
watch.
pretend to be this, but they're
Pause this for
actually
a
that,
second.
and
We'll
I'm
come
not
back
going
to
to be fooled.
See this here, I think. Morning. Yes. Mike, welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Sorry. Might have a couple more people showing up, so we're just going to give it a couple more minutes.
I'm not going to be naive and I'm not going to be fooled. I'm going to see into that. This is what the world is like right now. These are the trends. I'm not deceived by all the things in social media. I know what's going on and where the world is headed in 3 years. You've got this laser focus. You're seeing through yourself. You're seeing through other people. You're seeing through all
You have
the
your ID and stuff with you?
world. You understand what's happening. You can't fail when you have an attitude
Yep.
like that, right? And you also understand
What shift were you looking
the
at?
power of being fearless and taking risks, which is also
Base is fine.
part of a realistic
So it brings them
attitude.
both.
All right, how do you get there, right? Well, it's not easy because we're born with a certain attitude. We're born with things with burdens and baggage from our childhood, etc. It's like a daily process.
Yes.
Right? You have to see first your negative attitude, where it comes from, the problems with it, what is holding you back. And now you have the power to begin to fashion it to a degree that's going to actually be something strong and powerful. Well, this is what the book is designed for. So I've been covering this for 25 years. It's scattered across 6 books, right? In Master, I talk to you how to be realistic about your career. In Power, I tell you how to be realistic about the power games going on. In War, how to be strategic. Human nature, how to see into people. But it's all scattered, and it's hard to find the cohesive thread through all these different books. This book is going to bring it all together. It's going to help you. It's very laser focused. And I talk about it in the introduction on crafting that hardcore realistic attitude about you, where you're headed in your career, the mistakes you're making, about people and their weaknesses and the power games they play, about what it takes to influence and persuade people on and on and on. And you're going to be doing it every day. Now, I know because I meditate every morning. I've been doing it for 11 years now. It's saved my life, I can honestly say. Every morning, I sit on the pillows for 40 minutes now. I just focus on getting outside of myself. And I learn through this process that day by day by day by day, change occurs. It doesn't occur in a dramatic way. It doesn't occur like, wow, I'm different now. It almost occurs unconsciously. Things seep into you that you're not even aware of. This book is designed to get under your skin day by day by day by day. You're going to read it. It's going to make you think.
So the actual work site is the building over on Telegram.
Strengthen that idea, come at it from another
This is
angle.
just the mixed
And
point
slowly it's going to get under your skin, and it's going to alter how you look at
That's
the
the
world,
main
alter
location.
your attitude.
I'll just-
And then maybe you'll reread it in a year. That's what it's designed for.
For me, this is the exact type of book that is perfect for me because it's hard for me to get through a full book, any type of book. But when I can go to one page every day and read something that's powerful to help me improve and give me a tip, a strategy, an idea to improve something in my life, it's the
pink,
perfect type of book. So make sure you guys get a few copies, the Daily Laws, because your friends are going to enjoy this, especially in a world where for most people it's hard to stay focused long periods of time and keep their attention on something for a week or weeks through an entire book sometimes. I don't want to generalize, but the millennials of the world, this might be a good book for them to get as a gift. So get this, and every day you'll get a page that'll give you some meditations on power, seduction, mastery, strategy, and human nature. It's going to help you improve your life. So make sure you guys check this out. Where are you spending the most time on social media right now?
I probably have become. I have somebody managing my TikTok account.
Yes, there's some good TikToks on there.
Yeah, I don't really spend a lot of time on it, but I have looked at it, and that's kind of a new frontier, and it's kind of exciting.
Very exciting.
Yeah, and it's not natural to me, but I'm learning it.
Yes,
because I'm of that age where it's like TikTok. Well, I don't know, but I'm enthusiastic.
Yes.
I probably spend more time on Instagram. I have to admit.
You're Robert Greene official on Instagram, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I've kind of gone off Facebook like a lot of people. And I've never really been a big Twitterer.
Okay.
Although I do have a Twitter account.
Robert Greene there, but Robert Greene official, you're posting more on Instagram, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I have posts on Twitter as well. And then I have the TikTok stuff that's going on.
Is that just Robert Greene? When they search your name, we'll find it there. We'll link it up all in the show notes as well, so people can see it there. I'm going to ask you a question that I've asked you before a few times. This is your fourth or fifth time on now.
You for your interview?
It's called Three Truths, and I have your previous ones here, so I'm curious if it's evolved or changed.
Have a seat. I'm going to get you guys ready. Go ahead and get your ID out and stuff. So
the question goes like this. Imagine it's your last day on Earth many years away from now, and you continue to accomplish all of your goals and dreams. But for whatever reason, you've got to take all of your work with you, and it's your last day, and you have three final things.
One of you is going to be on the computer while the other one's doing
lessons you
paper
would leave behind, or three truths.
I did have one more, but she already texted
And
me.
they wouldn't have
saying
access
she's
to your
gonna-
books, your work, or this interview, or any of your content. What would be
So you
those
guys are getting
three
okay,
truths
so you did do the online
you would leave
application.
behind?
Though. I saw that. Okay. Do you remember the login you created?
Whoa.
I believe so. Okay. If not, we can reset it. It's not a big deal.
Well, so recently I suffered a stroke like 3 years ago. Came out of the blue. I was totally healthy, swimming, biking, doing everything, and now it's all taken away from me. So the first truth is, don't take anything for granted. Don't assume that what you have now is going to go on forever. It could be taken away from you tomorrow. And appreciate and love deeply what you have right now. It is an insane gift to be young. I wish I could go back to being young again, because that was the most fun time in my life, right? You're in your 20s, you're healthy, you're exciting, you're seducing, you're just having lots of fun. Well, it doesn't last. Well, appreciate it and soak up every second of it, because something like this could happen to you tomorrow, particularly with this COVID that we're all living through. So do not take the smallest thing for granted, because it could be taken away from you.
That's one.
Well, do not be afraid to face your own kind of weaknesses, right? And I'm speaking from experience, because you're asking me like what's happened recently, And I've had to come to terms with my own limitations, because I thought that I could do anything, right? And it's not just the physical limitation, it's the mental limitations. It's the frustrations that I have. It's the anger with myself. It's like, why can't I? Is there something wrong with me that in my physical therapy I'm not able to strengthen my left arm, etc.? And I've been afraid, I think, to confront that and to see that I am my own enemy. I've probably gotten in the way of my own recovery by my attitude. by being impatient, by being in too much of a hurry, right? So I've had to step back and I've had to see, I've had to have some humility. So that's sort of the lesson.
Okay. Yes.
I'm not as great as I thought I was, but I can work on that. Now that I know that my impatience is getting in my way, I'm going to work on that every day. So if at night I stumble or I drop something, I'm going to calm down. And I'm going through this kind of physical therapy now, is actually trying to alter my attitude towards my own body. But I'm confronting my own limitations. And it can be at any age. It's actually, helping me get through this kind of ordeal that I'm going through.
Wow. Okay.
No one ever actually expects to lose their wallet.
I guess it's.
Man, that's so frustrating.
I hope it
Everything
doesn't sound too soft. Like Robert Greene is not like the 48 Laws of Power anymore, because I am still that hard. Don't worry about me.
Yeah,
Or I
they're
haven't
like,
lost
wait a
my
minute. Fraud detection. Fraud detection.
Is the ability to kind of forgive people.
All right.
So I'm not the most forgiving person. So I had a thing in mastery that's called "suffer fools gladly." It's an expression from the Bible, and it means the world is always filled with foolishness.
Well, it's mostly paper. It's just so it's not going to hurt it.
And your tendency is to get angry and irritated.
Yeah, they tell you can't laminate them,
you
but
need to be
they're paper. They literally, even if you just keep them in your wallet, eventually, just from the heat of your wallet, they deteriorate.
And I've never been good at that,
Well, they should make it like a dollar bill. Put
I've
mostly
learned,
linen
like
or
when
something
I'm
like that,
judging people, etc., to sort of it kind of
spend all
goes
that
to
money
that
to make
other
dollar
one, they're
bills.
all interrelated. But maybe I'm too quick to judge.
Anymore,
Maybe I can
the way things are
understand
going,
that problem.
you are dead
Maybe
on.
if I've hired this researcher and they're not working out, maybe it's because I'm not explaining myself very well, or they've got other issues, and I'm not going to maybe try and repair the relationship or keep them on as a researcher, but I'm going to forgive them. I'm not going to carry the weight. I'm not going to carry them around with me.
It's not giving me any
This is
alerts
old
that any of the
Buddhist,
inks are
kind
low.
of
Usually it
repair
prints
table
fine as long as the ink's
where
fine.
these two monks come up to a river, and there's this old woman who can't cross the river, and
Everybody's getting printed out in pink
they
today
can
for
kind of
some
walk
reason.
across. She's too old. One of the monks puts her on his shoulders and carries her across, and lets her go, and she's so grateful.
Have you
They
worked with
walk
us
on, the other
before,
monk
Ray?
says, we're never supposed to do that as Buddhists. You're not
Ray or
supposed
Raymond?
to touch people. You're not supposed to handle them. You violated one of the most important laws of Buddhism.
All three of us have
On and on.
names that could be short or long. So
Finally, the guy said, well, look, I left that woman on the other side of the river. You're still carrying her right now, right? You're still carrying her mentally with you. Let go, right? So I've created for myself a mantra in my daily meditation. It's called let go. Just let go of the rancor, let go of the hurts, let go of the past, and kind of forgive and kind of be in the moment. I don't know, I'm kind of all
The
over
second
the place.
shift,
I wish I had
I
more.
like
and
it.
it's at the Telegraph
Powerful.
location,
If
right?
you want more succinct answers, you can get the book.
It's not far.
Because every day there's
Yeah.
powerful, succinct answers on.
This is
day
just the
long.
mix plant here, and they
Make
do
sure you
the
guys get this.
test all
Yes, make
the
sure you get
mixes
this.
upstairs in that kitchen.
Because it's
but-
all of his philosophical ideas.
Yeah, the main
in precise moments on a daily
Yep,
basis.
yep. Right down the right next to
I've got
Paul's
one final
Collision
question
Center
for
there.
you, But like always, I want to acknowledge you for being my first ever guest on the School of Greatness, for always showing up and being consistent in your life since I've known you in serving people. You're using your uniqueness, your talent, your gifts, your energy to create beautiful pieces of art that serve and help people. And I think it's incredible that you continue to show up and do this. You don't have to anymore, but you keep doing it. Even when you have your own personal challenges that you're facing, you continue to show up to serve. So I acknowledge you for always being the example, even during challenging times for yourself. It's a beautiful thing to see, and I appreciate your friendship.
Thank you, Louis.
Of course.
Likewise.
Of course.
I have very fond memories of that first time you came.
First time in your house.
Your little recording device. You didn't know really what you were doing.
Zero
so much.
idea. You gave me an opportunity. You said, "Hey, I'll interview you."
I liked you. I liked your energy.
Exactly.
And I could see that you were something was going to come from this.
Yeah. And
sense
sometimes when you don't know what's going to happen, sometimes, but if you have an enthusiasm and an appreciation and a gratitude, and you have an energy, hopefully good things can happen.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you being the first one. But I think I also was like, hey, listen, I want to sell a bunch of books of yours, and we're going to do this thing. And I was excited about selling books for you. And I think it's always important to create a win-win.
Sure.
Experience. So, but I appreciate you taking the chance on me launching the podcast with you as the first.
Oh, no. I enjoy it. It's very memorable.
Yes. My final question is, what's your definition of greatness?
My definition of greatness is kind of what I've talked about before. It's realizing your potential to some degree. So we may not realize 100% of our potential. I certainly haven't realized 100% of my potential. There are things I probably could have done more of. But if your potential is to raise a great family and to raise really great kids, and you've done it, that's greatness. If your potential is to just build something, however small it is, and you realized it, and you put
you were the paperwork
of your potential.
Did you want to wait, or it may take a few minutes?
And then you can,
all right.
You can go to bed at
Just
night
have a seat.
good
When as soon as I get a chance, I will
of
get
yourself,
that done.
right?
So we get these guys
So
going.
a lot of it is it's not the money that matters. It's not the attention that matters. It's the inner feeling you have that you have accomplished something, that you have fulfilled your potential, that you have accomplished some of the dreams that you had as a child for yourself, right? And to have that sense that I have done that I have wrote this book, that I created this business, that I started this podcast, that's greatness to me. Of course, there are levels of greatness, right? But that's enough for me as well. Just the sense that I was born with this potential, and I worked and I realized some of my gifts. I think that's an amazing thing. That's greatness for me.
If you enjoyed that interview, then I know you'll love what we have coming up. What do you think is the greatest skill or a couple skills that any 20 to 30-year-old kind of in their 20s should be learning how to master today? From the skills of psychology, the skills of human nature, the skills of understanding people, which skill should that be to focus on?
The best thing is to be able to get inside the minds of other people.
Ooh, there we go.
If you develop that skill, the sky's the limit. Nothing will ever stop you. Because people are like a mystery. They wear a mask, and you don't have any idea what they're thinking. And I have this metaphor in human nature, which I never read.
I got Tony.
A device was created.
That's black.
Some app. And you can know the thoughts and feelings of
Just
the
have to
other
tell
person.
it.
Do you know the power you would have?
Wow.
It'd be insane. Okay, I can't give you such an app. I can't invent that.
Okay.
But you can develop half of that power by becoming someone of insane empathy. And it's not easy, and not everybody's born the same way, but it begins with one very simple step. And that is, normally you go around more interested in your own thoughts and ideas. You're thinking about your boss, you're thinking about your girlfriend or boyfriend, you're thinking about this person who said this, that, or the other. And you're locked in your head. It's like a record, like in the old vinyl days, going around and round and round the same grooves, right? And even when you're sitting there talking with someone on a date or something, you're thinking about yourself. You're still in there, right? Because you find yourself more interesting than the other person. And it's very human, I'm not judging it. But inevitably, you think your own dramas, your own ideas, your own problems are essentially more interesting than the other person.
Okay,
so
Mike.
if that's the
I'm gonna have a seat at that other computer
you're
there.
naturally going to be more
It's on.
yourself. You need to switch it around, and you need to tell yourself the other person is more interesting than me. Their life, their thoughts, their ideas. It's like an undiscovered world. It's like going to Tahiti or something and visiting another culture. They have experiences you've never had. They have a world that's not your world. It's fascinating. Why do people love movies? They love movies because they get to go inside other people's characters.
Yeah.
And they get to vicariously live in them. It's voyeurism. You can have that in everyday life.
Yeah, go ahead and log
Switch
in.
that thing where you're more interested in other people. And so when you listen to them, you're not listening with the idea of, do they like me? Are they thinking about me? What does it have to do with me? I'm sorry, I'm using that voice. But you know, blah, 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 kind of a windy voice. What's it about
there
me,
you go.
me? Thinking, just in a Zen way, absorb yourself in their words and their energy and think about what they're saying. What's the subtext behind them? What's the body language revealing? What is it that motivates them? What is their inner life like? I can't get inside Lewis Howe's thoughts. It's impossible. But I can get inside your moods and emotions.
All right. From there, you want to click on eDOCuments.
Susceptible to the moods of other people. We can feel them. So I can start to, if
No,
I'm
no,
open
wait.
enough,
Just click on the green button
I can
there.
understand the tone in your voice. I can understand the subtext.
It just opens
of
them
what
up
you're
in
saying.
sequence for
And
you.
I could pick up the emotion behind
There
it,
you go.
what you're intending.
Now I do have
And
that
once I do
handbook
that,
printed for you. So
well, then if someone says something, I don't have to take it personally because now I understand that it probably comes from other things that have nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
Or I want to persuade them to help me on a project. Well, now I know what their world is like, what their spirit is, what their problems are. I'm going to mold what I'm saying to get them interested in my idea.
What's
Doors
happening?
open up to you, left, right, center. The whole universe opens up to you once you're able to put yourself in the mindset and the point of view of other people. Enter their spirit. That's the single greatest step you can have. So you're about to start your first job and you're all insecure and you're all worried about you and what people think about you. Try and it's not easy, it's not natural. Try and make that switch and don't think about yourself and try and figure out what is your boss like? What is he or she? What is motivating them? What are their insecurities? What are their doubts? What is this person feeling that? And suddenly you're going to navigate this social environment in a much different level.
I love this. This is powerful, I think. So to get in the minds of other people would be the greatest skill.
By far.
And the way to do that, I'm hearing you say, is through empathy, through asking interesting questions, through listening.
No, it's taking this one step, which is other people are more interesting than me. I love going to see movies. That other person is like Hannibal Lecter. I'm sorry, that's not a good choice.
Sure.
Could be, but or they're like this other character in some other movie. I don't know. Choose whichever one you want. Right? They're fast.
Beetlejuice. There you go.
Okay. Wow, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I remember
Just thinking of a fascinating character.
They're like that. They have stories. They have drama, right? Their childhood was probably weird. They come from a culture, from a city, from a background that's not your city or background, and to try and understand it. Now, some people are harder to do that with than others. There are people out there who are like just total assholes. And you don't really want to have to get into their world, right? You feel like you're getting yourself taking a shower of mud or something, or excrement or whatever. You don't want to get into their world. But even then, it pays. If you've got a psychotic boss, it pays to get inside their mind so that you don't take things personally, so you can understand where they come from. So even with horrible people, being able to understand who they are will prevent you from taking everything personally.
So having the understanding that other people are more interesting than me, having that framework in your mind allows you to look at them differently.
Or as interesting. They have stories to tell. They have a life that's fascinating. They're like a character in a movie. I want to understand it.
And asking questions allows you to understand it.
You have to be careful with questions because if you're so obvious, if you're going,
tell me about this.
Yeah. Yeah, so did you love your mother? Did your father?
They're like, yeah, why are you asking me this?
Yeah.
So how do we get to know them without being intrusive?
Well, it's an art. So, people love to talk about their childhood, right?
And their successes, and
Yeah, but I found like childhood is the main thing. Everyone has this kind of emotional attachment to their experiences as a child, to where they grew up. to their parents, to their family, to their earliest friends. It's got all sorts of emotions surrounding it that are very potent and uncontrollable. So a very kind of slip-in question about someone's childhood, and then asking a few leading questions and letting them do the talking. So if you're peppering them with questions, you look like a lawyer or someone who's...
or someone like me who just interviews people for a living.
Right. So you want them to do 90% of the time. You can't 90% of it, it's obvious what you're doing. 80% are people love to talk, right? If they do 70% of the talking, they're not even aware that they're doing that. But you're letting them talk, you're letting them be the star. But you find a foothold into what excites them. And you get them to talk and open up about their childhood. And then occasionally a question. And then occasionally
we watched
go
it.
into your own life to sort of show, oh yeah, you had that. I had something very kind of similar. Mirroring people is a slightly manipulative trick. I don't doubt that, and I talk about that in Seduction, but it's very powerful. They start telling you things about their childhood, very powerful. You go, yeah, I had something very similar, and you probably have had something similar.
Yeah.
That's a really potent way of connecting to people. But you've got to be subtle. It's an art to getting people to talk and open up, to finding that thing that makes their face up, that gets them excited, you know? What,
Yeah, I think the book Influence by Cialdini, I don't know if you studied that book, but just likability allows you to, is one of his main, I think it's 7 or 8 keys of influence, but he talks about likability. And the more someone can see that they like you through mirroring or through, we have one thing in common, makes them like you more. So finding that commonality, social proof, there's a bunch of other things. I can't remember all 7 of them, but yeah, likability is one of the biggest things. It's one of the reasons why I'm just always trying to have fun, just be playful and kind of ease the moment for people so they can feel like, oh, this is relaxing and fun and playful.
Well, I must admit, that's why you're a good interviewer. And I know that because I've been with many bad interviewers who are kind of tense and nervous and defensive, and they're insecure, right? And they make you feel that way. And but you have an energy that kind of brings out that part of, at least for me, that's
good. Yeah.
That likes to yammer.
How does someone not be insecure? An interviewer, someone trying to get a job and they're doing an interview with their potential boss. When you're with someone who's you're inspired by or higher status or on an influence position, how do you not be insecure or nervous?
Yeah, the first part is for students.
Simple answer. I mean,
as long as this is kind of
the exception, but it's pretty simple. Do your homework. Be prepared. So, if you go into an interview, you're naturally nervous. But if you've prepared the show, you research that person, you know who they are, you know what the company is like, you know what the position is, why the other person was hired, what they're going to need from you, you're going to feel a lot less insecure than if you just kind of go in and wing it, right? Okay, so if you're on any kind of project, I talked in the War book about Alfred Hitchcock, the film director.
Good.
And my wife is a film director.
Yes,
It's a
go ahead and see.
nerve-wracking task.
Ben, I thought you were just going to call me this afternoon. No, I sent them an email requesting it. It'll be up to that.
They can be the director.
Once Carrie lets me know. Have you talked to her yet? No. All right. Yeah, as soon as she lets me know.
People were astonished. She'd be on the set.
That corner directly that way.
Sleep.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. He was like booted.
When was the last time?
He was never upset or anything. How could that be?
Yeah. Okay.
Directors are the most nervous.
Let me find out.
People. They're
All right.
so control.
Yeah, I mean, it was. Oh, so you went whenever they slowed down in December.
Every detail he knew beforehand. He knew every shot that he wanted, what the clothes looked like, what the colors, how the frame would be. He storyboarded it in exact detail. He said that by the time
they stayed with the shift and they actually kept second at 12 or 10 hours. But it was there's things on both shifts, but it's just they ran out of potato product. They had tons of orders. They just couldn't do it. I mean, they can't run lines if they want product to run them. So, but now they've gotten that all squared away and they're actually in full bore again. So,
adrenaline is a very powerful emotion.
Do you have a new one? Is that the number you called?
Doubt,
texted
a
me
little
on?
bit of fear will drive you.
Whatever you texted me on.
Keep you awake and
You texted my cell phone.
So you don't want to be so confident that you'll just do anything. You want a little bit of tenseness.
The 9460.
But if you prepare and you've anticipated the situation, that will get rid of 80% of those doubts that you have.
We were talking about before, and I have a couple final questions for you. We were talking about before self-doubt before we started recording. And I'm curious
Okay.
your
All right.
thoughts on.
I'll reach out as soon as she answers me.
doubt
It's Monday, though. You know how it
ourselves,
gets
and
over there
do
on
we
Monday.
train our minds or our
Yep.
bodies or our life so that doubt doesn't keep us from accomplishing what we want or keep us from trying something we want. Because I think a lot of people don't do something because they doubt themselves so much from the fear of failure or the fear of success or people judging them. What's your thoughts on this?
Well, the main thing is you have to try something. You have to do something, right? And of course, if you're full of doubt and insecurities, it's going to be very hard. And so, what separates the person who is going to learn is on the way to success from somebody who won't will be that person who's 22, 23. They tries it, they do it, they take that job and they write that thing or they do that, whatever it is that the other person maybe wouldn't try because they're not afraid of failing, right? So a certain level of, you can't control that because some people are born that way. I don't know if they're born that way, but something about them in their DNA has given them that drive.
Yeah.
But if you don't have that drive, if you have your insecurities, understand pain is a very powerful motivating factor. But if you're 22 and you don't try something, you don't feel the pain. So why not? And then you're 23, then you're 24, you're not feeling pain. And you're 28, you're still not feeling pain. And you're 32, you're starting to feel a little depressed. And you're 35, man. And you're 40, you're picking up the bottle, etc. Okay. So understand you're 22, that life is very difficult and that you're down a path towards something really, really bad unless you get your act together and try that first thing. Because what happens, people have studied
Einstein in my printer.
and it's very important.
Monday
I know
BS here. You got your ID and stuff
back
with you?
in 2001, I was in Vienna, Austria, and I was in a theater.
Can you take a picture of
I
it?
was in
And
the
send it
middle
to me?
of
Okay.
this very packed audience.
Just a good picture of
and there
it.
was a fire.
You text it to the office number.
And people were panicking and running around, and I got such a sense of claustrophobia. I was like, oh God. And from then on, I couldn't get on an airplane. I couldn't get in an elevator. I was like developing major claustrophobia, right? And then I went to a therapist, and she said, you got to expose yourself. You got to go back in that elevator.
So true.
You got to go back into that airplane. And then you realize it's not so bad and you'll get over it. But avoiding it, you'll never get over the fear. So take that first step. Do whatever it is that you thought you couldn't do, and don't be afraid, because that is the most important moment in your life. And then you realize it's not so bad. Okay, people are making fun of me, I failed, but they never tried anything. I at least tried it, and now I have an idea for my next one. It wasn't so bad, But if you never make that first step, I don't care, the wisdom of Solomon won't be able to help you, right? You'll always be stopping before you. So you've got to have the guts to make that first step, and then the doors will open for you.
It's what I'm hearing you say is it's an experiential event. It's not a theory of, okay, let me think my way out of the fear, or the insecurity, or the doubt. It's like, no, I have to practice this and experience the feeling of, I failed, or someone laughed at me, or I tripped and fell, whatever it is. You've got to experience it.
You have a good way of summarizing what I'm saying because you said it better than I did.
Well, this is something I've been fascinated by because I think so many people are themselves, and their doubt is what keeps them from going after what they want, getting the relationship they want, getting out of the relationship they want, getting the job, all these things. And they're afraid of
rocking and rolling.
They're afraid of success.
Looked like nobody was going to show up, and then everybody showed up. I'm so glad. Everybody except for one young lady. So I'm happy.
I tell people that the simplest thing you can do is write a list of your biggest fears and insecurities. Circle the top one, the one that scares you the most, and then do that until you feel at peace with it, or at least so you can embrace it. Essentially become Batman of that fear,
right?
And live with the bats of that fear, that insecurity.
That's a good way to do it.
Where then it becomes a powerful thing for you. And this is what I did in my teens and 20s, from being terrified of public speaking. And I went to public speaking class every single week until I felt like, wow, I feel powerful up here, not powerless.
Right.
And I did it with so many different things that I was insecure about until they became skills as opposed to fears and insecurities. I think, and so I love that you said you've got to expose yourself to the fear. You've got to re-go into the elevator or go back to that theater that had the fire and breathe and feel comfortable so you can live your life.
And then we go back to that thought about,
remember the login you created?
Could it have been
You did it?
worse?
Yeah.
Well, think of it this way. If you don't try that,
If you don't, I can reset it. So
it's going to be a lot worse
give it,
for you.
give it a try. And if you can't figure it out,
You're
I'll
gonna never
reset
get
it for you.
anywhere, and you're gonna the pain will be intense in 15 years. You're not feeling it now, but have that hindsight to realize that the worst thing in life, the worst feeling of all, is to feel that you wasted your potential, that you had dreams and you never even tried them, and then you're in your 50s, your 60s, you're facing death. Why was I alive? I didn't do it. I could have done this, that, or that. Never even tried. Remind yourself of that. They used to have emperors in ancient Rome would have a slave walking by them and whispering into their ear, "You're going to die. You're immortal. You might die tomorrow. You might die tomorrow." Right? And that was like a reminder of their mortality and that they had to not get so.
Wasn't
Let me see
that a
what you have
story
for the
from
username.
Marcus Aurelius where he had someone talk to him and say, "You're just a man" or something? Or
might be.
Is that who it was? I
Might
can't
be.
remember.
Let me
But
see.
someone had someone just say every day, "You're just a man."
Right.
The more powerful he became,
Yeah.
to kind of keep him more grounded.
Right.
You're just a man, or you're going to die.
Or just have that whisper. You're not going to realize your dreams. You're going to waste your life. You're wasting your life.
Yeah, you're in here.
Don't
Oh,
want to
just
feel that way.
it's just.
I know, like. It's
Hang
hard
on one
to-
second,
it's-
though.
it's-
Actually,
I'm coming from a position of
since
privilege.
you're already in here, I'm gonna load some things for you.
Sure.
But I didn't have anybody help me. All my success was pretty much on my own. I worked really hard. But I can tell you this, that prior to my success,
Since you've already gotten that far,
I was
let's
really unhappy.
set
I was
up.
really unhappy. I was very depressed. I even had moments I was suicidal. I felt like I could do something, but I wasn't able to.
You guys
do
actually
it.
save a lot of time by doing that.
And then
before you
the
come.
ability to write my
It takes
books
forever to
now.
do it on the computer.
I don't have that feeling anymore.
It doesn't
It's the
take forever,
greatest
just-
thing in the world to not
Especially when we have a group like this.
feel
When it's one person and I can one-on-one with you
that-
while we're
that-
doing
that
it,
doubt and
it's
that
fine.
depression. It's like a constant exhilaration.
It's amazing.
I finished.
Yeah.
I wrote.
It's better too if both computers were
You know,
working right, but
I can feel good.
and my
about
and my
myself.
printer's working
And I
right. I
want
would have had
other
all this
people to
stuff printed
understand
out
that.
already, but
You may not. It doesn't have to be a grand project, but it has to be something
Yeah.
that makes you feel like.
You know,
Because when you're a child,
dollar store in
you have these dreams. Everybody had these dreams.
Really?
You were going to be the best basketball player in history, like me.
these things.
Right.
When I opened this office
The Jewish kid's going to be a great basketball
11 years ago,
Okay.
those are the computers we
got.
got.
Yeah, right. Blah, blah, blah.
I mean,
And then
my phone, your
you
phone
order
is
it,
faster than these
You lose
computers.
those dreams, and it's very depressing. It's very.
They had Windows
debilitating.
XP on them.
And you want to keep some of that
all
child
they were.
within you alive. And some of that
Actually, maybe
ambition,
Windows
some of
8.
that desire
I think there's a sticker on it,
to
but
achieve
still.
something great.
Huh?
Having ambition is not.
7.
not a
Oh
bad
wow!
thing.
So right after
It's a
XP,
dirty
not
word
much
today
better.
because people think
Just
it means
some
you're selfish.
softer
But
XP,
your
basically, is
ambition
what that
is
was.
achieving things that help people as well.
Right.
What's the greatest fear for you now
Security issues.
that you haven't yet
You should be able to
conquered or
log in.
overcome, or insecurity that you're still dealing with?
I don't know, Louis. I have, believe it or not, a tremendous fear of failure.
Still, after all these
still.
massive hits and millions of books
Still.
sold, and every time you get
I'm neurotic and I don't deny it.
every book is a hit and just changes lives.
Well, it's because, I don't know if it's from my background. I'd come home with straight A's and my parents would go, okay, so what? What's
Right.
next? Okay. So it's instilled in me some way. I don't know why, but so I'm writing my new book, my first chapter. And I'm going, this isn't working. It's too intellectual. It's not going to hit people. It's not relevant to their lives. I have to change it. I have to change it. If I write the book like this, people are going to laugh at me. And I go through that every single time in every single book. Now I'm able, it's kind of a split personality because in the back of my mind, I know I'm kind of playing a game, but I still play the game. And it
Okay,
keeps
we'll
me
reset that.
motivating. It keeps me working. So I must say, I'm still deathly afraid of failing my readers.
It's going to be
and of
temporarily. It's going to be what's on the
disappointing
paper on the
me.
wall there,
I
that
thought
with the
Robert
capital
was this
T,
great
temp,
writer.
1,
Look
2,
at
3
this.
exclamation point, but
And
it'll have
Laws
the
and
changes, whatever.
it's
Just give me a
getting old
second
and
to do it.
soft. I'm still afraid of that.
Wow. Well,
And then it'll have you log back in with the one you create. You're all set.
creating
Yeah.
to help you overcome that
I
fear.
keep being invited back to those
That's
heights.
it. That's it. This has been powerful, and I think a lot of people are going to love this. I want them to, if you're listening right now and something inspired you or you're watching, make sure to send a tweet to Robert Greene. Let him know what you enjoyed about this, or on Instagram, Robert Greene Official. Post a story, tag Robert so he can see it, even though I'm not sure how active you are on Instagram. But someone's watching there, so you'll get the information and the laws of human nature on Facebook. If you don't have all of Robert's books, make sure to get them right now. And
looks like
also get on your newsletter. I think you have a newsletter, right, where they can opt in for
you put
when the
RTIZE
future book comes
in.
out.
So
I'm not
actually
sure if
good.
Ryan probably manages all that for you still, but go to your website, which is
Well, I'm going to change it back to Ritson.
powerseductionwar.com.
I'm sure that's what you meant.
And
There you go.
war.com. Go there.
I'll do the temp.
Get on his newsletter, or just go check it every month, because the book's coming out hopefully in the next couple of years. But this is going to be your best book yet. I'm already declaring it. I'm declaring it.
That's probably why your normal password wasn't working.
Read it down. You're that neurotic.
Yeah.
You're that neurotic.
I sure as hell am, and I don't deny it.
But now you can change it
We've
to
got
whatever
some
you want.
other interviews we've had on our show.
Back to
We'll
that.
link those up in the show notes if you want to hear Robert's definition of greatness and his 3 truths. You can go listen to those. Final question for you. What's the question you wish more people would ask you that they don't ask you?
I don't really.
How you doing, Michael?
You
You done with that part?
When people put you on the spot like
I'll
that, you have to
bring
be
you the
like
last part.
so quick-witted, and I'm not. I'm kind of a slow brain.
Is there anything you wish more
well-
people would have discussions about that they don't with you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of really into the zeitgeist. I wrote a chapter about that in Human Nature, about the times that we're living through. People tend to think that I'm just interested in individuals and psychology, but I'm also very interested in our culture and our society and how it fits into the larger scheme of history. So sometimes people don't ask me so much about that chapter and about what do you think is going on right now in the world today? Where are we? What is the moment that we're in? And how does it compare in the past? Because I've read a lot of history. I'm not bragging because it probably led to my stroke, to be honest with you. Thousands of books. And so I have this innate sense of patterns of history, of things that repeat, of things, people go through certain crises. And so it makes me very attuned to the spirit, to the feeling in the air now. So,
What do you think's going to happen in the next few years based on history in 2 minutes?
Oh my
the,
God.
the overview of what you've experienced from all the historical events to what we're
Well,
facing
I
now.
think the human spirit can't deal with too much stagnation. Can't deal with. So on the one hand, we're afraid of change. On the other hand, we're deadly afraid of boredom and stagnation. And things have been stagnant for too long. And we're on the verge of what I think could be a revolutionary generation.
Okay, Jerome.
It's not carved in stone.
It's a
because
great
social media
table.
kind of disrupted the
You still work on getting a picture of that?
But
You can say if you need to send it later.
That's fine. Change in this world. They will create.
Oh, we do have Wi-Fi.
Create new movements. They
IES
create
Wi-Fi.
the
That's
world
capital
alive.
IES and
Because they enter the world, and the world doesn't fit who they are because it was created by boomers or whomever. So they want to mold the world into something that's more like them. So they're the motors of all the changes, all the trends in fashion, all the trends in the arts, in politics, etc. Things have been too static for a long time. We live in a situation with the politics and the structures have not really shifted in 50 years. They're ossified. And so I think this
should be IES or impact.
If I were 20 years old, I would be sick of it. I would say this is not the world that I want to live in. And so I feel like there's going to be.
Password's the same for either. The 5 is faster, obviously.
People are going to say, I want to live. I want something more alive. I don't want this world that is so unequal. I'm somebody who rants against the inequalities of wealth, etc. and just the kind of rigid social framework that we're living in, I think there will be an outburst. I can't.
Yeah, I'm about to be out too.
Nostradamus, so I could be wrong. In 5 years, people might be laughing at me, but I sense, and other people have written who write about the generational phenomena, say that the millennials were the crisis generation, and that's always followed by the revolutionary generation, which would be the Generation Y, or whatever you call them.
Wow.
Or Z, Generation Z.
How should we be preparing ourselves if this comes true? What can we do now for the next couple of years to prepare ourselves?
Well, embrace it. Embrace it. I did a podcast about it, and a lot of people were upset, going, well, you know, revolutions, I mean, come on. Look at the Soviet Union or communist China. Revolutions are bad. They're ugly. Look at that. And my response is, change is the healthiest thing that can happen, right? Even if it's a change for the worse, it's okay, because humans need a vitality. We need things that are different. We need a different landscape, social landscape around us, right? So welcome it. Don't be a defensive little rat who's got to live in their own little hole and everything has to be the same. The world is changing. It will change without whether you like it or not. Technology will change your world whether you like it or not. Young people will change the world whether you like it or not. So it's a lot better to embrace it and feel excited about the opportunities that are coming out. Because if you look at just take it from the business point of view, it's like a hurricane happened. All the businesses that are gone, the
jobs
entertainment
lost, everything,
industry,
yeah.
the travel industry, they're devastated.
Gone. Restaurant industry, yeah.
357 things.
What happens when that's new things are going to spring up, new
Let me
ideas
see
are
where
going
you're
to
at.
spring up. There's going to be
Okay,
new
good.
ways. I think the future for that kind of world is going to be giving people experiences, because they've been locked up in their house for a year, and they want, so like you go to a hotel or a restaurant, you want to give people a little bit of an experience. It's not just something so flat and like on social media. So people feel more alive. There's going to be opportunities you're not even aware of. So be open to the change and be excited about it. That's the main thing that to prepare yourself for.
Robert, thank you for always opening up and being honest and real every time you come on. Thanks for being episode 1 and now 1,000 something. Hope you come back on many other times.
2000.
Alex, what are you doing?
I'm just working here.
What are you doing at my desk?
I'm actually done here, so done.
No. Alex, all my files are gone. What did you do?
Your time's coming, you clockwork elf demon gay frog. That's what I've been saying this whole time, demon gay frog.
The new federal form is pretty messed up. It's the way it does it. If you're just claiming yourself, then yeah, you don't actually have to put anything. The zeros are fine too. And then you just sign it there. It's step 5. Yeah, the new federal ones, they add this shit, and then behind it's all the worksheets. It does absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And then the step ones is the way it used to be. Don't worry about the license number. I don't even know why it asks for that. But you do have to put the social stuff in there. But where it says new employee, just put yes and just put today's date. They won't let you do it without something there. And then if you're just claiming yourself under line 6, you'll just put a 1.
That is a wonderful step. Hey, really quickly, just as we're coming in right now live on CNN, looks like there was a shooting, including a police officer, 6 victims in Louisville. Yeah. So we'll get to the bottom of that, or we'll see what breaks as we do this live. So obviously, people will mock this, but obviously our prayers to the families, all of those affected, because that's all we can offer right now. They'll say, oh, shouldn't we react? No. We don't need. I'm learning about this right now because CNN just turned on, and that is not a time to create policy. But We did have a lot that we were planning to get to today, and I don't know if we'll still have time to get to all of it, depending on what's happening with Louisville. But I don't know if you know this, Mario crushed at the box office.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that was so. That's a silver lining. That's a happy story. Not so happy. Riley Gaines was assaulted this weekend, and we're going to put together here. We'll have, and we will not be able to do it on YouTube. So if you're watching, oh, that's right, we're back on YouTube for a little bit.
Oh, come on!
But we're not going to be on YouTube a lot today
Do we
because
have to?
we haven't figured out the rules yet.
Well, there are no rules. That's
so. Today, once we do this, we're putting together the definitive transgender hit list, meaning activists who have assaulted, who have committed mass shootings. A lot of you kind of know the science behind some of the comorbidities that come with it, but we actually have put together a definitive list so you can reference it, and you have that kind of at your disposal, which we cannot do on the YouTube. And we will also be talking, of course, about Daniel Perry in Austin, who was just convicted for what the detective and what the evidence said was a rightful shoot, and the governor of Texas says was a rightful shoot in self-defense. But they're railroading the guy. So my question for you are, what do you think? My question for you is, bad grammar right off the top.
Tell us on the bottom.
You dummy, you smooth brain. That's to myself. What do you think the implications are for the country with the rise right now of trans violence and the emboldening of it? We're seeing a lot of it, and I don't expect this to get better.
Put that in. You pull it out here.
I'm assessing the scenario realistically, not just under the guise of tolerance, as though that necessarily means compassion or empathy. Gerald is CEO. Gerald A., how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I'm distracted because of the shooting. I was just in Louisville, and it's not a nice place.
Crazy.
No,
it is.
Usually that auto-populates automatically.
He echoed very quickly. No.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't have the address or anything.
Happy Easter.
On a brighter note,
That's true. He is risen.
Rose from the grave.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
I
we
do
type
not
any
deserve
numbers
it at
there.
all. When I think of the horrendous crap that I have done, and
I'll just
that
put it in
that
manually
Jesus
for
was
you.
crucified for me, like I'm like,
See if it pops up
I'm not
then.
supposed to feel bad. We're not supposed to have the guilt, right? That's
Yep, there it goes.
I'm like, oh,
You'll have to do it again, but yeah.
14, not 14,
Yeah.
8
So yeah,
points.
just birthday, today's date, the one, sign it, you should be good.
Well, are those the worst of the offenses?
No, they're not the worst of the offenses.
Certainly not.
No, I did some stuff during the 30-hour famine at youth group to the church orange juice that frankly could have killed people.
Lucky.
Yeah, and you know him, you love him. We'll be talking about what's going on in Austin, so he came out. We're always happy to have him in third chair. You can go to madmaxworld.tv to watch him. We'll be broadcasting from here today at noon. Alex Jones, how are you, sir?
It is always great to be here, my friend.
And you even came in with your own headset because you don't like headphones.
Good. Log off.
That's right. I mean, I'm ugly enough, so I don't.
Get off my phone.
Just close
I
that
look like
tab.
Princess Leia with headphones. You look
Probably
good with
no
yours
big deal.
over there.
Well,
and hey, I've not sliced my nose open today.
That's
All
true.
right. You did the first page already.
I did.
Did you have to go to the doctor?
No.
No.
Not that bad.
You just did a little the tape.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, good. And you're not sick.
No, I was sick when I was here last time. I feel very good today.
Good. Yeah, he was sick as a dog.
But I couldn't miss this. The biggest show.
Well, we appreciate it. And yeah, last time I was like, you can
Just so you know, last time I was sick. I wasn't trying to be rude, not shake your hand. I didn't know what I had.
That's fine.
These pages
He's a very thoughtful guy. He's a Teddy. It doesn't hurt your image if I say you're a Teddy. Does it?
No, thank you very much.
A nice guy. All right. All right. So before we move on to all of this,
Before we move on to that,
oh god,
China's about to invade Taiwan, but no big deal.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
We know it's been. I mean,
You're almost sure you're done with that.
They've encircled it, and they say they're ready to go. And the word is they can start a blockade basically in the next few months, and that leads to war. I know that's not on the hit list. Just thought I'd mention it.
Well, that's in the next few months, Alex. We're talking about today.
Yes.
We'll have months to get to it.
You're right. War with China, a little.
No, of course we're going to get to it, Alex. All right, this is a great start Monday. No, we talked about that actually when Ukraine-Russia happened. A lot of people don't realize that depleting our reserve, depleting our stockpiles, when there actually is a United States national interest, when you understand, the security of Taiwan, considering how reliant we are on them for chipsets.
80% of the chips.
Yep. That's
something like 80% of the world traffic goes through that strait.
Yeah.
It's a serious thing, but I know that's for when World War III officially starts next month.
No, come on. Okay, look, he's all right.
This is like the tailgater for World War III.
Yes, exactly.
Like
exactly.
We're just all hanging out, having some beers.
No Bud Light.
Life. No Bud Light.
Yingling. By the way,
they committed suicide.
I know. Or seppuku.
Have you seen the video of the woman that was their PR person? She said, "I took control of Bud Light the last year, and I just thought that this would energize it, make it glowing and new and loving."
Yeah.
Shut up, man.
How much you want to bet that in her Bud Light can was White Claw?
Oh yeah.
I'm more of a hard seltzer kind of lady.
She also said, "I got to tell you that the ads were offensive before."
Oh yeah, no, of course.
The masculine ads.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Budweiser used to have the Clydesdale, Bud Light. They had the Bud Light ladies.
Yeah.
And now we have penises. We have ladies.
Well,
with penises.
ladies and
Yeah, exactly.
right.
Yeah, because you wouldn't. Why would you want to appeal to your target demographic?
But again, it's very obvious that Mulvaney is trolling everybody. I mean, it's crazy comedian.
You think so? You think it's an Andy Kaufman?
Oh, it's 100% Andy Kaufman.
Really?
Oh, I bet money.
I haven't heard this.
Is that so, Bill Hicks?
Yes, I know. You see, Mulvaney faked his death, became a woman. I faked my death, became Bill Hicks. I mean,
Alex
Jones.
Oh, the internet with conspiracy theories. All right. So on that topic, before we get to everything else, here is a woman, a woman who thinks this doesn't understand the actual definition of blasphemy.
If you're a homophobe, get off my f***ing page.
Okay.
If you're a transphobe, get off my f***ing page.
Done. Yeah.
If you're a racist, get off my f***ing page.
Well, that's just.
If you think it's cool to threaten people with the idea of hell, get off my f***ing page.
Yes, I am doing blasphemy. Yes. And I am ready to go to hell.
Well, if that was Jesus, I'd be sitting there with the crowd of Pontius Pilate yelling, "Crucify him!" But the good news is, that's not.
Hey, if it wasn't bad enough to have Mulvaney as your spokesperson, see sales tank 70% in just 1 week. Now we've got people blaspheming Jesus on Easter. Great idea, Bud Light.
I don't even really think it's just someone dressed up as Jesus. I mean,
I know, but I'm just saying
we're not Islam, Alex. I mean, come on.
No, Alex isn't. The point Alex is making is valid, but I don't think anyone here is a Christian is offended.
I'm not saying we want to like stone them to death or
no,
or burn them or hang them at the soccer stadium.
Right. Yeah.
All I'm saying is the left. This is their target demographic. Literal 1% to 1% freakazoids.
Yeah. No, I think so too. But I think they misinterpret like Christians get like we're not offended at that. It's just lazy. It's like remember there was a Bible burning challenge that was happening.
Yeah.
I remember going like, well, fine, you're the one going to hell. Oh, like your wish is your command.
No, I mean, I want to be clear.
Yeah, you got a text.
I think you should be able to do whatever you want.
Did you get a text from me, or was it from? You said from through Indeed. Oh, the message through Indeed. Okay, yeah. Okay. What's your name?
Yeah, that's absolutely.
I'm not sure that was an official sponsor.
Have you worked with us before?
Okay. I don't remember Christ ever saying Bud Light.
No. Would have.
But that's who they're targeting.
So you haven't done our
now we're on the
our
side.
application.
In the name of Jesus, I want to drink some liquor.
We'll have some afterwards.
Wait.
What's your last four?
Anything?
Yeah, I don't think
it was great.
That's what they
Hey,
put.
I did get up at 3 a.m. to get out here.
They didn't put
vinegar
on the
Texas studios.
You did that on Indeed, but you haven't gone to our
Awesome.
website.
You're right on the beach right now.
That's fine. We'll do it together. We'll do it together when you come to the office.
Can I have a
When
drink
would you
of
be
water?
available?
Like, Bush ice, smite them. The curtain just.
You set it up for tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Banquet. All right. By the way, this is a live show, Monday through Friday.
You know where
10 a.m. Eastern.
Okay. Also,
you
just
guys
to be
can
safe,
watch- there's still 1 month
the address and the
free a
time.
month. I guess there's one more week free.
Yeah.
This
Number
week
to
and into
bring is
next
an
week.
ID and either a social worker.
CrowderCrowder.com/mug club. We have the Friday show. Nick
All right,
DePaul.
I'll shoot you a text to this number. Okay. Norm. Yep.
Well, you can go. I don't know. People.
You're welcome.
Okay. Let's get to Mario.
His phone is in
really
and out.
quickly. Are you a Mario fan? Would you play it?
Yes, I was not a huge video game guy, but from about the age of 8 to about 12 or 13, I was a huge video guy, and that was the game that I would dominate and win it over and over again, and literally spent sometimes 5-6 hours eating Hot Pockets, and honey buns, and drinking gallons of Coca-Cola.
So that must have been before you were anti-Monsanto.
That was before I was anti-Monsanto. No. I mean, seriously.
There's not a chemical that exists in nature in that diet, Alex.
Well, I was also taking mushrooms while I was doing it.
Oh, really? Wow.
At 8?
No, yeah. Yes. I'm joking.
In the arcade.
No, it's a joke. It's a joke. I don't think I ever took mushrooms while playing Mario Brothers, but I have taken mushrooms.
Yeah, you just do it when live broadcasting.
Well, once.
One.
two Clearwater, Florida police officers have been suspended for 2 days and removed from their specialty units because one of the officers shot the other one during an incident.
Charlotte, check your fire. That's me to the south. Woody, you got that? All right, K2, I've been hit.
As a department, I think we made multiple errors in how we handled this situation. I think we could have done a much better job. We can't just indiscriminately empty a handgun into a building as if we're playing a video game.
On January 1st at around 7 p.m., two police officers with the Clearwater Police Department, Officer Jonathan Reed and Officer Langston Woody, arrived at this guy's house. It was 60-year-old James Wassman, and it was reported that he was firing
The
gunshots
pouch lands
in
on the ground and
backyard
goes
of
into
his
an
home.
animal feed container. No food in your locker. There's a place in the break room for that. All right, man. Looks good. Yeah, you just drop that in the basket there.
According to the article in the Tampa Bay Times, the officers set up a perimeter around the home, and upon arrival, Officer Woody did not check in with supervisors, and he positioned himself in a tree in the backyard of the home next door, swapping places with another officer. He did not tell dispatch or any of the supervisors where he was, according to documents provided by Internal Affairs. Officer Reed then jumped the fence, and he went into the backyard of the house on the other side of Mr. Wassman's home. Another police officer communicated his location and Officer Reed's location over the radio, but Officer Reed did not update the supervisors on his location, again, according to the Internal Affairs documents. But first, I want to thank Ground News for sponsoring this video. Every day, we're bombarded with misleading and biased news, making it difficult to form a clear understanding of the world around us. Well, Ground News is here to help. The challenges of misinformation, media bias, and political polarization are real. Social media algorithms and clickbait content can manipulate our understanding of the world. It's essential to seek different perspectives and to engage in critical thinking to avoid getting trapped in our own echo chambers. Ground News is the world's first news comparison platform. It's a website and app that shows you how breaking news is being covered across the political spectrum, making it easy to swipe between headlines and discover which details are emphasized, exaggerated, or left out entirely. With Ground News, you can compare news coverage, spot media bias, check your blind spots, and understand your reading habits. You can customize your feed by choosing from over 150,000 topics, locations, and people to follow. Plus, you get global coverage of how international stories are being covered across the globe using the interactive map. So take advantage of the chance to stay informed and make informed decisions. Visit ground.news/TCRL to try Ground News for free or subscribe to access all features and support independent media, making the news more transparent.
At the moment, we cannot fly. There's fog out there. Guys, if we could keep this down, please. He's in the backyard. He's got a rifle. He's talking to us.
After this happened, the homeowner, James Wassman, ended up firing at the officers. Then both Officer Reed and Officer Woody returned fire. Reed fired 18 rounds and Woody fired 6.
It's messed up. They got to blur up, tone out the shots.
Hey, that's me in the south yard.
Officer Reed fired towards where he saw a muzzle flash, believing that direction to be Wassman's location. However, he did not see Wassman. He didn't actually see what he was shooting at, according to the documents.
Just yeah, Monroe. Yes, OH Monroe.
All right, K2, I've been hit.
Officer Woody told Internal Affairs that he saw a person in dark clothing holding a gun and believed he was firing at Wassman. However, one of Woody's bullets ended up hitting Reed's arm, and officers also found 4 projectile materials from Woody's rounds in a neighboring home. Reed was taken to the hospital and treated for his injuries.
Yes, we will.
K2, I've been hit. I'm going to be coming around the front of the house. Where's that B stage?
Where you at?
One house south of. I'm going to be coming around the back to Officer Omar, Woody and Kralik. I'm going to be moving south. Just cover that rear for me again, okay?
Thanks, Joe. Get it ready.
All right, I'm moving south.
Yeah, usually if we ever have to do it, it's your first name dot last name.
Yeah, I'm here.
If you can make it whatever you want. I'm sure it's something you'll remember.
I don't think it's bad. Yeah, I'm good. We're good. Go ahead. Okay, you're good. You're good. Hold that. Hold that.
Oh, wow, that was a good review.
Here, both of these police officers ended up being disciplined by their employer for not for shooting at the homeowner, but for shooting at each other accidentally because they both were wearing dark clothes, standing in the darkness, and shooting at something that they did not positively identify first.
They were fired at and that there was a deadly threat that they were exposed to. However, the manner in which they responded was not consistent with their training and their.
Okay. Now that password's not going to work. That's why that red box has missing it. You got to have a special character. See the example in the paper here? Just like an exclamation point at the end or something.
It was justified to basically shoot up the whole neighborhood, send bullets flying everywhere,
It'll turn green once it's an
house,
acceptable
including
password.
into one of his colleagues.
He believes he fired enough shots in the right direction to keep other officers safe and was following orders to get behind cover to the best of his ability.
But do you think your actions that day deserve the punishment that you got?
No. And I never saw this coming.
Never saw this coming. I mean, you literally shot each other and shot the neighboring house. And I don't believe they even hit the guy. I mean, how would you not see this coming? Only a government employee would feel that he had done nothing wrong and deserved no accountability whatsoever, no discipline, not even a 2-day suspension. But the crazy thing is it's not even that has this guy upset. It's that they took away his dog. He took away his weaponized pet.
It's not the suspension Reed cares about. It's his dog, Mando. Reed says Mando took on a kind of therapeutic role.
So him being removed was kind of the worst punishment I could have received from this. He took on a much larger role. He was my support. He was therapy to me. He was family. So
Matt?
It was a very hard thing to lose.
Wait a minute. I mean, why did this police officer have a canine that is his official duty canine that serves some other role as a therapy dog for him? Perhaps he's talking about after he would, I think this is the guy who was shot. So after he was shot by his partner, he needed this therapy dog. And if that's the case, then why is he having therapy with this dog that he's taking around and potentially sicking on people and having bite people? I mean, there's maybe Internal Affairs needs to take another look at this. This guy's all upset that they took his dog away. But like, wait a minute, therapy for what? In the end, the homeowner, James Wassman, is facing charges, not surprisingly, of attempted second-degree murder on a law enforcement officer, aggravated assault on a law enforcement officer, and discharging a firearm in public. In an interview with the Tampa Bay Times, this guy, Officer Reed, said that he wasn't surprised about his 2-day suspension.
And it doesn't matter. I don't even know why they asked this anymore. It doesn't, the provider doesn't matter.
He said,
just say
I knew there were
anything,
things that probably could have been done better.
And we're going to
tonight,
skip
all around
this.
from many different people on the team. Talk about an understatement. I knew there were things that probably could have been done better.
Go ahead and answer
Right,
those.
a guy shot at him, just setting those facts aside about whether that should have even happened in the first place or whether it did happen or whether it was justified. Just setting that aside. He shot at you, and it doesn't appear that they effectively shot him. They just shot each other. Hey, what do you mean things probably?
That's gotta be
there's
upstairs.
no
I'm like, what the hell?
All around. Yeah. Like
There's
no
3
shit.
phones in front of me, and
This
none
is
of them are
actually a
ringing.
really big problem, in my opinion. We see so many tragic cases happen sort of like this.
Thank you
where
for
police
answering.
officers just show up to some sort of gun call at a guy's house. They don't really even
actually
know
read it
who
too.
the guy is or what the specifics are. They don't have any information necessarily that
Yeah,
anyone's
most
in
of it's
imminent danger. They
you
just
know,
sort of
the
rush up to
regulations
the
don't
scene
change.
in silence, no blue lights going.
First shift is 5 a.m. to 3:30.
But
Second
usually
shift
that
is
ends up
3:30
hurting
p.m.
the
to
homeowner
2 a.m.
because
They're
they
10-hour
walk
shifts, so you work
outside
Monday
to
through
see,
Thursday.
whether there's a prowler out there, what the
3:30
noise
p.m.
is,
to 2
they
a.m.
end up getting shot by the police. Here, and I think it has happened before.
And yeah, there is no
in
food in
other
the
recent
lockers.
incidents.
There's a
where
place in the
the
break room for
police
that.
officers
No big
just
deal.
end up shooting each other
I kind of
and
assumed, I was
crossfire,
like-
friendly fire, because
There isn't a
they're
third shift.
acting with incompetence. In the end, however, there really can be no doubt that if police officers show up on a scene somewhere and they encounter somebody with a gun, then they're likely going to be justified in using deadly
All
force
right, well, everything
against
looks
that
good. So you understand
more
the uniform
interesting
though?
scenarios
Too?
are,
Plain white
the
T-shirt,
opposite,
jeans or
is
dicky
when
type
the
work pants are
homeowner
fine, and
is
then some
justified
kind
in
of safety
using
shoe or
deadly force
boot.
against government officials who
You do?
are coming onto his
When you want to get started,
property,
man?
for instance, without
as soon as
warrant
possible, really.
or other
Start tomorrow.
exigent circumstances
Okay.
or consent
First shift?
that could
No, I'm doing
justify
second
their,
shift.
their presence
No
in the
worries.
first place. But here, I think
Okay.
the takeaway is that you should
4,
never
11.
underestimate the incompetence of your
Group
government
Cool.
officials. Not only will they shoot you, but they will shoot each other in the process.
Second.
As always, thanks for watching. If you enjoy,
Do you know where their
looking at these
location
sorts of
is?
scenarios
Yeah.
and going
Okay.
through
Well, do you have any
criminal
questions?
law and looking
Not
at
really.
issues of
Do you have my card?
misconduct,
Nope, I'll take it
please
though.
subscribe. Not just
Like I
here,
said,
but also on the blog
use the
at
office number. If you call me on my cell,
Also
if
check
you're not
out
in my
the two
contacts, I'm
recent
not on the
videos
street.
that
So,
I did with the Institute for
and
Justice Lawyers.
and you can text the
Those,
office. It
were
comes to
very
my
well
phone anyway.
received, and I've
All
already
right.
heard that there was a huge
All right. If
wave
you
of
need anything,
information
if
that came in as a
you
result
gotta
of
ask
those
him. I'll
videos,
ask
and
you
the
now. Do you
Institute of
have an
Justice
app or
was
something
really
like that
happy
you want
with
your
that,
direct
and I'm really
deposits to go
happy
to,
with
or
it. I
Not
want to
currently.
again
I'm-
you want to use one of our pay cards then?
information
No?
in the
No.
description to,
I'm
if
gonna
you
go
care
to-
about
What I'll
these
do is I'll send you an
issues,
email
do
with the
something.
form. You just
You're
fill it
able
out.
to financially
And if
help
you don't get it in
the
time, if you don't get it done in
Institute
time,
of
I will
Justice. And
issue
if
you
don't
and
believe
just
me that
bring it
this
out for
would
you.
help, go to their
All right.
website at
Good luck, man. Nice meeting you.
ij.org and take a look at
If you need anything, though, if you
cases
forgot
that they're
to
working on
ask
right
me,
now
just give me a
and all the
shout.
wonderful work that they do. Remember, freedom is scary. Deal with it.
Have a warrant that you need to take care of on both cases.
Right, and I hear you saying that I need to take care of it, but I don't think I need to take care of it at all, because I plan on going to Phoenix here in February for the Waste Management Open, and the Phoenix cops don't care anything about these rascally little warrants.
Okay, well then that is up to them.
Right, right. So it doesn't look like these warrants is going to hinder me at all. How long have I had these warrants?
About 2 years.
So you're telling me I've been at large for 2 years? If I'm such a wanted man and you want me so much, why have you waited 2 years? No one has knocked on my door.
Okay.
I'm offended.
Okay,
I'm
giving you
offended.
options on how to.
I'm as wanted as anyone else. Why won't you come get me?
Please.
Huh?
It is your responsibility.
No. You're the one who put out the warrant. It's your responsibility to come get
Have
me.
a good day.
No,
Bye-bye.
you have to come get me. I'm a wanted man.
You never catch me, Shane. You never catch me,
I'm
Shane.
sorry.
So on the
Let me
evening
look.
of 4/20/2020, I was out
No, just
reporting
next there.
Tucson police.
Sorry.
It was myself, Tucson police suck, Tucson Lori, El Charro Negro Justice, Clash with Bow, and Pigs Under Pressure.
I
So we
remember.
were out recording Tucson police while they searched for some teen suspects that had allegedly stolen a golf cart and were joyriding it around the neighborhood when one of the officers started pointing his spotlight in our faces to blind us. We had been out recording the police all night, so they knew exactly who we were. They knew that we weren't the suspects they were looking for, but the officer just continued to shine his light in Bow's face, which was blinding him to the point where he couldn't even see where he was walking.
PDF. Welcome.
So Bao pulled out his own flashlight, shined it back at the officer, and it was Officer Peterson, who we've dealt with before. He's an absolute animal. He's totally out of control. Officer Peterson told Bao, turn your light off or I'm going to attack you. But they still had their light in Bao's face. So Bao shined a light at Officer Peterson, and Animal Peterson ran after Bao. Bao ran away.
and Peterson attacked him, tackled him, acted like an animal.
This is the dumbass that cornered me in the alley, right there. That's you. That's the one that cornered me in the alley. Just leave us alone. Nobody said anything to you. Shut the fuck up, dude. You need to turn yours off. He's over here shining this shit in our face. So am I, bitch.
Leave him alone. Leave him alone, motherfucker. Leave him alone. Hey. Leave him alone, motherfucker. Why'd you do that? You were warned. Why'd you beat me up? You were warned. Why'd you beat me up?
After attacking Bao, some of the other officers came in and helped dogpile him, including Officer Frank. After attacking Bao, Officer Frank turned his attention towards El Charro Negro Justice. Officer Frank had a grudge against El Charro because El Charro had recorded him on multiple scenes before, and Frank just doesn't like being recorded. Most criminals don't. Frank's adrenaline was up from the attack on Bao, so he starts approaching El Charro with a paintball gun pointed downwards and starts swinging the paintball gun up and hitting El Charro Negro Justice in the junk with the barrel of his paintball gun while telling him to get back. El Charro continues to move back while getting hit, but Frank just keeps pursuing and hitting him with the gun, so El Charro turns and starts running, and Frank pulls up the paintball gun full of pepper balls and starts shooting El Charro as he's running away, as he's being told to get back. So then Frank shoots El Charro with the paintball gun, chases after him, tackles him, beats him up.
Taking time, motherfucker.
Everybody backs up. You back up. You need to back up. You guys back up. Hey, you get your fucking hands off me. Back up. You get your fucking hands off me. Backs up. He's saying it's crazy.
I'm keeping my camera on him.
Keep the camera on. That's fine.
We already had a problem. You know I never fucking did anything to you guys till you started with that shit with me.
No. You pushing me?
Guys, you got a suspect to handle, man. An actual suspect with a victim. We weren't in your way. God damn, dude. You're shooting him with a fucking pepper gun.
Press it just gives an automatic
He's
signature.
shooting him with his gun.
Pretty good.
Balled him like 4 or 5 times.
All right, then we click next. I wouldn't answer that.
Nobody's gonna hurt you, just filming. Just watching you guys be violent thugs. Man, you guys, you had a suspect to deal with. You're gonna assault the camera people.
Hey, original suspect, you're free to run now.
You got a suspect and you're gonna fucking attack the news.
Yep.
You guys are animals. Later that night, Pigs Under Pressure gets arrested when he's yelling at the police. And so the police go and knock on one of the neighbors' doors and says, hey, can we arrest this guy for disturbing the peace? Is he disturbing your peace by yelling at us? And the neighbor says, yeah. So then they
just gotta put like slashes between the numbers.
The area because he knows that they're about to try to arrest him for some BS.
No.
So he starts taking off.
Just gotta be. I'll do it.
They call in a helicopter to chase down
Let me do it.
Pigs Under Pressure so that they can arrest him for allegedly yelling at the police too loud.
Bam. All right, we have a disclaimer. We'll get a written copy of this too. All right, now that you're in the system, I'm going to load it for you. You're going to log back in using the username you just created. All right, just give me a second. Pull you up. Load the forms.
You better stop.
I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. You shining lights in people's faces?
You shouldn't back that up. You should be coming up to Tucson now. You got a license. Oh, I can tell that.
It's a lot of resources.
Oh yeah, well they didn't even get the guy they came here for in the first place.
So you got
So what's worse, stealing a golf cart or videotaping? Gotta be videotaping.
and people are so wait. We've got a potential disturbing the peace. And so what do? We fly this helicopter over everybody's house.
Should I call 911 about disturbing the peace right now?
So we fly a helicopter over everybody's house.
Yep, it's just loaded now. Okay, you'll click on employee login now.
Hey, can I report
Is it over with, guys?
disturbing the peace?
Shh, be quiet. There's a helicopter. Wow. That helicopter is a lot louder than anything I've heard out here tonight.
GGN.
Man, you guys are. Hey, so what's I can't hear you. I honestly can't hear you. What did you say? Hold on. Wait until he goes back over.
One neighbor? Okay?
Me?
Not you.
Okay. Right. No, I don't have friends.
Another neighbor that comes out here.
I don't have friends.
You could potentially be arrested for this other
Potentially. Hey, don't threaten me, man. What about the helicopter? You could potentially. So this is the tyrant that said you could be arrested for shining a light. You could be arrested if somebody wakes up. You could be arrested. So the address there is going to be Croydon and Stafford. They arrested pigs under pressure. Yeah. We found pigs under pressure arrested in an alley where he gave up when they threatened to release a dog on him. So they got a pup in this car here. So El Charro Negro Justice, Clash with Bow, and Pigs Under Pressure, all three ended up picking up charges that night from Tucson police. El Charro and Pigs Under Pressure went to court and had their charges dismissed. Clash with Bow has dealt with the system enough that he knows it's just not legitimate, and he doesn't even care to play their game. He left Tucson
click on
and has
inDOCtriNATION.
spent the last 2 years continually calling the Tucson city courts and the Tucson
click on the
police
green button
and
that says
taunting
employee
them
start
about
review.
the fact that he never showed up to court
I'm
for
gonna
these
maximize
charges,
that for you.
that he's
Start
got
going through
warrants
these
out for
forms.
his
There's little
arrest.
boxes to check in the top and bottom.
they
I will
should
give you a
come and
written
get
copy of these as well.
Linda, how can I help you?
Hey Linda, I have a citation number I want to follow up on. I didn't know if you want to help me out.
Yeah, what's that number?
I just had it. 1741298. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, not unable to pull it up by that number. What's your last name? There we go. 2 cases with us. Let me have a look. One moment. So on the first case, it looks like you have a warrant for a fail to appear, and on the second case, it also looks like you have a warrant.
Yes. What kind of warrant is it? I'm trying to figure out, is it a statewide warrant or a county warrant?
Well, it's within the Tucson City Court, so you just have a warrant that you need to take care of on both cases.
Right, and I hear you saying that I need to take
Up
care of
here,
it, but
1 second, Charlie. I'm gonna fix it.
I don't think
For
I
some
need to
reason,
take
we
care
have
of it
to
at
have
all
Annie in
because
this.
I plan on
Do
going
you have an
to
apartment
Phoenix
number?
here in February for the Waste Management
Go ahead and put that
Open,
in.
and the
There
Phoenix
isn't,
cops
so
don't
yeah,
care
you just do
anything
the same
about
thing.
these
And
rascally little shitty ass warrants.
city, there you go.
Well, if you go out of state or anything like that, it could stop you for having a warrant.
It
Wife
could.
give
I'm
me
sorry. What
permission to
was
use
that?
it.
If I go out of state, it could stop me from having a warrant. Is that what you just said?
Well, like I said, if you go out of state, or even if Phoenix, if police officer pull you over, they will let you know that you have warrants with Tucson City Court.
Yeah, but there's no repercussions. They don't even care. They said I can enjoy my time at the Waste Management as long as I want.
Okay, that is up to you, but you know you
No.
have a
This is what
warrant,
they
so
said.
should be-
I called them yesterday because I plan on being in Phoenix. for the waste management open, and I told them I had these rascally warrants in Tucson, and they said, "Oh, it don't matter. We're not gonna. I mean, unless it's a statewide warrant." They said unless it's a statewide warrant or a county warrant, they're not even gonna bother. They're just gonna let me enjoy my time in Phoenix.
Okay, well, that is up to that company, but I could just tell you you have the warrant.
No, not the company. The Phoenix cops. I call the Phoenix pigs.
Okay, well, then that is up to them.
Right. So it doesn't look like these warrants is gonna hinder me at all.
Okay, well, then you have a good rest of the day, okay?
How long have I had these warrants?
Okay. Up here, we actually got to have, is it 9/3/2000?
Looks like October of 2020.
Looks like that's good. And then you just click
July of
there to sign.
So about 2 years.
And then say okay. And then check the first box in the gray box to say you did not use a translator. And then
That's
next.
when the warrants were issued.
So basically, I've been a fugitive for 2 years.
Here you go.
That's when the warrants were issued. Is there anything else I can help you with?
If I'm such a fugitive, why are you guys dragging ass to come get me? You guys need to rethink what you're doing.
Responsibility to take care of your
No. If I'm such a wanted man and you want me so much, why have you waited 2 fucking years? No one has knocked on my door.
Okay.
I'm offended.
Okay,
I'm offended.
Options on how to
I'm as wanted as anyone else. Why won't you come get me?
Please.
Huh?
It is your responsibility.
No. You're the one who put out the warrant. It's your responsibility to come get me.
Have a good day.
No, you have to come get me. I'm a wanted man. I should be came and gotten. You gotta stop dragging ass. You gotta come get me. I got warrants. It's been 2 years. It's been too long.
You never catch me, Shane. You never catch me, Shane.
She said right once.
I've done it with Mike Tyson.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I was thinking about. Yes. Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Mike Tyson goes, "Come to my house. We'll do the toad tomorrow.
Yes.
Oh, you'll love it. He'll crush you."
You got a prior engagement, Mike?
Yeah. I don't know.
I was a little intimidated by that.
Oh, I can imagine.
Mike Tyson's actually an intimidating person. He's not that tall, but you tell it's a solid muscle. Yeah. He gets out of this murdered out black Rolls Royce. He's like, "Had to take my mushrooms with me. I got toads at home."
That sounds like I've had literal nightmares that start that way.
Oh boy.
So here's something good news though. Mario Brothers just set a global opening weekend record for animated films.
Nice.
$377 million on a $100 million budget. And let's I think we have a clip actually from the film.
Oh, I got this. No problem.
You have 2 dependents? 1 child? Okay, so it automatically is going to do you on the federal form now. So what you'll do for that child, you'll put under this one. And step 3, put 2,000. And then hit tab twice.
All right. Do we have the Leguizamo?
Left-hand side, right in the middle there.
Okay, good. So we'll run the other one first. So here's
and then roll all the way down.
Thing. This is a good example of the disconnect between
step 5. Just click there to sign it, and then all the way to the bottom and next.
We have Pixar and Disney. Remember?
Right.
Here? Yeah, that took in
terrible one.
Gee,
I
guys.
believe it was $200 to make. Did it take in? How much did it take in globally?
$200 million. Yeah.
200. What did I say?
You said $200, which would have been.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Bring up overlay B, CNBC. $200 million to make, and how much did it make? It's domestic opening.
5.6 million.
That was its global opening.
Global opening weekend.
Global opening.
Global opening?
Yeah, not so good.
And Mario did 377 million.
Some would say that's more.
Oh my gosh!
Everybody knows it's going to be endless lecturing. That's why Top Gun did so well.
Yeah,
and they're not even right wing. They're just leave people alone and let them have a fantasy. That's why I can't watch anything on Netflix now. It's all brainwashing. Everybody knows that, but that's my same question. Why is Anheuser-Busch committing suicide? Why did Hollywood commit suicide? Why is the left doing this? Why are they like kamikazes?
Well, it's because of the ESG right score and because of the what's
Okay, with this one,
component of the ESG, the
yeah, you're new, so we'll just put today's date.
where it's basically about BlackRock, Vanguard, right? They're looking at these stocks and they're basically
And then
manipulating people into fitting their agenda. And it's not
you
about
and the
consuming,
child, you'll put
it's
a
about
2 here.
artificially manipulating the markets.
Because it's number of exemptions in the state, not by an amount. So then you put.
Right,
on their own vision.
So exactly, the banks
Damn,
weaponize
good.
the media like
So
a
where it says pending review, it just means it's where I have to do my portion. So you're good.
So they
You'll
don't mind
log you off, and you're good on good on the computer now.
the NFL, all these
Didn't
things.
get you the
is
last
to get
of
the
it. You did
agenda
the first part, didn't you? Yeah. You did
once the
those.
central bank digital currencies are in, and once they have those ESG systems in where everything is tied to your behavior, it's mark of the beast, total control. It's game over.
Yeah, and they don't need to do anything with soccer.
Well, this is
Because
the
it's
handbook.
there. So the Mario Brothers movie, though, by the way, this is a good example. It's not even necessarily anti-woke. It just shuns the idea of trying to be woke. So obviously the voice actor Chris Pratt is a known Christian. I believe he's more conservative. He said this. He said, "This is the soundtrack to your youth. You don't want someone to come along and cynically destroy it. I fully understand that. You do not want that to happen." And by the way, critics did not like the movie. You can look at the contrast. Critics said 56%, whereas the audience is 96%. Let's read a quote here from a critic. Said, "It's a fan service above all else, regressively so." Eric Martin, structuring a threadbare story around iconography linked to source material just isn't enough. It's a video game, and by the way, it's not even a video game with a real story when you go back to it. Okay,
a series of books
it was
about Mario and Luigi. I don't think.
I mean, can you have 2 hours of sorry Mario, the princess is another castle? Oh shit! What are you gonna do? Like it's just.
In fact, that's more the reason they're starting to develop a story on a clean slate. It makes it very interesting. In fact, I'm going to go take my daughter to it. She's 6. I'm going to check it out because everybody knows that Pratt is not even really a conservative, but he's not a communist. So people also go because they know that, and it shows what people are hungry for.
No, you're absolutely right, and I think real.
I don't know you, and I don't know her. To say that doesn't mean I have to do what you're telling me to do. No, I don't have to do what you say. I'm not here after it's their choice. Not our choice. That's their choice. Hold on.
No, I didn't say anything.
Well, yeah, well, different types of food products and stuff like that, and then stacking it. And eventually, you can move on to like machine operator and stuff like that of the lines and stuff like that.
In America, we have the freedom of speech, the freedom of press, and the right to assemble. These are some of the most fundamental rights we enjoy. They are enshrined in our Constitution and are the bedrock of our democracy. But what happens when those rights are threatened?
You can have them in the building. You just can't take it out of your pocket while you're working. Yeah, well, it's pretty. I mean, it's yeah. That's why we do this. This way, someone can't say, "Hey, you didn't tell me." It's like, well, you actually signed the rules, and we gave you a copy of them too. Yeah, I've been doing this a while, so I know the loopholes, and believe me, they're pretty lenient as long as you don't pull it out while you're working. They ain't gonna mess with you about it.
Violation of my First Amendment rights, but instead, I was met with hostility and ignorance. And lastly, you'll hear the audio from when I reached out to Amber Mathewson, the library director, hoping to find a solution, hoping to find someone who would stand up for my rights. But instead, I was met with the same stubborn refusal to acknowledge my rights. It shouldn't be this hard to exercise our rights. It shouldn't be this hard to film in public spaces, to speak our minds, to assemble peacefully. But when our rights are threatened, we must stand up for them. We must fight for them, because if we don't, we risk losing them forever.
Why does every library have a Hovis law? Say, didn't you hit a recent library? I don't know. Yeah, I think they did right.
You guys know this real better than we do. So.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
How do you recognize me? You seen my video?
I probably got them all ready for you.
This is a building that we paid for. It's a county building. You don't even live here. My suspension letter?
I live here, and actually, we are allowed to film all the people in here. And yeah, well, we're going to go outside, and I'm going to sit outside, and I'm going to film all the patrons as they come and go. So I'll do that.
You're gonna have to call the police if you refuse to stop doing that. Okay.
Well, no, I'm not outside in the public. Do you have anything that says that?
You would have to vacate and be out on the street on county property.
Do you have anything that says that?
I do have the Arizona Revised Statute.
Cool.
Okay, room's up, guys. Joe, Matt, Anna in here. Boss, get in.
Thank you. You probably shouldn't use 911. That's for an emergency. You should probably just call the regular line.
Suspended for filming in a public building? You know that law applies to you guys?
We haven't even filmed anybody but the front desk.
As a public station at 10931 East Marion Way. I have a patron who's refusing to leave who's been suspended and they are trespassing, and if we could get some help, that would be great. Tucson, Arizona.
You know that it's illegal for you to be here.
This is the Gibson Esmond Station Library of the Pima County Public Libraries. That's here. Sure, thank you.
So I've been trespassing on all libraries? Yes, you have. Okay, you know what, actually? So you guys are creation testing social.
If you want to see it that way, you feel like that's just the waste our resources.
So, quick question. None of us actually have filmed any of the customers that have come in. And then the other thing I wanted to go over with you, the ARS, if you look right here, this says disclosing any record or information about the person's use. That is actually for the people who are in charge of that information. That would
Yes,
be
and if you
you.
continue on to the revised statute, it also says any person who knowingly discloses a record or information, which information includes them being interned.
Well, disclosing it would
You
be.
can film us if you want to, but you
Sure.
cannot film any other patrons.
Well, and we
And
haven't.
threatening to sit outside and film
That's
our
not threatening.
patrons.
That's telling you that I'm just going to exercise my right and sit
You cannot
outside.
sit outside and film the patrons and still have them be private here.
But this is a public library.
It is
So that's why
still
I'm
private,
confused.
and their privacy is protected under that statute.
Yeah, but this statute says any person knowingly discloses the information. We're not knowingly
Are
disclosing
you
any
planning to
information.
film us and then put it up on YouTube?
Where you work for the public.
Us is fine.
Yeah, yeah.
The patrons is not.
Oh, no, we don't usually do that. Most of them get blurred out. We're just here for our public officials to
You
film
can
them in the
film
course
us,
of their duties.
that's fine,
Okay.
but
We
you
keep saying
cannot
that.
sit outside and film the patrons, which is what you're telling me you're going to do.
Well, I can. So what happens if I have a dash cam on my car? Lots of people have dash cams on their
Right.
cars. They can't sit in the parking lot. So it's very weird. And we're not here with any ill intent. You don't need to be nervous or anything like
I'm
that.
not nervous, I'm angry.
You see, why would you be angry?
Because you guys are sitting here filming me,
But you
knowing
just
you're
said it
trying
was-
to upset me.
No. You said it was okay.
You can film us.
Okay.
That's fine.
Come in very peacefully. Before I'll be out, I would have been out of here.
You're not very peaceful. You disturbed the entire library.
Disturbing the library? By filming?
You can film us.
Was I loud?
Threatening to film a patron is not true.
Ma'am,
There are people, and you just did.
exercise.
Yeah, there are.
Exercise.
That is a patron. Please do not film her. She has a right to privacy. Sir. Yes, she has a right to privacy.
She's with us. So she's not a patron. What was your name? Sir? Oh, no, I couldn't see your badge. But I was just going to say thank you for respecting our rights.
Yeah. I don't want to be on your camera.
I put it down to the ground for you, ma'am. But yeah, most of this revised statute is for the people, just like HIPAA laws. So the
It
people who
also
are,
includes you as being in this building. This patron has a right to privacy. You were
I am
infringing
not.
on her right
No,
to
I'm
privacy.
not. How am I doing that?
As
The
long as you're
camera's
not.
pointed to the window. See,
Currently.
you're trying to escalate a situation,
Currently it
and you're
is.
actually being dishonest in what you're saying.
Currently it is. It was not always.
Okay. All right.
And this man is already filming her.
Why is it?
You need to not have her on camera, please.
I'm gonna go sit up. I'm gonna go stand out filming. Yeah, let's go.
Look in the back there.
She's creating a disturbance by saying that. So she's trying to disturb you and upset you, ma'am, which is inappropriate. You shouldn't try and disturb people. See, now they're all gone. You're just trying to make a disturbance. So you're actually the one that's you're creating the disturbance at this point, ma'am.
All the libraries are like this.
It's crazy.
That's crazy. This is what we want to do in local libraries.
Yeah.
One of them.
Hello. You don't mind people outside filming, do you? No.
What?
Just the world as it happens. Okay. That's a TPD. TPD showing up. TPD in the house. I'm gonna stand here and let them talk to you. See what you got. I do. Do you want it? Hey, how's it going? Not much.
We decided to call you for a camera. They said I can't film.
Have a nice day. Big time.
We got done with the rest. You didn't even want me to film them talking.
No. Oh, I know. Well, I'll just have to get the body cam.
You got a body cam?
Yeah, he's got a body cam. Ask him if it's on. I'm sure he turned it on as soon as he came up. I'm so used to having my hands in my pockets, and they hate that shit.
I've seen that.
Well, I got a lot of hate on that one, man. Fuck, it got like, yeah, crazy. Hello. You don't mind us filming outside, do you? Oh, no. Oh, great. Oh, yeah. Just curious. Code of conduct says you need to ask for permission. Hello. You don't mind people filming outside, do you?
No, I'm just returning the book.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm just filming the world as it happens. That's all.
Impact Employment. I'm speaking. How can I help you? Yeah, they have told me that I can't send your name over anymore because every time we've tried to get you started. So. I got you, man. It just all right. I'll let them know that that's the situation now, and maybe they'll reconsider.
Super friendly, huh? I turned it on when he came up. Yeah, for sure. But he's coming back out? Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll let Carrie know, and if she says it's okay, I'll reach back out to you. No problem.
Tyrant City.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So you'd be able to get over from IHOP to over to the plant by 3:30?
This haven't even got a show.
Okay. Okay.
No, we'll see.
All right.
We'll see what they say.
All right. Okay. Okay. You too. Bye.
Good, hanging in there. How's your day?
Started.
Yeah.
What's that? My badge number is 102542. Name is Boston.
Which one?
I kind of skimmed through.
No worries. So those last two, that one's going to be either, and this one's actually going to be both. Okay. Put your initials next to the one that you.
So they're just checking out some paperwork to see if we're served order of protection. That's I don't know. That's them, right? Don't know.
But just out of curiosity, if you took an oath to
Next to the one, never mind.
uphold people's rights, it would almost be, in my eyes, that you would be standing here next to me, letting them know, hey, I've taken an oath to the Constitution, and these guys are just exercising their rights.
I'm sorry?
I'm here to defend
that is
the
for
rights
you.
for these gentlemen that are here.
What shift were you
peacefully
interested in?
I don't know you, I don't know you, and I don't know her.
Sure. But I'm just saying, well, I'm not.
That's why we have to do a police investigation.
You already have steel toes?
Talk to them. We'll talk to you.
Okay.
But, I mean, is that something that you would be willing to do if you found out somebody was just easily? I'm not saying that you have to do what I say. I'm just asking you, is that something that you would do to honor your oath, to stand besides the people and protect their rights?
All right.
Really?
If
you're not there to uphold rights or
you know what
nothing?
the location is? Okay, on the back of that handbook.
Okay, fair enough.
The underlined address on top,
About trespassing.
right there.
Okay, we're gonna figure that out.
It's not far from here. It's just right on Telegraph, just south of here. Okay. All right. Well, good luck.
Out of curiosity,
What
on
about direct?
trespassing,
You have
what are the reasons that they could trespass somebody from a public space?
Okay.
I mean, if you're here doing the investigation, you should be able to, because it's different than a
I'll send you a form anyway if you want.
But if you're not creating a disturbance, how is that on a public space?
It's their choice, not our choice. It's their choice.
If you start tomorrow,
No, I didn't say anything.
next Friday,
So it's
and
their
every
choice,
Friday
not
after that.
mine. Okay, so representative from
You come up with any questions? Did you get one of my cards?
or they can serve you an order of protection.
Yeah,
Well,
don't
they
use the
can't
cell phone
trespass you from a public space.
contacts. I'm not
Because
going
we weren't doing anything illegal.
That's the office number as well.
Sure
If
it
you don't
does.
commit a crime or anything, doesn't mean I can't trespass you. or them.
Absolutely. So if I go in there and blow my
Tell me
note,
in the law where it says that.
you tell me where
No, you're asking me. You tell me in the law where it says that.
it doesn't say that anywhere, that you can trespass somebody from a public
Show
space.
me.
Well, no need to get aggressive.
I'm not getting aggressive.
You
I'm
seems
saying
like
show
it.
me.
No, what I'm saying is you can't trespass somebody from a public space unless they're creating a disturbance. Because it's a public space and it's open to the people, everybody to share the library
But
equally.
I'm asking you, why can't you do that?
Because they have no right to. They don't have the
So
authority.
you're telling me that a person that works at this facility, that
This
is-
public facility.
it's a public
yeah.
facility, that doesn't mean you can't be trespassed.
Well, no, if you created a disturbance or you were making
You don't
noise
have to create a disturbance to be trespassed.
from a public space, you do.
You do not.
Absolutely.
You don't.
Why would you say that?
Why would I say that? Because it doesn't say it in the
That would mean that the cops could just come rip out people that they didn't like, or somebody said, I don't like.
If somebody says from that facility that they don't want you in there for any reason, they can do that.
So if I was wearing a green shirt and they said, I don't like the guy wearing a green shirt, I want you to
If that's the
trespass
reason
him.
why, we could ask you civilly. We could ask you and say, hey,
But you think that would be appropriate to, if they said, we don't like this guy wearing a green shirt, we want him trespassed, you would come in and trespass. Well, you're saying, well, you're the one.
But what I'm saying,
You're the one enforcing the
listen,
laws, so that's what I'm
But it
saying.
doesn't matter what I believe in or my opinion. It matters to when someone
No, it's the
calls,
law.
No, stop. It matters what they say and they ask. So if someone calls 911 and says, "Hey, we have a guy here trespassing on the property," doesn't matter what color shirt.
Yeah, but there's no trespassing in a public space.
That's why we have to do an investigation,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Are you going to allow us to do the investigation so we can tell you whether or not you've been trespassing?
Well, I haven't stopped you from doing anything.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you're asking lots of questions.
Yeah,
that you
well,
don't really
of
have
course.
answers to.
Gotcha.
Other than if someone calls and says, "Hey, these guys are trespassing on the property," that doesn't mean you are.
Sure.
Right.
Okay. Well, that's
Doesn't mean that you are.
that's what I was trying to get out. That
All
it's
it
just
means
because they
is that
called.
we have to come and say, "Hey, who are you? Who are you? Can we find out if they are trespassed?" So we have to do due diligence and say, "Okay, do we have documentation in the computer to show that you're trespassed, right? Or do they have documentation showing they have a piece of paper saying that you've been trespassed?" If that's what we can do, we can do. If we can establish that, we can. But if we can't, then obviously you guys wouldn't be trespassed, and you guys would. But they would be asking you to leave. Yeah, which they can legally do.
Well, if we're creating a disturbance, they could.
Sir, listen to me.
Yeah.
Just because you think that you're not creating disturbance doesn't mean that they can't trespass you or ask you to leave.
From a public space.
Absolutely.
You can't trespass somebody from a public space unless they're committing some kind of disturbance. It's the law. The law doesn't say you can just trespass.
Well, here's the thing. You can say, and I can say, that you can say the law says,
Moron.
but if you don't show me,
think
if you
about it this
you
way.
don't tell me, because what I am telling you is that a judge, a magistrate,
Mhm.
supreme person of the
These are the
land
guys
and
that-
the law
Yeah.
can say, I'm going to trespass this person by writing. They can do that, right?
Destroyed.
No, from a
Why?
court. From a
No,
court.
well, that from a court order.
Not anywhere.
Why?
Because it's a public space. That would be what I was going to say is.
Hold on now.
So if I went down to the police station
Hold on now.
and I'm standing there in the police station out front and I'm filming, any one of your police officers can't come out and just say, "Hey, you're trespassed and leave."
I don't even need to talk to you, right?
Well, you're right, but that's what I'm saying is you don't have the authority to do that because it's a public space and it's open for anyone to the
Yeah,
public
but-
to attend and go to.
So it sounds like, and I don't even have any of the details because the only people I've talked to are you guys.
Sure.
Right? I don't know your guys' names. You know mine, but I don't know yours. I'm not going to ask you because I don't need to.
My name's Mark.
Not yet, right?
Well, you can't ask me for, or you can, but I don't have.
I
to
can
give it
ask
to
your name, but you don't have to give it to me.
Yeah, but my
I
name's
know
Mark.
that.
It's fair.
And what you just heard right there is Ossifer John Osted, the senior government agent on site, stripping himself of his qualified immunity, telling us he knows he can't ID us.
Enough.
Fine,
I mean,
John, that's fine.
I'm not afraid.
I'm not trying to. We're not trying to arrest anybody. We're just trying to do investigations. That's all we're trying to do.
Yeah, that's fair.
And if they've established that they've got paperwork, sure, by all means.
Now, when you say that paperwork, my question is.
here before. It's the first time.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I don't know who you are. Right.
I just come in here the first time.
Sure.
And they're gonna just serve me with a trespass paper?
Well, the only thing that I know is what they said, and they said that you've been to other libraries.
Yeah,
which means that you can be trespassed from all public libraries in the city of Tucson.
He would have to be notified
Yeah.
by
By
law
writing.
enforcement.
By writing,
No, well,
by
Yeah.
writing,
The
by a
argument
by a
is- I mean, it
magistrate,
does
by
make the
us,
Catholics
or
stupid,
by
but they don't
somebody
look
that
very,
from
very
the court
smart.
saying that
I mean,
Yeah, but not this lady can't say I'm
Well, he
serving
can't.
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tell him he's-
Okay, that
Yeah,
that
no,
seemed
you're
a
right
little
about
bit
that.
strange.
Yeah.
One more question.
They'd be probably getting handcuffed and beaten.
Sir, I don't
You're
know.
gonna get trespassed.
And then I talked to that lady about. I talked to that lady about.
Oh, I know that. I'm not saying you can't
come
film in
peacefully.
there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying what they say. That's
Sure.
not what I
You don't
say. It's
know.
not my
That's the
opinion.
best
Well, and
thing
I
he
talked to
said
her.
all
I said, "What happens if I sit in my car and I have my dash cam running she said that I'm violating the policy.
If they have a policy in place, which they might have a policy, I'd have to ask.
Yeah. We got it right here. Do you want to see it?
Yeah, bro.
And actually, it gives us an opportunity to talk to everybody.
And this don't really trump the Constitution on top of that.
Well, I think it's just
where does it show? Where does it show that?
So here's where it talks about that you can't. Well, that's what they're saying. You can't film other people in there.
Library staff, volunteers.
Sure.
Filming or photographing any visitor without asking. Well, yeah, I mean, if they have a policy for it, then they can enforce the policy.
Well, what I'm saying is what this leads into, because right here it says without asking that visitor's permission.
Sure.
So that means that I now can engage every customer
if you want to.
And you know what I'm. But that's even a little bit more of a disturbance when people are just sitting back. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, yeah.
And so as anybody's walked out here, we told them we were filming the world as it happens. Do they mind? They say no. So now you're actually forcing people to engage with the other patrons by having this code of conduct. You know what I mean?
All I'm saying is that sounds like that's what their policy is.
Yeah, and then this one here, I don't know if you've known or looked at this statue.
They tried to throw me as another library.
So this is a ARS, but basically that's for a dissemination of information, and that's information that they're
from them.
Yes, that they're in charge of, not anything to do with us. But they keep trying to throw that, and that's how they've tried to kick them out, saying that this is an ARS statute that says that you can't.
I haven't read this before.
Well,
I've never enforced this before.
It's almost like if we went into a health department and they said, "Oh, you're violating HIPAA."
Sure.
It's actually them on their onus to keep that information secret.
Personal information.
Yeah, and that's what it says right there. Is people's. We're not getting any records. We're not getting any records of.
They said we can't film the people.
It sounds like people. Yeah, and if that's part of their policy, I mean, they could ask you to leave.
Yeah,
right?
but that doesn't trump my rights. That's the main.
And that's what we were talking about. You coming here and fighting for our rights and saying, "Hey,
well, I'm
these
not
guys
saying that I won't, but remember, I still have a job to do.
Absolutely.
Just like I'm an American citizen, just like you are. If I was not in this uniform, obviously I could have my own opinion.
Sure.
I could have my own things that I want to do. And just because you ask me questions or want me to uphold something that you're asking me to do, doesn't necessarily mean I have to stand next. I'm not saying that I won't. I'm just saying that's my choice.
That was a figure of speech, but it's more like when the cops come, they're like on other people's side.
You see me standing.
No, you're
there
neutral.
talking,
No, you've been neutral, and it's cool. Yeah, for sure.
That's it. We're just here doing this. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
We obviously have a job to do. Let me check in with him.
Yeah,
sure. Go for it.
I'll just be right back.
All right. I kind of got to go, but I want his name and badge number and try to get it, but he pretty ignored me.
No, I'll go get it.
Thank you, man. Hey, I appreciate
it.
Kind of ended up being kind of cool in the end, but he's still not cool. I don't like the way he came at us first.
Well,
the other guy just hired.
Here's where we get the good cop, bad cop going on. He started to be the good cop, and then this guy will come out and get aggressive and say, "You guys are trespassed. You need to leave. Let me see some ID." I can see the chain of events happening.
Hi, this is Norm Impact Employment. I was trying to reach Ryan. Hey, I thought we had you scheduled to start today.
Hello.
I wonder if I tell him right now.
Yeah.
All right, you guys have a nice day. See if I'm detained.
So are we going to be able to do it tomorrow, or we're just not interested anymore? This isn't Ryan? Is this Ryan? Okay, so you have no clue?
Oh shit! I gotta get that guy. I was supposed to give that guy my address.
I'm just going to mark you down as
We're not detained, right? You're not detaining us, right? I'm being detained?
Good
For
luck
what?
with your job search.
What are you detaining me for? Oh, we're allowed to leave. I'm ready to leave. You have to give. Yeah, you need to give us an opportunity. Well, you need to give us an opportunity to leave if we're
you gotta give us
trespassing.
a warning.
No.
Yeah.
No, we have some paperwork to give you guys. So
Yeah, but I don't.
That's a warning, right?
No, it's not a warning. It's not. Okay.
Mhm.
What do you
So
mean?
we're gonna talk to you guys about
Sure.
it. Okay. See, he's obviously talked to the people in
All right.
So listen.
Well, I'm not willing to give you my ID unless you're it's.
And this is where the senior ossifer has a legal obligation to step in to tell his subordinate that he cannot ID us under the threat of arrest. So, John Osted, welcome to the lawsuit.
unless it's under a threat of arrest, because as trespassing, I'm allowed to leave. I've never been to this site in my life, and you have to give me the opportunity to leave if I'm trespassing. You need to say, hey, you're
Based on my
trespassing. Time to leave.
investigation, you had plenty of opportunity to leave. You didn't. You're still on.
Nobody asked me to. Nobody asked me to leave.
Okay. So here's the thing.
Like I said,
I'm conducting an investigation.
I told you under threat of arrest. I'll give you my ID. It's in the car.
Keep talking over me. Okay. I'm conducting a criminal investigation. I'm a peace officer in the state of Arizona.
Sure.
You are required by law to give me your first and last name, your date of birth, okay, and identify yourself. Same as you, same as her. Once I do that,
Can I commit a crime though?
trespassing. Trespassing.
You have to give a warning. I haven't even been to
Under
the
threat
thing.
of arrest, I'll give
You know, I just
absolutely. When I'm conducting a criminal investigation, it is 100%.
Sure, no need to
under threat of arrest.
no need to escalate.
Okay.
I mean, let's de-escalate.
So
Yeah.
IDs,
Sure.
because we got stuff to do.
I'll give you my name.
Let's go.
Doctor, real quick.
Stand over here for me.
That's fine. So it's not in our general orders for you to. You can ask for a supervisor, but we are not required to call. I'm a lead police officer here.
Was this a sergeant? Was somebody higher power than you? Because I didn't commit a
Well, can I explain? Can I explain? So this sounds like from what they wrote on here, and you can have this because this is going to be yours. It says date 3/1 of 2023 at 1 p.m. So this sounds like it was 9 days ago. Listen. I don't know. I wasn't here. All I'm doing is serving this to you because they want you to trespass from the facility. But listen, I wasn't here. I don't know any of that. All I'm saying is what this says, right? Only this paper.
Is your body cam on?
Absolutely.
Okay. Good.
I'm just reading what this says. I'm not reading what I say.
Sure, no.
I didn't talk to them. So this says that I guess customer was filming other customers in the branch when asked by library staff to cease filming other customers. The customer would not honor the request. The request to cease filming customers was made several times, and opportunities to stop filming and leave the premises were given. Other customers being filmed, including children, were visibly uncomfortable being filmed. And
I'm just going to put you on notice that if you're trespassing me and you're getting my information, I will be filing a lawsuit. All right?
Also filming paper in the building at the same time. This is what they wrote. This is not what I wrote. Which they can ask.
And so, how are you deeming me trespass?
You're gonna have to take this.
Because they told you to leave and you didn't leave.
They didn't ask me to leave.
Okay, well that's what they're telling me.
Where were we at? I just gave it to you. Did you see us inside when you were here?
All right.
Sir?
I'm not trying to do it.
Did you get his information?
No, so yeah, I'm just asking for your.
Are you
ID.
going to arrest me if I don't give you my information? Absolutely, you're arrested.
And here we have further confirmation of Osted knowingly violating our rights.
Yes, I gotta give you my information. Can I get your information, name and badge number, man?
Okay, we'll do it in a second.
No, you want my name and badge number? Let me get your name. I mean, my name. Let me get your name and badge number.
Sure, I'll give it to you on a ticket if you want.
No, why can't you just pronounce it, sir?
Okay, we'll deal with that in a second. Give me your information. We'll give it a timer, buddy.
So information for information.
On the trespassing laws, are you aware of the trespassing laws where somebody says you have to leave?
I'm done
and they
talking
get
to you. I'm done talking to you. Give them your information, then you guys are free to leave after we're done here. Okay?
JOEL.
There's no need to get so.
It is Joey Surreal, Cam.
You call it aggressive, I call it short on time, bud.
Well, short on time. I mean, is it?
Don't get your feelings hurt so easy.
My feelings aren't hurt. You seem
Apparently they are.
aggressive.
You
No,
call
no,
me
no.
aggressive.
You are
I'm just short on
aggressive.
time, bro.
On time, where are you headed?
There ain't nothing aggressive.
Well,
Other calls, more
you seem
important stuff to
aggressive.
do.
You seem aggressive.
Okay. Well, that's up to you, bro. I'm sorry your feelings get hurt.
Yeah, and then you violated my rights by forcing me to identify.
Take it to court.
I'm going to.
Here in Tucson, it's pretty clear they make the supervisor a complete idiot and the subordinate the aggressor.
Most people don't follow through. I'm going to follow
So
through.
you're willing to put my
Yeah?
info on there?
Okay.
I can handle your public
I'm just
service.
saying. So your name is Joel.
The only reason you guys aren't being arrested.
52 of 80?
Yeah,
I'm just saying. It's
We're in a
It's equal.
public
It's
space,
equal.
sir.
It's not your public service.
We can be in the parking lot as long as I want to be. They can't. How can they trespass us from a public space?
No.
How can they trespass us from a public
Yeah,
space?
it's
Yeah.
still.
Yeah.
Do
He's
they
trying-
want us
he's
to
trying to
write
dox him.
info on here? And then do they get this?
Just do it on camera.
I already did, but do they
Are you
get
live?
this?
No, not right.
Oh.
Okay.
I gave her copy. He doesn't have a copy yet.
Yeah,
We'll
we
get
just
him
got
a
it
copy.
right.
But either way, we're telling them, so it's gonna be in our computer system now.
Sure. So make sure you write down your name and badge number. I need it for the record, man.
You just tell it to me. You
Yeah.
don't pen and paper.
Yeah, you can tell it to me. I need it for the lawsuit.
So here,
I need that.
So you can obviously appeal it. I don't know how the appeal goes, but it sounds like you'd have to go to the Pima County Library at 101 North Stone here. And
We'll
take
be there.
calendars.
We'll be there on
And
Monday.
you guys can absolutely do that. We'll give you.
We'll be there on Monday.
We'll give you a case number and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
this
Sure,
isn't over,
absolutely.
guys. You guys just trash.
You
our
can't do
civil
that.
rights.
You
trash.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely trash.
Well,
you guys just violated our Fourth
I
Amendment
don't
without
think so.
committing a crime.
Yeah.
With yeah, you
So what did I do? What did I do wrong that got me trespassed?
Well, remember, this
Exactly.
is something that they said, not we said.
It doesn't matter.
I
what
know,
you
but
say.
you're
They're
following.
not
What
the
did they
law.
say that I did?
Well, I don't know because I wasn't talking to him. This guy knows, but I read him his, not yours.
Now you're playing.
No, I'm not.
Well, I don't have one of those.
Right, we're gonna get you one
For what?
because they want to trespass you from your property.
For what?
For it sounds like the photography.
But
and all
just
those kind of
because they
Yeah, but
said
it says
that,
you
that's
can
not
film
a
it.
crime.
Listen, it doesn't.
Where's
matter
that
to
code
me.
of conduct?
Doesn't mean it's
Where's the
you're
code?
not.
Where's the
It
code?
doesn't mean a crime or not.
Where's
What
the
I'm
code of
trying to do is
conduct?
I'm trying to give you
You're
this
supposed to be
because this is going to be
protecting me.
yours. This
I
is going
get
to be
it.
yours. Down for you, and I'll give you the case number that you can reference to. And then, like I said, you can appeal this if you want
Man,
to.
listen, bro, you guys just trash the shit out of our rights. You guys are supposed
No,
to be protecting
I
us, bro.
don't think so.
Look what it says right here. Code of conduct.
There it is.
It says that you
It
can
says the same thing on
you
here.
can film the public employees.
Yeah.
Does it say that on there?
On this one.
Yeah.
They said I
You
can't
said it
film
says the same
people on
thing.
the Patreon.
It looks like it says the same thing right here. Yeah.
Can you film the public employees in there?
Well, it sounds like you have to ask permission.
Well, no, we don't.
You
The
don't?
What
permission
does it
is
say
for
right there?
that says for other
What does it say right
patrons,
here?
other customers.
Okay. Well, if they're feeling uncomfortable, they can actually ask you to leave.
No, you're not the feelings police.
Well, you don't have to tell me that though.
Well,
Just
I
'cause I'm
feel
not the
I feel
feelings-
uncomfortable.
Okay.
So-
So if you feel uncomfortable, that's your choice, right?
Well, you should
What if I
cite
feel
them. You
uncomfortable?
should
What
cite
does that
them.
give me?
You
If I
should
feel-
cite them.
What I'm asking you is, what if
Well,
I
you
feel
can't be a
uncomfortable?
victim of disorderly conduct
can't?
because you're
Are
a
you
public
sure?
servant. Yes,
Are you
only in
sure?
your capacity
Are you
outside of work.
sure?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't be a victim of disorderly conduct.
Wow.
Okay,
So-
you have your own opinion.
So I feel disturbed by them. Can you go and she was creating a disturbance, so maybe disorderly
This is
conduct
where
would
they
be
work. You don't work.
But they work for
what
us.
we pay
They
for
don't
this.
work for that.
No,
Yes, we do.
Well, I pay for it too. I pay
No, you
taxes.
don't. You
No, you
can't
don't.
pay
You're
tax dollars with
welfare
tax dollars.
recipient. That's what you are.
Yeah.
I pay housing tax. I know what it is.
No, you don't. The
Absolutely.
revenue you generate is all comes from tax
Look, listen,
dollars.
I'm not going to argue with either one of you
You're
guys.
right,
you guys
bro.
obviously are First Amendment auditors, and I
Yeah, we
understand
are.
that,
Yeah.
okay? And you have every right to do any
No,
of that.
we don't. You're actually
you guys
violating
are
our
violating
rights,
our
dude.
rights, not.
Yes,
know
you
how I
are.
just gonna look at my
Absolutely.
platform?
Absolutely.
I got a big platform.
Tucson is the worst. You know that, right?
That's fine.
Tucson is the
We can-
worst.
We're
This
recording
is why
just
we
like
do
you
this,
are.
man.
That's
To see if you
fine.
guys can educate when stuff like this happens.
Okay, listen. All we're
You know what I
doing is
mean?
serving this.
You're
Shouldn't
Yeah, man,
No,
we're
all
playing.
you're doing, all you're
And you
doing
guys
is
can go to the court or to
all
the
you're
Pima
doing
County
is being
Library
feelings
on
police.
Stone.
You're being the feelings
Nobody's being
police.
feelings police.
Sure, they are. We haven't trespassed.
Well, I'm sorry.
I haven't trespassed.
Okay, well, he's getting ready to get your trespass from them.
Well,
Okay?
just
I
because you
wasn't given that.
just because you guys go ahead and trespass us doesn't mean it's legal.
It is.
No, it's not.
So now you can't come back because we're gonna place that in the system.
Oh yeah.
Showing
I
that
know.
you're trespassing.
Oh yeah,
here.
yeah.
So
Well, we
you
know.
can come back here and we can arrest you.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Okay.
So what location is this have to do with?
What location? It sounds like it has to do with every location.
Every location, every library. You're kicking me out of every library. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because you're kicking me out, not them. Because
We are
you're
doing it.
yeah.
'cause they asked us to.
Yeah.
So they run the law here in the library.
We have policies.
Policies don't trump
Policy, yeah,
rights.
you can't in a public space
There's
unless
still policies that we can
So
enforce.
we're just gonna go ahead and trash the Constitution.
Well,
that you swore oath to.
well, listen here.
Joey got out of this arrest, but he got
Am I
you
arrested?
you
Pulled up in
violated my
Miami.
Fourth Amendment
I-
rights by forcing me to
No,
identify.
I- I-
You
I-
violated my Fourth Amendment rights.
That's not it.
I have a constitutional
you a
right to be
question. Did I
secure in my
arrest
personal.
you? Or trespass.
You're not allowed to. You have to ask us and
can't.
give us the
You
honor
know
to
what?
opportunity to
No.
leave. That's the way
Sounds like
trespassing
they've
laws
already
work.
done this once before.
I have never
This is
been.
the
I'm not
first
going to argue
time.
with anybody.
No, this
I'm really
not.
not going to argue.
No, this not.
All
I
we're
have it
doing is
all
giving you
on
this, and you guys are going to have to leave.
Okay, that's fine. Are we still detained?
Okay? Yes, you are. We're trying to get the case number. He's trying to pull it up.
He snatched your ID too? All right, this is gonna look awesome for you guys at the park.
That's fine.
No, I know you don't.
It isn't
you don't
fine.
care. It's not
This is the whole reason people are doing this, and more people are
Well, you
doing
guys
it
act like we're
because
treating
people.
you impartially. And
You are absolutely. You violated my Fourth Amendment rights.
Don't start yet.
But you violated my Fourth Amendment rights by forcing. Yes, you did. You forced me to identify. You violated my Fourth Amendment rights. I mean, I'm sure
what you think.
I'm sure you go home on the weekend with your buddies and talk about how you're a patriot and a constitutionalist, and you're out here violating our Fourth Amendment rights, forcing me to identify. Can you recite the Fourth Amendment?
I don't have to.
You don't know it.
But you took an oath to it. But you took an oath to it.
I'm not required to recite that.
That's what's the problem.
So if you think that, I'm not required to do that.
You're not. I'm not saying you're required to. I'm just asking you if you could.
No, I can't.
Okay, well,
there's that. I can't.
Everybody is to be secure in their
So
houses,
because you
purses,
say that on your
papers, and
camera,
effects.
because you think I have to or should know all of it. No, the only thing I have to do
You
is
should know the
no,
important
listen.
ones.
I have to know how to find it and read it and understand it. I don't
Well,
have to.
that's
know
what
how
I'm
to
asking you.
recite it.
But that's what I would ask you to do before you force me to.
Sir, you're not free to leave. Come back over here,
Before
please.
you,
Oh, I'm sorry. He's looking at your car.
before you ask me to identify, you should go ahead and look into it to see if you're violating somebody's rights, like the Fourth Amendment. For me to be secure in my person's papers and effects, that means when somebody trespasses somebody, you have to give them the opportunity to
Get in the
leave
game, man.
before you get to go ahead and identify
But
them.
the thing
if
is
they
that
come back,
the thing
that's
is it sounds like this is on a previous date.
But see, you're not doing a good
So-
investigation because
so-
I've never been here or any of the
Okay.
other ones. So you're not doing a good
Sorry, yes, ma'am.
investigation.
I've never been asked to leave a library. Okay. Ever. So if I had been asked to leave a library, I would have been more than happy to leave the library.
Okay.
They didn't.
Then nobody's ever asked me to leave. I abide by the law.
Hey, did they give you this guy? Oh, I'm sorry. You're saying your name was Ben. I think that's what he said. I'm sorry.
Not good on your investigation,
That's fine.
bud.
I didn't write it down.
My name's
So-
Mark.
Mark. Okay,
Yeah.
Mark. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I gave it to him.
Hey, Olson, did they give his paper yet so we can read him? Did they give Mark's paper yet? He doesn't have one yet. He doesn't have one yet? Okay.
This is your first time here.
It,
Apparently it doesn't matter.
it does matter. You watch.
Oh, I know.
You watch. It will matter. Joey, do you see now why I asked every customer when they came in if they minded I film? These people are screwed. The cops are screwed. The library is screwed. I followed their code of conduct and I followed the law. It doesn't matter. I went above and beyond and asked them, everybody that came in, if it was okay that I filmed, and everybody said yes. You're not going to look good. Your investigation, to be honest, is shit. First of all, you didn't remember my name. Second of all, you don't even know the Fourth Amendment. You said
Or the first.
Or the first. So that's frustrating for people who are trying to fight for their rights. You know, it's like a muscle. You know, how long you been on the force? You know, you're right. You don't have to. Well, I mean, you're forcing me to answer questions under threat of arrest.
The only thing we did was had the identifiers.
You forced me to identify under threat of arrest. So
He can do that.
Yes, he did. We have it on film.
I said he can do that.
the plain view doctor.
He can look. He can look at the car. He can't search it without our permission.
Just like we walked over there and looked at his cab that he left up. It's plain view doctrine. You know, when the cops scream at you about getting next to their car,
Yeah, I know.
it's hypocritical when they walk over to your car and look in yours and they go, oh, plain view doctrine. But they cry like little girls when you look in there. It's sad. Well, hey, man, what do you mean you're out here violating my rights? You don't think... Well, I didn't say you. You didn't cry about it, did you? Okay, you should just say, hey, you can look at my computer. I'm perfectly relaxed. I'm just saying you're violating my rights. You shouldn't be too relaxed when somebody's violating your Fourth Amendment, First Amendment, Second Amendment. Are you going to be one of those when they trash our Second Amendment and coming over and picking up people's guns? I know you don't, but I'm asking. Would you come over if your superiors told you to come and collect guns?
You can hold your questions. If you want to take me to court and all that, you can ask some questions there. And if I'm required,
Well, I still got the freedom
if
of
I'm
speech.
required to answer them by the judge, and I'll do that. But I don't have to answer your questions here.
No, you don't have to. I'm just asking.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't ask you any.
But you know, I mean, you haven't got always told me after from the police department. Always something else.
He's actually articulating this very good. So if it's anything close to a good courtroom, he's got a good case. But we're talking about Tucson here.
He will. It's policy. It is our policy. You're right.
Oh, he's
Tracy, you're free to leave. I understand you may want to stick around because you probably didn't arrive, but you're
So
free to
if
leave.
you want to, I don't know what you need to write on here, but you need to write a case number and all that.
That's their baby.
Why is she free to leave?
This need to go to him.
Is that for him?
Yeah, I read that to him. It's saying his.
Go bottom T. Here you go, bud.
Why is she free to leave?
Name's right there. 102560. I'll give you my card in a minute if you want to wait.
Yeah,
till I'm
that's
done. Okay. I was gonna present you the
Olsen?
whole.
Do we need the
car.
All right, go ahead.
It's all
copy for
shiny.
him? All right.
Yeah.
When
Sure.
do you
I
get
don't
marked
need
copy?
What's that?
When do you get marked copy?
They're not free to leave yet. I can't get them ID, so I have more for them now.
What do you mean? I just gave you my ID.
Gave you my ID.
Yeah, it was actual ID.
It was in the car. You detained me.
I just gave you my
It's on
information.
camera that I gave you my name and my date of birth. Not only did I give you my name
No,
and
you
date of
gave me
birth
your
once,
name, your first and last name, and your
date of
birthday,
birth,
right?
and I said my ID was in the car, and you told me you're not free to go over there. You're detained. I told you I'd go over and get my
Let's
ID.
go get the ID.
All right, sure.
Can you give me your ID?
So see there again, you're being. I gave you the only thing in Arizona you're required to do is give name and date of birth. I don't actually. Yeah, I don't actually have to give you my ID.
Right.
I will because
I
you're
appreciate
a
it. I'm not
tyrant.
telling you have to do that.
No, but you just said that I'm not free to leave, and you said somebody else because I didn't identify.
No, I'm saying I
now
didn't
you're being
positively ID you. I didn't say because you didn't give me your ID.
What do you mean didn't positively ID me? My picture is in the system when you bring up my name. So are you being disingenuous?
I'm not.
You mind if I get in there and get my ID?
I want nothing more than for you guys to leave and for me to
But
go
yeah, but you're not. You keep detaining us.
No, you've been detaining.
Yeah, I know. Well,
detain you and then
no, but you could say you're free to go. You know who I am.
Positively ID'd you. Yes, I don't know you.
Are you being honest? Are you being honest that when you look my name up in the computer with the date of birth, it doesn't come up? My name.
Do you know your ID number?
Yeah, I do. 135.
D00.
35. Olsen. I mean, really, are you nothing came up with my name. Come on. Come on.
What's that?
He's just lying. He's lying.
You have an ID on you?
He's lying. We're not driving. The only thing in Arizona, can you show me a statute that says, can you show me a statute in Arizona what we're supposed to require? If you're not driving, you don't have to, but if you're not driving, you don't have to give a driver's license.
I'm not demanding that you give me your driver's license.
So when that happens, all that he needs to do now is he needs to look up a photo of you just to make sure you're getting.
Yeah, but that comes right up when you put your name in.
Well, I understand.
And he's being disingenuous.
He didn't get it. Is all I'm saying.
Well, we're going to get the records of what you looked up. We're going to go down to the TPD on Monday. But I think you're being disingenuous. I really think you are.
And when it ran, it didn't pull up no record found.
Now, what I said was,
Hey, we got
have your
16.
ID just to make this go faster, so you guys can leave and go on to your next library. It's up to you if you want to do it. I'm not. I already told him I'm not requiring it.
Sure you are. You.
Library, we just got your ass from
Yeah, you didn't say to go to the next library. Can you repeat that?
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. By the time you guys get back to the station, you're going to know exactly who I am, so it doesn't matter. So. Asta, you guys look horrible,
Let
man.
me stand over here. I just want you to get.
No, actually, we're good. We're in the parking lot. Again, those are directives. Why are you giving me a directive, man? If a car comes by, I'll move out of the way.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to get
Oh, yeah.
run over. I'm a big boy. Yeah, you're giving us a real hard time. We're locked here right now. You're locked. You're locking us here right now, right?
Yeah, we're detaining.
Okay, so that's not a hard time?
No.
For no unlawfully detainment?
Have I placed you in handcuffs? Have I thrown you to the ground? Have I yelled at you?
Oh, is that something you like to do or what?
Oh, come on.
Well, you just said it. I mean, if that's what if that's
nothing to do with anything.
if that's the threshold.
You're not gonna try to,
No, what I'm saying.
get a rise out of me.
What I'm
What
saying,
I'm saying
Oscar,
is that I
John,
haven't
right?
treated
Yeah, I
John,
got
right?
plenty of land.
Sure, you can call me John, so I can call you Mark.
Yeah, what I'm
Okay,
saying is, do you think that's the threshold of you violating somebody? Is throwing them on the ground? No, you unlawfully asking and violating our Fourth Amendment rights. That's also
Definitely not true.
absolutely.
So here's the thing. So ARS 13-2412. Do you know that statute?
Yep.
What is it?
2412,
2412. You know what that is?
failure to ID. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much.
Mhm.
If you've been detained by a law enforcement officer, you're required by the state of Arizona to identify yourself. So you've been detained by law
If
enforcement.
you've been suspected, reasonable articulation of a crime, reasonable articulable
Not
suspicion,
necessarily.
or
If you've been
reasonable
detained-
articulable
if you've
fact.
been
that-
detained
no,
by a law enforcement
you
officer-
have
Detained?
you
You
have.
guys are lawfully detained.
No, we're not.
No, we're not.
What crime do you suspect me of committed?
Trespassing.
You have. How can you say I'm trespassing?
Because of your
reporting.
race.
You haven't even given me an opportunity to leave.
It doesn't matter.
Yes,
I don't
it does.
have to
That's
get-
not a crime.
Because listen,
That's not a
they've already
crime.
documented
It-
before.
No, they
fact,
haven't.
and
I
can
haven't
do
been
that.
here.
They
No,
can
they-
absolutely.
You're not doing a
absolutely
good
do that.
investigation because I've
How
never
do
been
you
here.
know? How-
Because I've never been here. They've never asked me to leave.
Fine. They
You
have
need to
documentation saying you were here.
No, they don't.
Okay. If that's what you think, that's fine.
They have documentation saying I was here?
Yes, and him and her.
Okay. They do.
Yes.
So let me ask this. What happens if they're lying? Are you going to go ahead and...
Then the judge can figure that out.
No, wouldn't you arrest them for making a false report?
We don't determine whether whose opinion is
Is
right.
filing a false report?
Trespassing,
Is filing a false report a crime?
What do you think?
Yes.
Okay. Then
So if they said that I've been here before, they've committed a crime.
sure, it sounds like you guys have.
If I haven't been here
But
before...
you guys aren't getting arrested. All we're doing is trespassing.
No. They're committing the crime.
And you guys are just being legal.
They're committing the crime. If they've made a false report saying that I've been here before.
The judge and
But see, why aren't you willing to enforce that law?
Because they called us about trespassing.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be doing a thorough investigation.
Yeah,
If
that's
you
what
think
they
I've been
provided
here,
us.
why don't you
think I
go?
would walk in there and say, "Hey, are you guys lying?" Is that what I'm supposed to
No,
do?
why don't you say, why don't you give us some camera footage of these people being in here before
what I'm
to prove
saying
their
is that-
case?
What I'm
So
saying
you're
is-
believing them and
is-
you're not believing us.
No, I didn't. Believe
Absolutely. That's why we're
Absolutely
being
not.
trespassed.
Okay, we
Yeah.
can legally trespass.
I know.
Okay, then you guys can take your trespassing.
It's not legal. It's
Sure.
unlawful trespassing.
That's fine.
That is yours. Here you go.
Thanks for looking great on my channel.
So, quick question for you.
One for each of you.
So,
How
How am I-
Real quick,
how am
you
I
guys are all
being tre-
trespassed from Pima County Libraries, okay?
how am I
all
being?
Pima County Libraries.
How am I being trespassed?
It's coming from them.
Okay. So, but what I'm saying,
I mean, you can email the director, however this.
You're the one who
you know.
trespassed
Okay.
without a warning. And you violated the Fourth Amendment. And
This is your warning right now. You're trespassing. If you come back.
well, yeah, but you give us a warning and then we get to walk away instead of getting
now,
identified.
if I don't leave,
And then
That
if we
doesn't
come
make any
back,
sense.
sure it does.
How can
Because
I know you're trespassed? That makes no sense.
Sure it does. Absolutely it
It's not
does.
that I don't care,
That's the way the
it's
trespass
you have
laws
your
work.
opinion and I have
How long have you been on the force? Just out of curiosity.
Hey, your registration's expired.
How long have you been on the force? Just 5 years? Okay. Did you work at any other law enforcement before you came
I
here?
just from California prisons. Yeah.
California prisons? Oh, prison guard. I can see why you're so aggressive.
Is that aggressive?
Yeah, you seem very aggressive. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And then you
You're not tough skin, bro.
and then you violated my well. We're out here as an exercise of rights, and you violated.
I'm
my
being
Fourth
aggressive
Amendment.
just because I'm talking to you. You know, we're talking over each other and stuff. That's I don't know what's
If you guys
up.
don't have any more questions, you guys can leave.
Have a nice day.
thank you for violating our rights and standing up for the First Amendment.
Wow. That's nuts. This is a long video.
Good.
Give me a second.
Sure.
All right, how can I help you? I'm sorry.
Well, first, since you're up here, can I go ahead and get somebody down here to make a verbal complaint on a couple officers?
Who do you mean get somebody down here? I don't understand. Who do you need to speak with?
Somebody
Okay, the
from
phone number's right there for
somebody from internal affairs.
Give them a
Yeah,
call. You need to speak with
yeah,
them.
they're located in this building, aren't they?
Huh?
Yeah. So can I get somebody to
There's
come
the phone
down?
number. Yeah, right
Yeah, I
there.
want to get somebody to come down. Or do you have a document that I can fill out for a complaint?
Sure, I do.
Perfect.
How many of these do you think you're going to need?
Today,
Here, let me show you.
let me have
So it looks like that, and then it includes the back.
okay.
So how many do you think you need?
Just two today.
Two? Okay, I'll get you a fifth. Hold on.
I'm not going to fill them out right here.
Oh, okay. There you go, bud.
And then I also need to speak to somebody.
You need something else?
Yeah, I was.
He knew Mr. Aggressive.
Just left. Yeah, I'm here to talk to somebody about getting a records request as well.
Oh, sure. Record specialist right here. Hold
Yeah.
on. You just need to put
Carrie, how you doing? Yes, sir.
Okay.
How you doing today, Carrie?
I'm doing good. How are you, sir?
I'm hanging in there. I'll bring this back right now.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks.
You out, Matt? GG, Matt. Lost with your money.
The jurisdiction. That doesn't say. You know that's
Right, so
different.
what they do is they check that jurisdiction, so there's nothing that should be there, but again, they would be the ones to check that, you'd have to ask.
Yeah, could you give me that number again?
Yeah, no problem.
Jesus.
Okay.
Thank you.
Damn, Anna.
Have a good day.
Anna's tilting.
Thank you. Hey, just out of curiosity, is like that guy that stands behind you, does he think this is like Terminator? I'm going to come flying through the window or what? No?
Okay.
I mean, just weird that he stands behind you.
Have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
All right.
This is Mark.
Hi, Mark. This is Amber from the library. I'm sorry
That's
I'm
okay.
unable to hear you.
I got I don't know where we left off or what you didn't hear, but yeah, I'm trying to find a way to remedy the situation without going down any legal avenues, because the type of things that are happening here in Tucson with people not wanting to be held accountable is getting out of control, including the library staff actually having some kind of a paper to try and serve, not even a legal document, trying to serve the other two people who came in as soon as they walked through the door. When you're sitting there telling people that they're allowed to film them while you're going ahead and violating their rights and calling the police on them, instantly, within seconds of them walking through the door, one, isn't a good look, and two, isn't lawful.
So the other person who was with you, who was filming, has already been informed that there is no filming in libraries. So he was quite aware of that.
But see, here's
second, no, please let me speak.
Sure.
So first of all, libraries have been deemed, and it's been brought up to the Supreme Court many times, as a limited public forum, which means that we can put into place rules around how people use the space. And one of the things that we do not allow is the filming of people in the library, because although the Arizona Revised Statute is focused on us, it is incumbent on us to ensure that we are not revealing anyone's use of the library or allowing that to happen. So if we allow someone to film someone in the library, that is then sharing their use of the library. So that is why our staff is so adamant about that they are trying to protect everyone else in the library as well. Now, it is true that you can film staff, but often in situations it is very difficult to film staff without catching other people in the film.
Well, there's really nobody in that library, and for you guys to, that's almost like a game that you're playing, to say you can film us, but even if there's somebody way off in the background, that's not giving any personal identification. And when people are out in public, they have no expectation of privacy or not being on film. You guys have,
in the public library, they do.
No, they don't. It's a public library, and you guys
You can take that up with the county attorneys.
Well,
we're covered by the fact that it is a limited public forum, so we can ask that there's no filming, and that can be the case there.
Well, you keep going back and forth. First, you say we're allowed to film staff. See how there's going to be an issue for you here. You say that we're allowed to film staff, but then you just said we can tell you there's no filming in the library. That's not how the law works. That's not how the First Amendment works, and that's not how you should be treating the public. Like I said, that's a beautiful new library. I went in there to take video and stuff of that. It's a beautiful new library that we paid for. And for you to go back and forth and waffle back and forth and say, well, you can film our staff, and then say, well, we're allowed to ask you not to film and to leave. You can't do that. I'm engaging in the constitutionally protected activity. I am following your code of conduct. And you still...
Did you ask to film in the library when you went in?
I don't need to ask permission, first of all. And second of all, every single one of your staff, I have them on film saying it's perfectly fine for us to film in the library. And not only that, the gentleman that was working in there said, you know the law is better than us, so go right ahead and film. So like I said, You guys are really making the situation more difficult by trying to play two sides of the fence, like you're the good guys.
What is your purpose for filming at the library?
My purpose for filming at the library is to document the library and the people that are working in there, which are public employees, and the Supreme Court has ruled that every public employee can be filmed in the course of their duties. Not only that, again, it's a beautiful new library with a big metal scape out front that somebody has taken the time to cut out and erect, was taking pictures of that.
He said erect.
Taking pictures of the architecture inside. It really doesn't matter what we're taking a picture of. Nobody is going in to take pictures of the people in there, and I think you guys know that, which is kind of frustrating as well. Everybody at the library knows that nobody's really interested in getting the private persons or what they're doing in there. They're going
Actually, all of the films that I have viewed online by members from your group have had people in the public in them. And in fact, in the one that you're talking about, when he said, "This woman is with us," another woman walked by and said, "I'm not." And she was definitely caught in the film and posted online.
that is not my camera. That is not my film. I haven't been told. I'm speaking about myself, and I would appreciate you not trying to lump people together and call people a group. People are individual human beings, and we're out there individually exercising our rights. I was individually exercising my right. I had told the people at the library that I was there on my own and doing my filming. And the fact that you want to go ahead and say that somebody was caught in the background is kind of disingenuous to what is going on here. So
Booga.
Again,
I like that name.
I am asking you to make this
Thanks for jumping in the rumble.
because one, I went ahead and made sure that I guess played along with your guys' unconstitutional code of conduct and asked everybody that I filmed if I could film, and they all said it's fine, I don't mind, or I'm just here
Oh,
to
you got him.
my books or
GG
whatever.
Anna.
And then you go ahead and have people trespassed from the library, myself included. Not only that library, but every library in Tucson. So I'm just calling to reach out and in good faith and see what you're willing to do
Figured
to
you had that
rectify the
straight.
situation. I've lived in this town. My family's lived in this town for 100 years. We've given a lot of money to the libraries, a lot of money to taxes, and we should certainly be able to go in and film a brand new library and check out what's going on. Nothing with getting somebody far in the background that you can barely see is divulging any of their personal information or what they're doing at the library. For example,
She even said herself
there's no
in
difference,
public.
like I told the person, I can go walk out at the entrance of the library and film everybody that comes in. There's no distinguishment or difference between that. They're just random people. Actually, we're getting their license plates as they drive into the library, which is more identification.
See you later, Joe.
Than would be
Yeah, this is the
just
last
some
game I'm
random
setting
person
up.
in the back of a film. So you can
So we
certainly
can
tell
maybe
that
play a
the
couple maybe
intent
later tonight.
is that we're trying to film the employees of the library, and you're almost using it as a scapegoat to say, oh, you caught somebody in the background, when you clearly know that the people are there to film their public employees in the course of their duties.
Well, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on that. And if you would like to take it up with the Pima County Attorney's Office, you're welcome to do that.
So you're saying that you've trespassed me from the library, all libraries in Tucson. Is that fair to say?
Yep, for whatever time was listed on the letter that you were given, that's correct.
And I was not given a letter. What is your basis for trespassing me out of the library?
For not complying with staff.
Okay, what rule did I break, or when did I not comply with your staff?
Filming in the library.
Your staff, ma'am, I'm being very nice here, and I'm telling you, as soon as we walked in, they said that we're perfectly welcome to film the staff. So that doesn't.
How would you like it to be resolved? Because we're not going to allow filming in the library. So if that's your goal, that's not going to happen.
Well, wait. See, here we're going back and forth again. You said the Constitution and the Supreme Court has said that we can film our public employees in the place of their work. You had told me when I got on the phone that we are allowed to film the public employees in the library, and right now you're saying we're not allowing you. Do you understand? You're a public employee. You work for the people.
Absolutely.
So when you say we're, who are you talking about? We're like the public employees that are beholden to the taxpayers are telling the taxpayers they can't come in and film them in the course of their duties. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you cannot come in and film and have other people in the films that are not public employees.
So then why was I removed from the library and trespass? I didn't do any of those. You have no evidence that I did any of that.
I will need to go back and look at your what was put down by staff because I have not reviewed this thoroughly, so I will do that.
Well,
I will call you back.
I would appreciate if you would do that. You have my number, obviously, so I thank you for your time.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
I'll watch it tonight. Oh, yeah. Who's on tonight with Kill 20?
While a limited public forum may impose reasonable restrictions on the use of public spaces, such as requiring permits for certain activities, setting limits on the duration of events, it cannot use these restrictions as a guise to infringe upon the First Amendment rights of individuals. The right to record public officials in public is an important tool for holding those officials accountable and ensuring that their actions are transparent to the public. And to any of you who have made it this far, I'd sincerely like to thank you, and we'll see you on the next one.
Good fucking video. Thanks for recommending that, Anna. It's Ron motherfucking White. Okay. All right. Let me see.
There is a globalist, populist farmers uprising all over the world. What's happened? Have all farmers suddenly gone racist? Even the ones in India and Sri Lanka? Hello there, you 6.3 million Awakening Wonders. Thanks for joining me on this voyage to truth and freedom. Turn on the notification bell and subscribe right now. We make this content every single day, and we want you to receive it, particularly when we're reporting that there's a global agricultural uprising that to me seems like an indication of a new emergent populist movement. Of course it's being smeared. Of course the farmers are being called eco-terrorists who don't care about the planet and the soil that they toil and get their living from. Of course there's ways that things could become more organic, greener and more responsible. But should that be centralized and in the hands of people like Bill Gates, or should it be, I don't know, democratic, localized, collectivized, and in the hands of the people directly affected? I spoke to Vandana Shiva, who, as you know, appears at our yearly community festival. There's a link in the description if you want tickets. She told me that the Dutch farmers are the very face of democracy, and the attempts to smear them are illegitimate, unfair, centralized propaganda. Stay to the end of this conversation. You're going to learn a great deal. Let me know in the comments what questions I missed, what I should have asked, where I'm going wrong, so we can improve together. Stay to the end.
Vandana, one of the things I want to start with was this, the new Dutch party, the BBB, who recently have acquired a surprising number of seats in the Netherlands, a party that represents agricultural interests. I don't know much about this party at the moment, what their other affiliations or perspectives are, but I do know that they're representing ordinary farmers against centralized interests. And I know know that farmers across the world, whether it's in your country, India, or Sri Lanka, or Germany, or our country, or America, are facing what feels like a sort of a globally coordinated opposition, which often appears to be couched in the language of environmentalism. Firstly, may I ask
There you
you, it seems to me whenever we speak that you love the earth quite devoutly, and that many of these arguments that prohibit and inhibit the ability of small farmers to
Oh, you got
a
the heart.
livelihood are
GG.
not entirely
Fuck you.
genuine. Can you just speak to this, the
Suck
populism
out.
around this?
I think the first
Nice
thing is
hand,
that this
D-News.
is a farmers' citizen movement. It's not just a farmers' movement. It's the citizens of Netherlands who don't want their economy, their land, their country hijacked. And there are three inconsistencies with focusing on the nitrogen problem
Inconsistencies.
at a time where Mr. Bill Gates, with his fake solutions, has photographs all over on his website and in his book called How to Deal with the Climate Catastrophe. I love nitrogen fertilizer. He's standing in front of a fertilizer factory in Tanzania. Now, the problem with nitrogen is synthetic nitrogen fertilizers. Otherwise, nitrogen is the source of life. That's what leguminous plants, the pulses, do for free for us in a non-violent way, not in a violent way. So no, even the AR6, the climate IPCC report that's just been released, doesn't even talk about nitrogen. They've jumped from carbon reductionism into methane. Second is, the nitrogen problem is leading to huge dead zones.
No worries.
It used to be 10 in 1960, became 169 in 2007, and now it's 415 dead zones because the nitrogen runs off, kills the life in the waterways and sea type. Netherlands is not the primary problem. The Baltic Sea and its coastal countries, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, Germany, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Sweden. So if there's a nitrogen problem, look at all of these countries and shift all farmers. And I've worked with farmers and fishermen in the Baltic region, where fishermen and farmers are making treaties that farmers are being told, don't put synthetic nitrogen fertilizer, please put organic, so that the sea can live and we can have a life. All of these are new partnerships that are the real solutions. Why is Netherlands targeted? Three reasons. First, it's a little country sitting in the heart of Europe, next to Brussels. And the real issue on which farmers are agitated is the Tri-City, the land grab. And there are two clear worldviews. For the corporations and the billionaires and the colonialists, land is real estate, land is property. For the people of the land, including the citizens and the farmers, land is the mother, land is the identity. And food for the corporations is a commodity. Food for each of us as free citizens, for whom food freedom is the basis of it, is the very basis of our identity, our relationship with the earth. So the reductionism by which the Dutch farmers' protest was put into a right-wing slot.
Yeah, that's
is really
part of the game.
right-wing
Luck is
wanting
part of the
to
game.
hijack
I've
our
had it
planet,
myself.
Our water, our soil, our seeds, our food.
Without our sponsors and partners, we can't bring you this world-changing, life-altering content. So, today, I want to talk to you about your internet freedom. Social media companies get to decide what content is suitable for you, and they censor whatever they don't like. Who do you think should decide what you read or watch? Social media, big tech giants, or you? Not only do they censor what you read, but they track what you do online. When you're connected to ExpressVPN, your IP address is hidden. My identity is masked and anonymized by a secure VPN server. Plus, ExpressVPN also encrypts 100% of your data to protect you from hackers and internet bad guys. And all it takes is one easy tap of a button for ExpressVPN to secure all your devices. It's time to take back your privacy at expressvpn.com/brand. If you visit
Use private internet access. Express is too invasive on your browser.
Protect your data today.
My personal
Now, let's get
opinion.
back to our presentation where we show you how centralized authority and mainstream media narratives are keeping you dumb and distracted. Take it away, other me.
Seems that the most essential resources, and even the word resources itself suggests utility rather than a symbiotic relationship with the earth, which is difficult to achieve on a global scale and seems more natural when there is a more integral and local relationship between the earth, between food, between the people that grow it. It becomes impossible. I've noticed that this space has become cultivated and censored by voices that appear to be operating on behalf of censorial forces, authoritarian forces. How is it that someone like Bill Gates has become the face of agriculture, has become the authority on agriculture, when his interests so plainly appear to be motivated by capital and dominion? What is the media structure around this man, and why is it that it's so difficult to criticize him, and why are people that criticize him smeared so aggressively?
Well, the reason Bill Gates is interested in agriculture and food is because that's his new empire. He's worked it out. Just when COVID was hitting, I was on a lecture tour in the US, and the local newspaper called USA Today had talked about how Bill Gates has opened a new global agriculture called Gates Ag One. Gates Ag One. And the offices of this is right next to Monsanto in St. Louis, Missouri. He's imagining one agriculture across the world, growing monoculture crops as feed for lab food. So Mr. Gates wants to control food at 4 levels. He wants to, of course, control land. And he is the biggest farmland owner of America. You know, this thing, oh, it's only this much percent, is like when I was dealing with the mining case for a government. And the industry would say, oh, but you know, the limestone is just this much percent of the value. And so it can't have an impact. But the aquifer is the limestone. It's like saying your heart is just this much percent of your body. Therefore, we can mess it up. No, the percentage as a reductionism doesn't work. Gates wants land. Gates has already taken control of the seed, not only through the seed banks, the global seed banks, but also, and the Svalbard seed bank, but through the new gene editing techniques, and has just passed its crazy law of total deregulation. But he wants lab food. He wants to destroy real food everywhere. And he wants to work with Bayer for more row crops, farming with drones, no farmers anywhere. He really is looking at a future of farming without farmers. And that's why the violence against the farmers of the world was bad enough when the Green Revolution was introduced in India in Punjab, which is where the protest began. But today it's everywhere where farmers stand up. They are labeled in all kinds of ways rather than people defending their food sovereignty, their seed sovereignty, their land sovereignty, their livelihood sovereignty.
I've seen farmers vilified so aggressively, in particular with the Netherlands. People saying, oh, these farmers are destroying the very land that they cultivate. Why are these professional liberal media voices so quick to criticize and condemn working people? Why are they so willing to shill for globalist interests as so plainly epitomized by Bill Gates and his agenda? Why? I don't understand, Vandana. I don't understand why there are not more voices advocating for ordinary farmers.
2 reasons. First, they don't really have a relationship, either with the land or with the farmers. And when you don't have a relationship, you can be fed anything into your head. And the PR spin and the narratives are replicated. And especially if you're rewarded with all kinds of platforms, then if you don't think through your conscience, you just echo. But the second reason is there are many people who have fallen into this nonsensical eco-modernist trap. And they really see a world without farmers because they've defined, basically, they've forgotten that we are part of nature, that farming with nature is part of nature. And they've defined humans as the enemy of nature and farmers who are the closest to the earth. Agriculture means the care of the land. They are being criminalized, as I said, not only because that is the historical narrative of colonialism, but more seriously, food and land is where the future profits are seen by the billions. So land sovereignty and food sovereignty becomes the ultimate defense. And I applaud the Indian farmers who fought for 14 months. We protested in 1993, 500,000. And I applaud the Peruvian farmers who are fighting. Which farmer isn't resisting? Some makes it to the news and the others don't. And the interesting thing is, they really try to criminalize the Dutch farmers. And the Dutch citizens joined the farmers and said it's not just about farmers, it's all people. It's about democracy.
That is most encouraging when you say that land and food sovereignty are defining issues of our time and will ultimately affect all of us. Our ability to control our food, our ability to control our land will perhaps become a unifying issue, and perhaps one of the themes and ideas that might unite the people of the world against these centralizing forces that want to technologize and industrialize yet further agriculture, take it out of the hands and the souls of the people that have these intimate relationships with the soil and the land, in order to, whether or not they believe that they're pursuing something that is righteous, they are ultimately facilitating and shilling for very, very powerful interests that ultimately would disempower billions of people.
And, I started to look at agriculture after 1984 with what happened to the land where I studied in Punjab and the land of the 5 rivers. And I just want to show you. Land of the 5 rivers by the chemical agriculture and green revolution has been reduced to a dead zone. Land of 5 rivers destroyed. So the water crisis, the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, our health crisis are all interconnected with a system that they want to accelerate further. More industrial farming, more industrial food, which is at the root of the problem. But food is our communication with the soil, with the biodiversity, with our gut microbiome. It's the ultimate, food is community. And whoever doesn't want community, either in human community or in the ecological community, they will assault in every way. And this is just the contemporary witch hunts. It's just a contemporary version of witch hunts.
Even in secular cultures, food remains a sacrament, a connection to the land, to the divine, to the unknowable forces that mean that food is presented, that food grows and sustains, and through husbandry and agriculture can be managed. But there is a component that we can never fully, truly understand, and I can see why they want to turn everything into data and make everything about control, even as always, while presenting it as being about safety and security. Ultimately, these things end up being about control. Well, did you enjoy that conversation? Do you feel a little bit smarter now? Do you feel better informed? Do you agree with me that Vandana Shiva is one of the great and most significant voices in the current global conversation? Let me know in the chat, in the comments. Give this video a thumbs up. Remember to share it around, particularly if you're a member of the agricultural community being affected by this worldwide blight. For me, this movement is an indication that people are coming together, not an indication that things are falling apart. But that's just what I think. Let me know what you think in the comments and chat. If you enjoyed this video, have a look at either of these. Turn on the notification bell right now. We need you to watch our content. But more important than any of that is that you please stay free.
Actually, I so agree with ANCAP on this little one here, this little thing. You are. Yeah, this is what I tell people when they're filling out. You guys have heard me do it too. How many people still here? 6 people. And Cap just posted on his community page, being excited about your tax return is like getting $100 stolen from you, but they leave $5 on the nightstand in the morning with a note saying, had a great time, and you being happy about it. It's even better when they don't even do that and leave a bill. Exactly. I'm like, this is what I tell people when they're filling out their tax forms. They're like, oh, well, if I do it like this, do I get a bigger tax return? I'm like, I'm like, you're deciding how much you're willing to be stolen from you, and then you get to beg for it at the end of the year. That's all it is. It's all what a tax return is. It's money that has been stolen. They stole too much according to their rules, and now you're begging for some of it back. That's all a tax return is. That's all that is.
A new way to catch crooks without putting innocent people at risk.
Futuristic? Goodbye high-speed chase. Hello GPS darts.
A air-powered launcher that shoots out GPS projectiles that stick to the back of the car.
Police Chief Stu Cameron says the Star Chase GPS fires a dart too slowly to hurt bystanders, but coated with a powerful adhesive, allowing police to track a fleeing vehicle.
Albuquerque's been using these for a while.
$36,000 to equip all 6 patrol cars.
If the car tries to drive away, you just press the remote and tag it, and now you're tracking the car.
And new in the arsenal.
Okay, Jimmy Dore, we'll play that after this.
We pull them across the road. Your choice is either run over them and flatten all the tires on your car, or stop. I don't think it'll be long before we're tagging cars and flattening tires with these 2 devices.
Oh, you're trying to leave your 15-minute slave cities, Ouija? Well, too bad. We're gonna track, trace, database, and tag your ass. Good luck getting out now. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name's Zukradowski here.
Yeah, he is a dork, but he's a good-hearted dork.
Overwhelming amount of crazy videos to get into today, as of course there are so many crazy things happening in our society that I'm, even at a loss for words for some of the insanity, as we're going to be talking about some of the larger, bigger issues happening here domestically with the federal police, as well as focusing on some very important international relations, major trade news, lots of saber rattling, lots of crazy stuff happening internationally. We're going to be talking about that, plus a lot more, all here on this independent media broadcast. If you like the shirt that I'm wearing, you can get it on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. And the clip that we played in the beginning of this broadcast was, of course, shared by a local news channel, CBS New York, highlighting the latest and greatest police technology from a local small police department that gets way too much tax dollars, that probably won't use this technology ever, as others are making the argument that it's better to have than not to have, as, of course, a passive solution is a lot better than one that escalates the situation. But hey, is this a technocratic overreach or technology solving some of our problems? What do you think? As I think it's fair to say that here in the United States, the use of this by authorities could be done in many different troubling ways. And we're going to get into that in just a little bit. But hey, not all things are horrible and bad, as of course the little victories here absolutely matter, as Twitter has now just officially labeled NPR, BBC News, The Voice of America, and PBS as, quote, government-funded media organizations, which they absolutely are. A site that is very beautiful to behold, as many of these, quote, news organizations are participating or threatening a boycott of Twitter because they were correctly labeled as state-funded media organizations, which they are. Organizations that have a horrible track record of being fair or balanced towards one particular side, as of course these state-run media organizations usually regurgitate government or establishment talking points to the general public. Another interesting to see in our culture is the major pushback that's happening right now against Bud Light, with many people saying that they're boycotting the beer and that they will never drink it again. All of this as there's a new video from their new marketing VP that came out and talked about how Bud Light was a dying brand that needs to reach out to younger people in order to be a successful business. Essentially, in my opinion, arguing that there should be manipulated propaganda techniques so young people drink alcohol, which is absolutely horrible for them. And in my opinion, the conversation here should be a little bit more
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
about what beer company you should switch to, but specifically, maybe we should have a debate and conversation about beer and alcohol itself, as some are arguing that the effects of beer could turn you into the spokesperson of beer, particularly Bud Light. Yes, that's an actual real conversation. We're going to be talking about that in just a little bit. And in related news of powerful authorities forcing and manipulating young people to do stuff that they don't want to do that is really harmful for them, we have the latest news about the Federal Bureau of Investigations and the DOJ that just admitted that the majority of Proud Boys on January 6th were on the FBI payroll. And out of, quote, 13 Proud Boys, 8 or more of them were, quote, FBI paid informants, while 5 of the other ones are being prosecuted here. This as today, the FBI has also announced that they are expanding their definition and scope of understanding of what is extremism, and now has labeled people who use the internet slang of based and red-pilled as, quote, extremists. Yes, you heard that correctly. The FBI is focusing their resources on studying people and calling them out as extremists for saying words like based, Chad, and red-pilled. This is your tax dollars hard at work here. Oh yeah, also involuntary celibate is also one of the terms linked here, as new docs were just obtained by an oversight project that equates this speech to violence, because, you know, what better way to spend government resources and tax dollars than investigating people using language that some people don't like, when of course there's absolutely no real horrible monsters out there, and a client list of monsters that hasn't been oh wait, yeah, there's a lot of really horrible monsters out there that have hurt people, specifically children, in unspeakable ways, all as organizations like the FBI for over 30 years were ignoring witnesses and victims that were coming forward to them. In the 90s, there was women coming to the FBI talking about this one particular man, Mr. Epstein, who of course was very close friends with Bill Clinton, was visiting him inside of the White House many times, had a huge sum of money that no one knew where it exactly came from, as the banks were violating procedure, protocol, and any kind of oversight, allowing him to essentially run an international extortion and trafficking operation. And still, the many people connected to this crime and the many clients that used his services for small children are still not held accountable for their horrible crimes that they have committed. But hey, if you used the term red pill or based online, well, the FBI's got your number, which shows you where their priorities are. Now again, I am generalizing here and nitpicking, but the facts are the facts, and there have been a lot of photos and videos of horrible things that Mr. Epstein kept as private records that of course the FBI has their hands on. The FBI's and DOJ's investigation into what happened to Epstein and what he was doing has gone dark. It has never been released to the general public. It has never been concluded. And today, Radar Online is also reporting that Mr. Epstein's estate just uncovered, quote, a treasure trove of very crazy photos and videos that are graphic, saying specifically that this might lead into an FBI probe, or let's just be honest here, a possible FBI cover-up here. As of course, the video footage and photographs that the FBI captured in New York City from his safe are still
Got beard
never
fleas.
addressed and never really dealt with. Something, of course, that a lot of people should be concerned about, as of course, it's also being reported by the Daily Caller that hundreds of former feds are now flocking to jobs at big tech that, of course, routinely hires a lot of federal authorities. All of this as the Biden administration just announced their digital strategy
don't
for
fuck
the
with me.
2024 presidential election with a, quote, army of influencers.
We don't want them to reproduce.
It's interesting to see these two news articles coincide. It's actually not a coincidence at all, as, of course, the FBI, big tech, social media, and the Biden administration have been colluding together for, of course, their own personal benefit and empowerment. All of this, as the rabbit hole goes
a lot deeper and becomes a lot more sinister, but we're going to be talking about that plus a lot more later on today on LukeUnfiltered.com. If you haven't signed up yet, what are you waiting for? It's quick, it's easy, it's simple. I'm still figuring out the details of a meetup here in Austin, Texas. It is difficult. There are some security concerns. I'm going to try to figure all of that out later on today and then let you guys know what's really going on and what we're going to be doing. As of course, we have multiple ways that you guys could sign up and be a part of this independent media organization. One of the easiest and quickest one is just 50 cents a day, and you get access to a huge plethora of really amazing and awesome things as we are trying to really figure out some really
Huge
cool
plethora.
things for the people here, as I am in Austin, Texas right now, working out a way to, of course, be a part of some really cool projects here. I'm also going to be speaking at an event Friday and Saturday. One of them
Is Alex Stein still suspended from the Blaze? Check my email.
Another one is, of course, the Timcast IRL broadcast and podcast, which is going to be really a crazy show to be a part of. I would tune into that show this week because there's definitely going to be some surprises there, to say the least. Really fun things, lots of exciting things coming your way. To know about it first, to get access to it first, sign up on
I got you.
LukeUnfiltered.com, and I will see you there right after this broadcast, as we will have a special report ready for everyone about some of the more crazy.
I've deducted that much just from talking to him.
Not get into here on this particular broadcast. That video, plus a lot more, many reports, many offers of value, all available to you on LukeUnfiltered.com. If you haven't signed up yet, what are you waiting for? And I will see you there right after this broadcast. Now, one of the main focuses of this video that I really wanted to spend a lot of time on is specifically what is happening with China, as I think it's fair to say that they are definitely expanding their reach economically, as countries that have been trading with China has been growing very fast. And when it comes to global trade specifically,
Yeah, it's pretty stupid. I heard he said something to one of the female news people about anal or something. So they suspended him. Oh, I can't find it. I wish I could find
And
it.
I think it's fair to say, as we've been hinting to you for many
Let me
years
see if I
now,
can find it actually.
that there is an international chaotic situation unfolding right now between the yuan and the U.S. petrodollar. As the
And
volume
that
of Russian
Margaret
and Chinese trade in yuan
Rubelay
dramatically,
outside from
and
Sunday, I
China
didn't
has
even
been
watch
ever
it, but
so working
it's got a
closely
lot of
with
views.
countries like Iran and Saudi
Check it
Arabia,
out.
which they've been even able to broker some kind of preliminary peace deal with, which is absolutely historic, which is absolutely crazy to think of, since, of course, the sectarian violence in the Middle East between the Sunnis and Shiites to be somehow diplomatically achieved in a truce, let's be honest here, is not a small feat. This is Saudi Arabia is calling for the end of the proxy war that has been happening between Iran and Saudi Arabia in Yemen, and seeing these two countries say, hey, we're not going to be attacking each other, we're not going to be fighting each other, is a key strategy that, of course,
Laura
is
Trump.
used by the United States and Israel as their key way of centralizing power in the region. And as this happens, the United States just announced that they're sending out guided missile submarines to the waters outside
Isn't she a
of
crazy,
Iran,
crazy
as the
leftist?
CIA director says that he was even blindsided by
I'm gonna play it.
Saudi Arabia coming together with Iran, which is a very big deal, as these are major oil-producing countries that have also just a couple days ago announced that they're going to be shortening the production of oil. This, as global instability is made worse, especially with the current situation in Taiwan, where the government there is warning that any kind of misstep
I
or
get it.
mishap could lead to an uncontrollable world war. And
There's very little, like, I mean, actually, after the way I know, it probably wasn't completely his decision, but after the way the Blaze did Crowder,
Taiwan, and the Speaker of the House is expected to visit
very
that
little.
country. Now, one of the most interesting turnarounds
Absorb very little
to a
content.
lot of the developments and findings here is
I don't know if the Blaze is a good fit for Alex Stein anyway.
as, of course, the former Rothschild banker and current French President Emmanuel Macron just
Crowder should bring him. He's got what's his name?
Taiwan. This after having a very big meeting with the Chinese government. And that's not the only eye-opening statement from this Western world leader, as Macron also said that Europe must resist pressure to become America's followers, and has told Europe to reduce its dependence on the United States, all specifically after this massive trip between France and China. Now, what's really going on here? What was told to Emmanuel Macron to make him to turn his back against the rest of the West here? What's really going on?
I have a
Well,
video.
what do
I don't know if
is going on here. Let me know down in the comment section below. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you You guys actively
Got
watching and
another one
sharing
for
these
you.
videos, and this is
Opened
why
up.
I love you guys. Stay tuned for more here on wearechange.org.
Oh, I got-
One more video coming.
I got Jimmy Dore ready.
See you there.
I'm gonna play this real quick first, though.
You've been a great sport. You've been a great sport. And this last question, your father-in-law, he used to go on the show called The Howard Stern Show a lot. And Howard Stern sucks now. And I got in trouble by a few of the executives here. We had a wholesome Christian comedian. Her name is Hannah Cruz. She has a big TikTok, and she has a great, lovely family, kids, and everything. And I wasn't thinking, and this is a free speech network, so I don't ever want to censor our guests or you. I asked her if it was okay if you're married to have anal sex. And that was a big deal. I asked that because I said, is that legal? And I would never, I just want to say, Laura, I would never ask you a disgusting question like that.
Never ask me something like
I would
that.
never, Laura, I would never say anything like that. This is a free speech. If you have it, if you want to say, if you want to give your opinion on it, you're welcome. But I would never ask you anything about that.
Hold on, I have a question. Is it legal to do?
Yeah, well, they say sodomy is illegal now. Yeah, in the Bible. Is it legal in the Bible to do that? Like with your husband, of course.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, once you are married, everything is legal and everything that everyone enjoys, whatever it may be.
That's it, Laura. Oh my God, I love you. See, you're such a good sport. Everything's legal. So my wife and her boyfriend, whatever they do, it's totally legal. But they're on a lot of drugs when they do that. So when they do drugs, that's legal too, even though my wife and her boyfriend?
I mean, you know what? If they're in the confines of their own home and they're not hurting anyone else, maybe you should just let them do what they want. But then when you come home, kick them out, obviously.
Laura, next time you're in Dallas, if you need a good fentanyl hookup, it's called Fentanyl Paul. He's one of the best fentanyl dealers in Dallas County. So please, if you're ever in the area, don't hesitate to call me. I can help you out with whatever you need. Because if you
I'll
want
give
it,
your
I
number
got
to
it.
Hunter Biden.
He got suspended for
Hunter
that.
is one of my buddies.
He didn't even
I'm
ask her
Hunter.
directly.
We're gonna call. We're gonna hang out after this.
He didn't even ask her directly. Ooh, this looks good though.
Hey, guess who's? You know how the CIA brought crack into the inner city, and so they can fund their dirty wars and
GG boss, good
wherever.
good games today.
Yeah. And it worked. Those countries are destroyed.
And it worked, yeah. And so, again, we're doing this. Is our country does this to ourselves? San Jose Police Union executive accused of smuggling drugs as wedding gifts and chocolate. Boy, you got to admit that's a great nest egg for a wedding gift. Am I right? Come on.
Come on.
The resale on that's high.
The top executive for San Jose's police union imported synthetic opioids over an 8-year period to orchestrate a national drug ring that disguised packages of pills as wedding gifts.
What's this about? Doc Thompson. Doc hated Amtrak and talked shit many times, and that motherfucker died getting hit by an Amtrak train. World's best troll. Yeah, that was like 4 years ago that he died, right? Yeah, boss is the daddy. I mean, he's got the percentages here. Well, look, no. I've got the most Ks and wins, but it's only because I've played more standings. He's at a 1.8. Eyes of the World's at a 1.82. I'm at a 1.23. I got 98.5 Ks. Boss has 72.5 Ks with 20 less games. He's killing it. He is the daddy of that league for sure.
Makeup and chocolate, federal officials said on Wednesday. Joanne Marianne Segovia.
I didn't even start looking into him until he
executive
did
director
get
of the
killed
San Jose
by that
Police
train.
Officers
I didn't think of it as a
used
troll.
her
I
home
thought,
computer and police
wow.
union equipment to facilitate the mailing of
How
the
did that
synthetic
accidentally happen?
opioids. The drug smuggling allegedly took place from October 2015 to January 2023, with Segovia facilitating more than 60 shipments from Hong Kong, Hungary, India, and Singapore. See, women can make a difference. In a 3.5-year period ending in January, officials allegedly intercepted 5 shipments to Segovia that contained thousands of pills, including synthetic opioids, tramadol, and tapentadol. I used to take tramadol.
I hate that crap. That's like when I couldn't find the one I liked. And Oxy's really bad enough.
Yeah.
But that crap is like so much worse.
Is it? Why?
The synthetic one, they do weird things to you, man. A lot of people can't take them.
I took tramadol for a while.
What did you think of it?
I was in so much pain I didn't even really notice.
Yeah, I think they're like creepy. I can't stand those
Opioid overdose deaths have reached epidemic levels, particularly in San Francisco. Since 2019, more than 2,000 people in the city have died, often overdosing on the synthetic opioid fentanyl. I didn't know there was synthetic.
Yeah, fentanyl is that's a crazy thing that became. That's weird. Like it was healthier when I was popping oxy pills. That was way healthier.
And fentanyl's so that's what kills people. It's the fentanyl.
Even if you look up like the
why would you do fentanyl?
Well, I had some, okay, that a friend gave me. That it was patches. It was like from when his mom died. He had all these, and I was out of my usual oxy, and I was trying to look up any way to take these safe. I could not find a way. You couldn't like. I'm like, all right, I guys got a kick. I can't. I was too afraid to try it.
Really?
Yeah, and this was before you heard about fentanyl being a huge thing. Like,
all right, well, give me a shout early in the day, and I'll tell you. We'll see what we can do.
So she used her WhatsApp to handle logistics and exchanging hundreds of messages with someone using a phone within India.
Is that one of you guys?
The messages containing shipping and payment details, pictures, and receipts continued into this month, even after the federal investigators interviewed her in February.
Wow, WhatsApp.
She still kept doing it. Wow, WhatsApp. Everyone knows you don't use WhatsApp for that. What a boomer, am I right?
You guys motherfuckers playing games with me.
Seriously, WhatsApp I thought was well known as a not safe way to do that.
At least do Signal, but it turns out they got backdoors into Signal too.
Yeah,
that's how they got Tucker Carlson. On March 13th, federal agents in Kentucky seized a package that contained valerial fentanyl and was addressed to Segovia. Officials said the package originated from China and the contents were listed as a clock. Wow. What time is it? Time to get arrested. The complaint against Segovia said that she told federal investigators she had nothing to do with the drug smuggling and blamed the shipments of pills on a woman she identified as a family friend. And
I'll put you on the air. That guy,
not that close of a friend, I guess.
I guess not that close if you're gonna right. Segovia, right? It's like the old.
So this guy needs help tearing down an X-ray room tomorrow and loading them onto a truck with a dolly. He needs 2 laborers. He at first it was Monroe, Illinois, and now I'm like, wait, I'm in Monroe, Michigan. He's like, oh yeah, it's in Michigan. Okay, dude.
Cliche, the butler did it.
It's been a lie every time.
That's never been true.
It has never been the butler. The butler took the fall for it.
Like a real light bulb moment. Boom! I'll blame the maid.
Yeah,
that's what she thought. It's a real. Segovia Leslie told investigators that after their February meeting, she realized, like a light bulb, that it must be this unnamed woman who smuggled the drug. Boom! It was the maid.
Wow, the old Casey Anthony Eureka.
Yeah, it's the maid who's been running a drug smuggling raid, but stays working as a maid.
The perfect cover.
Oh, no one would ever expect it. You putting in 8-hour shifts, cleaning toilets and scrubbing floors.
Pretend to be friends with this cop.
Yes. However, the complaint casts doubt on Segovia's statements and includes photos that she allegedly sent to a collaborator. One image shows a computer with police union work materials in view, and another shows her signature on a packing slip sent from the police union address. No kidding.
You called Dustin.
If convicted, Segovia could face up to 20 years in prison and a fine of up to 250 grand. Well, I'll do the time, but I wouldn't pay that fine.
You're a ghetto
I'll
hillbilly.
have to owe ya.
IOU, you guys take an IOU? There she is, by the way.
The grandma
The
of
grandma of
fentanyl.
San Jose's powerful cop union tried to blame it on the housekeeper. There she is. She looks like, she look like good people. By the way, she used the pre-printed UPS shipping labels with the San Jose Police Officers Association account number on them to allegedly mail drugs to another drug trafficker.
Was she going to pay for her own UPS labels? She has
We'll
some
attempt
right
to hire
there.
boss.
This guy says,
And,
man, how does the
Ohio.
story start with the head of the San Jose Police Union got caught trafficking fentanyl and then get funnier? Here it is. Here's this packing ship. Here it is. Wow. And that's her name.
So yeah, our corporate office is in Northwest Ohio. We operate all the way as far as Cleveland. As far as south is just past Findlay, and as far north as Dearborn, Michigan. We did have an office in Chicago area, but I'm not sure if that's continuing. We do have offices in Kentucky, Florida, lots of them in Florida. Most of the executives of this quote unquote family owned company have retired down to Florida and opened up extra offices down there.
There's the address. Wow. A federal complaint against Segovia includes a picture she allegedly sent in WhatsApp conversation with the suspected collaborator in drug smuggling. The packaging slip includes the address of the San Jose Police Union. So that must be the address of the San Jose Police Union.
Wow. Well, I mean, if she was smuggling coke, she'd be less of a scumbag.
Dox them
Essentially,
motherfuckers.
Straight up, you really are like,
not Missouri.
You care nothing about human life,
Right?
If you're putting that around.
That's what killed Mac Miller.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And the guy had it was dressed up to look like Oxy's.
Yeah.
It's bad fat. If that had been around when I was on that stuff, I definitely would have died. Because
Yeah.
I did a lot of Oxy.
Same.
Feds say San Jose Union Chief Joanne Segovia mixed. When you're doing oxys, though, you feel good, right? So it's like it does take your stress away. So, like, I'm just saying, like, if you didn't have it, you'd be all stressed.
It'd be worse than that. You'd have
orgasm.
You might die from
diarrhea. Make you stressed. Being hot and cold.
We had two officers. By the way, so this was fun. Feds say San Jose Union Chief Segovia mixed police and drug business in messages, then tried to frame her housekeeper. She said at one point, "We had two officers that got shot. I should be home tomorrow night, so I'll get them shipped out as soon as I can." She's too busy because she got two cops got shot. I can't. I'll get you the dope later. It's so irritating when police business gets in the way of running your own real business. You know what I mean?
How does the maid do it?
So there you go. I wonder what her punishment will be. I can't wait to see what they give her. Wonder if they took her to McDonald's to get a burger on the way to jail. Go to jimmydore.com to see my new stand-up special, COVID Lies Are Funny. For only $10, you get to become a premium member, too. And come see us do our live shows. We're going to be doing stand-up comedy in Milwaukee, Nashville, Honolulu, Los Angeles, Northampton, Massachusetts, Syracuse, New York, Cohoes, New York, Hartford, Connecticut, Baltimore, Maryland, and more. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for all those tickets.
You sure is driving fast in the park. Oh, there's someone here.
Started over. It's only 2 minutes long.
You sure is driving fast in the park.
News now, Lisa.
Oh, there's someone here. There's someone here. Did you come over here to talk to me? No. Get over here now. What's going on? Oh, it's probably the person that was in the river. Right over here. Get over here.
He just took off with that bag.
As you can see, News Now Lisa's on the scene, and Nature Boy's acting up. Always at the right place at the right time. Always film the police. They just showed up.
No, he's just wiggling. The phone's doing its work. I mean, we got more pepper spray. I know. We can always pepper spray again if we need to.
Welcome back to the Lackluster Channel. On January 10th, 2019, Memphis Police Department officer William Skelton arrived on scene at a convenience store responding to a call about a suspect, Drew Thomas, reported to be inside causing a disruption and knocking over items. Drew was known to be mentally ill and had been banned from the store previously because of prior incidents.
Not now. Come on. You're under arrest. I said you're under arrest, motherfucker. Get the fuck over here. Get your motherfucking ass over here.
Drew remains calm and does not resist arrest.
Hands behind your back. You're under arrest.
A moment later, Drew is placed in the cruiser.
Where we going? Jail? For what? Vandalism. What I vandalism? The inside of the store. What I do? You vandalized the inside of the store. Sit. Oh, I did. I bought some coffee. Good. Sit. My heavy. No, sit. Why not? Because I said so. Put your feet in. Eat it, motherfucker.
One of the officers jokes about giving Drew a lobotomy, and you can then hear Drew bang on the inside of the police cruiser's door.
Lobotomy sounding nicer, isn't it? Yeah, it sure is. Sure is. You need the grip bottles. No. Are you sure?
This is awesome. That officer got a felony for this. I remember seeing this one.
Male black in custody. Oh. Kick my car again, I'm gonna foam you. You understand me, kid? I will spray the shit out of you. You worthless piece of incestuous.
A few minutes later,
Doesn't
Drew
even care
asks
that the
why
camera's
he's
on.
going
Even
to jail.
points it.
Oh, suck my balls, kid.
Officer Skelton walks away from the cruiser for a moment and returns shortly after to spray Drew, though it's not clear whether he continued to kick the door and was already in handcuffs.
774. Suspect's kicking my car door. I am deploying my pepper foam. I'm trying.
Oh yeah. Holds him down to get him in the face.
The officers then decide to place Drew in hobble restraints.
774. Suspect appears to have calmed down. We're securing the rip hobble now. I know this hangs at the door. Yeah. I'll hold him on the other side. Good luck.
Drew again does not resist and asks the officer to roll down the windows to gain relief from the spray.
You let the window down. For you? Hell no. Not after that. You gonna make me have to treat you like that after I tried to be good to you the first time, tried to take you somewhere to get you some help, then you gonna make me be an asshole, and now you gonna ask me for a favor? I don't think so.
Instead, Drew is boxed into the back seat, hog-tied with the windows rolled up, after being sprayed 4 times.
774 rip hobble secure. You want me to roll the window down?
He wanted me to be a human.
I probably should.
He was calling you sir at the end of that, though.
Yeah, he was. He was.
He's got that crazy with him now. Calm down. By doing that, he'll calm down now.
I hope so. We'll get some overtime out of this,
I've never
gentlemen.
seen someone spray someone before.
It's the first time I've used the phone.
I bet that's still not mother.
I hope so.
None of the other officers stepped in to stop Officer Skelton. In fact, they celebrated the act with him.
I phoned him.
Good. Got both of them.
I phoned the fuck out of him.
I'm gonna have my day on
That's fine. I phoned the fuck out of him. I'll tell the camera I phoned the fuck out of him. I told him I was gonna phone the fuck out of him.
And then he started kicking again. I'm like, you gonna do it? He's like, I'm gonna do it. I'm like, oh, here we go.
He kicked the door. I said, you do it again, I'm gonna phone you. He did it again, so I phoned him.
With me. We got top of it.
Yeah, and he's a Republican now. And now he's calling me sir.
Eventually, a lieutenant arrived on scene and rolled down the windows. Meanwhile, the other officers on scene discuss how to write the narrative in a way to ensure that Drew was charged with a felony.
You need to say, it's gonna be 500 today, sir. Okay. It's gonna be 1,000 today, sir.
Officer Biddick made statements on scene that illustrated an intent to deceitfully complete the arrest report to keep Drew in jail for a longer period than the actual facts and evidence would dictate. Drew was charged with vandalism, trespassing, and disorderly conduct. According to the police affidavit, he did more than
the suspect got, I
$2,000
thought
worth
this
of
cop
damage,
got a felony
$1,000
against
to
him.
the inside of the store and $1,100 to the police cruiser. The problem is, according to an internal affairs report, the amounts were fabricated. The investigation found no damage to the squad car and only $350 worth of damage to the store. Drew ended up spending 150 days in jail and was released for time served after pleading guilty to a reduced misdemeanor vandalism charge. The officers who wrote and exaggerated the report were each suspended without pay for 3 days. Internal Affairs charged Skelton with excessive force. He resigned from the department just a week before his hearing, and soon after started working for a private security firm. But the Memphis Police Department never forwarded his case to the DA, and only after Action News 5 first aired their report on this incident was Skelton charged with official oppression, a Class E felony for his actions, all to prove to his fellow officers that he ain't no bitch.
I ain't no bitch. And now you believe me.
You are nothing but a bitch.
I think that this video shows otherwise. Skelton pleaded not guilty in 2021, and the available
agree with
information ends there. It's not clear whether Skelton was convicted or if Drew ever sued the officer or department. It is likely, however, that based on many cases that I've covered, that Skelton pleaded down his felony charge and walked with the light sentence. In fact, if you have more information about the outcome of this case, let me know down below or email me direct. If I can confirm what happened on the criminal or civil side of this case, I'll provide an update in the pinned comment. Thanks for watching. If you have a video, use the submit link in the description or pinned comment. If you enjoyed this one, subscribe and hit the bell for future content, and check out our other channels, Lady Lackluster and The Odd Side. Remember to like, share, and leave a comment about what you think of this interaction. It's the easiest way for you to help expose corruption and misconduct. Merchandise is available using the links below. Join the Lackluster family for just $1 if you'd like to further support the channel. Get a Lack logo next to your name, custom emotes, and early access to videos. I look forward to seeing you in the next one. All links are down below.
I haven't seen any of
You can go over here if you like. So I honestly. See how he's walking the dog? Just right here. Is it a lawful order? You'll arrest me if I don't move?
Back up.
I'm asking you. I will move.
I am yes, I'm telling you.
That you'll arrest me if I don't move.
Physically interfering.
What's he doing? I can be loud, bro. It's Yeah, you look silly. No, you don't.
Look at this. I'm drawing a physical line for you. Good boy.
All dogs sniff.
I like this dog.
Yeah, they do. So if I touch you, is that okay?
Yeah, 70% error rate.
Let me find out, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're called a sovereign citizen.
We welcome you in here. That's the freedom.
Yeah, okay, buddy. You don't welcome me past that line. Past that line you drew in the sand.
Drive around being a nuisance.
Oh, exercising my rights as a nuisance. Thank you.
I haven't seen any good mass accountability stuff in a while.
Beverly cops over here. Peabody.
He did not answer.
What's up? Good, how are you? Why is that? Why is that? It's a crime scene? You guys putting up tape? I'm not either. Well, verbally doesn't work in the court. It doesn't. Not when you're in public. Can I get your name and badge? Archibald. 13?
You know me.
Dude, I meet so many
We know
cops.
each other from the hospital.
I meet so many cops, dude. You know?
We can go over here if you'd like.
So, honestly,
Sir, see how he's walking the dog? Just right here.
see how, like, this
They're literally
visual,
practicing with the dog.
doesn't really,
They're not working a
really
crime
hold
scene.
up, man, you know? I'm just here to document, you know? If you guys really didn't want someone to cross the line, you'd put up tape. You're asking, right? Lawful order? Will you? I'm not being annoying. I'm doing what I can do. So what? My smell will throw them off, but you guys' smell won't? Is it a lawful order? You'll arrest me if I don't move? I'm not playing games. This is what I do. Okay. Seriously, if I'm 2 feet beyond this railing, that's gonna really make the smell any different? It makes no sense, bro. It doesn't.
He hasn't put out much in a while. I missed his last
What would
one.
me be right here do?
I noticed I'd missed it.
Well, that would be physically interfering then. That is a crime. But me
Harold
standing
Coleman.
right here would not be. If I get in front of the dog or in you guys' way physically, that would be a crime. I know that. Nah, man, I'm sorry. Just as quick as you'd want a fist bump is as quick as you'd arrest me for nothing. State Trooper K9 out over here. We got Beverly Cop Archibald. Really pushing the limits right now. Trying to let them know that if they don't want someone in the public being in a public area and it's a crime scene, they have to block it off with crime scene tape. Supreme Court ruling. Most cops won't know that because they don't have to know the laws to actually be law enforcement. Good, John. How are you? Actually got one of the Beverly cops fired for being a total tyrant, drinking on the job and all that. with all that training they have, they should have noticed she was drunk on the job, drinking on her lunch break. But this is one of the coworkers for Courtney Brennan. I don't know. I don't know what the crime scene is. They didn't really tell me. You got a Peabody police out here, you got state troopers, and you got Beverly. So I was actually just riding through, coming back from my side work, and I saw them all over here just chit-chatting. So I decided to start filming, and Archibald was asking me if I could not go any further than where? Right here. This invisible line. And then it switched over. I just can't get in the way physically of the dog. So it switched.
I know you're still tied up, but that paperwork back through.
Wonder why he didn't have his body cam on.
Because it's bullshit. They're practicing with the dog. There's no crime scene there.
Why? The dog's not out. I know, the dog's not out. Why didn't you have your body cam on when you were doing that? So? He's doing something that's a public record. You guys don't have body cams yet, right? You shouldn't know their policies then, should you?
I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, I know. You guys usually aren't. About violating policies.
Ooh, my favorite leftist. My favorite liberal, Johnny Five-O, has a video.
You didn't say any line. You said don't get physically in front of the dog. No.
Back up.
Are you gonna arrest me?
Back up.
Are you going to arrest me?
Back up.
I'm asking you.
Come
I
on.
will move.
I am.
Yes,
I'm telling you.
that you'll arrest me if I don't
You're
move.
physically interfering with the.
I'm not. I'm not physically interfering. I literally have to be physically interfering.
2-foot thing. Stop.
Dude,
He needs to work the dog. Stop.
the dog's in the car, dude.
You're interfering with us.
I'm not.
You are.
I'm not. You're standing by, and you're the only one interacting with me. You're not. You're standing by. You're interacting with me. I'm not interacting with the officer actually doing what he's doing. I can be loud, bro. It's freedom of speech. Yes, I can. I can speak as loud as I want. This is a park. I can yell as loud as I want. If there was kids here yelling, playing soccer, would you tell them to quiet down? No. So their freedom of speech and expression is no different than mine. I can speak how loud I want. Archibald, 13. Do you even have jurisdiction right now in Peabody? You do? How's that happen? Oh, okay.
Signed by the chiefs of police.
I'll do a public record for it.
You can.
You know the only lawful time you have to touch me is when you're actually detaining me or arresting me? No, you can't. Yeah, and it's not a crime scene. I can say again, I can say whatever I want to say there, Archibald. No, you don't. You would have crime scene tape up right now if you didn't want me to go to a certain spot. No, it isn't. Yeah, you look silly. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Is that car plugged in?
There was a bullet or a shell casing right there.
Or is that the inverter running out to something?
Okay, we're gonna have everybody back up.
Where? You gonna tape it off?
Everybody.
You're gonna tape
No,
it
the
off?
dog's just gonna work. You know what's going on. The dog's working.
I don't know.
The area.
You guys haven't really informed me.
Look at this. I'm drawing a physical line for you.
Was there a shooting?
I don't know.
Huh? Oh, you don't answer my question? Whereabouts can we start to go that way? So I can go all the way down on the grass here? It's just the gravel, I can't. All right, cool. So I can't pass that line in the gravel, but I can in the grass. These dogs are not trained well at all, dude.
None of them are.
They're not. You guys can't even shut them up when they want.
All
you
they're
just
good
let 'em
for is
bark when you
mangling
told me
suspects.
Because that's what you guys want to do. Is that like intimidation tactic or something? Yeah, doesn't seem like it. Because every time someone comes near or close to the car, they don't shut up. Even when the person asks them. You know how many dogs have never let go of the person? Not for me, it's for you guys. That means they're not trained well. My dog listens to me better than you guys' dog do. And it's not even had that great professional training you're talking about. Isn't it? Why did you let Courtney Brennan slip through the cracks like the rest of the Beverly cops? You know, that disgraced police officer that got fired? The one with the salute, the one that was drinking on the job. You don't answer my questions? Yeah, I didn't think so. You're so good in your training and everything. Why didn't you notice a drunk police officer that was drinking on the job for 2 years? She was doing drugs. She was doing Adderall. She was smoking the weed, the herbs. You didn't notice any of that? You didn't notice any of that? You didn't notice any of that? All dogs
I
sniff.
just love that he's trolling them.
I like this dog.
Yeah, they do.
I like this dog.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Especially if they got a hound in them.
Highly trained.
Yeah. So, that's called deflection. So why didn't you, with all your great training? No, it isn't. With all the great training you have, why didn't you notice a drunk police officer for 2 years, endangering the public that you're supposed to protect? You don't answer my questions. Because you have no answer, because your training is that poor, that's why. It's funny, they think the few bootlickers and copsuckers are really the majority, but it's a minority nowadays. I'm not trying to break you. I'm talking to my audience right now, my live audience. Ratings? No, it isn't. You should see what they're saying about you. They're wondering how you let that slip through the cracks without good training. A drunk police officer, and she didn't get fired until I said something, until I stepped up to the plate. Like someone that actually cares about the community and cares about the people. Not someone that's getting a paycheck by our tax money. Doing it for the check. That's it. That's all you're doing it for. Not because you have a good moral scale or anything like that. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, remember me from the hospital? Yeah. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, you tried. Because then you were going to do this. Then you knew you were going to violate my rights over here. Then you knew you were going to violate my rights. Yeah, it did fail. Dude, you touched me for no lawful reason. You touched me over here. And I knew. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It doesn't matter if I'm injured. It doesn't matter if I'm injured. It doesn't. So if I touch you, is that okay? Let me find out, right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're called a sovereign citizen. Yeah. You know what sovereign citizens do? They think they're above the law. Yep.
I recall, I don't answer your question.
Yeah. It's called rhetorical. Yeah. Okay, buddy.
All right.
I doubt it.
Friends. Okay, she trolls him for a while.
You realize this is all fun.
Grow up. Okay. The way I act. All right.
It's embarrassing as an adult.
It is. Chasing. Dude, I was just riding through here. I didn't even know you guys were here. So? Dude, I got paint all over me. I just came from work. What are you talking about? I just got dropped off of 128. Dude, you don't even know what you're talking about. Nope. Nope. I would be in Salem if I wasn't working. I'm never out in Peabody unless I'm driving through. Yeah, okay, buddy. You don't welcome me
Yeah, they
past
seem
that
welcome.
line. Past that line you drew in the sand. Oh yeah, tough guy. I did. I passed it right on the grass. Yeah. What's the difference, really? Come on, dude. Really? Really? Dude, it's live. We're live right now on Facebook. Unedited. Unedited. So what do you got to say now? What do you got to say now? Yeah, I'm sure you are. He said he doesn't answer my questions, but he just did. He just answered my questions, bro.
Dude, I'm not answering this.
You should act
stupid
professional
fucker.
all the time. You shouldn't be trying to talk down to me. Right? You should be treating all the public with respect, no matter how they treat you. That's also what you swore an oath to protect. Oh, exercising my rights is a nuisance. Thank you. That's a great clip. That's a great clip. I'm not gonna break you. There you go. You're starting to slip. That ego is really getting in there. Yep. Yep. Being a nuisance. Recording you guys is a nuisance, huh? Exercising my rights is a nuisance. Is that it?
He hung up.
Of
Thank
me
you.
what?
Don't bother
Go ahead.
sending me text, asshat.
Oh yeah? Have I been arrested at a scene? Have I been arrested? With your documentation. Have I been arrested at a scene? Huh? You said on the gravel. I'm on the grass. This is the grass. This is the grass. How's it make you feel, big guy? How's that ego feel? You just boosted that ego a little bit? Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know. He's way up there, so that's why I'm not. He's beyond the hill over there. So if I go on the other side, is there a cop over there stopping me from going on the other side? Is that going to be a nuisance? So I wonder where all that documentation is. Is it in the Beverly Police Department? I want to get that public record. Plenty of documentation of me stirring up trouble at scenes. Oh, I've never been in trouble at a scene. What are you talking about? If you guys did your job right, there wouldn't be any problem. I would know exactly where to go or not to go. But instead, you have to draw invisible lines and then actual literal lines. No, I wasn't near the dog ever. They're not looking for any people, I thought, though. So once the state trooper came back down, he put his body cam on like he should have had the whole time. Oh, he just stepped on the dog. You heard that squeal? He just stepped on the dog. A good trained dog.
Motherfuckers pissed me off. I won't ever answer the phone for this asshole again. Never.
Getting wrapped up in a leash.
Fucking blow me up. Well, the message clearly says leave a text and I will reply. I always do. Whether I like you or not. You may not like my reply, but you'll get one. This is almost done.
Hello, you've reached Detective Public Solutions Rural Office. If you would like to speak to us. So the call, we'll get back to you as soon as possible. Voicemails are not checked often if the text is checked.
I forget the look, Craig. It was supposed to there's actual statistics saying that
No message.
canine dogs that work for the police are like 80% ineffective. This is how they get more funding, because they're using all these resources right now for something that could be done most likely with just the puberty police canine.
He's actually right.
Nah, man, not after all that. You kidding me?
You're free to go wherever you like now.
Oh, thanks. So that means I was detained to this area, huh? No comment. Hey, Archibald, I'll hang out in Beverly more often. I'll come and be a nuisance to you guys. No problem, anytime. I'm sure you do.
Thin blue line on the side of the fucking car.
All contact information is on the Facebook page of the Beverly Police Department.
I think that's a world record time for a stream snipe.
If I didn't know Lucky Bear and Sab better, I would just think that was super creepy.
Welcome back. So it's Easter Sunday, 2023. This was our first call to robbery in Panorama City. It's about 3:30 p.m. local time. Sab Crazy and Lucky Bear showed up and stream sniped. So that's what that whole comment was about. This interaction you're going to see is the worst reaction to a camera I've witnessed yet. LAPD initially told the guy I was allowed to be there, but then hightailed it out when they saw his trying to get physical with me. Let's face it, dereliction of duty goes hand in hand with true hero cops. Rather than intervening, they chose to walk away. Those cops would have loved to have seen a fist fight with me on this day. They always show their true colors. Rather than being confrontational, I simply let this guy rant. His girl got jumped. He's trying to make up for it with his interaction with me. I don't take any of this personally, unlike this poor guy. I always love it when people break out their phones for a cam back as if it's supposed to set me off. Here you see two of LAPD's finest who do a 180 as soon as they see my camera, doing what they do best, leaving.
Hey, bro. Hey, what are you doing? Hey! Don't get this motherfucker's personal shit. What are you doing, goofy ass? Man, you can do it. No, let's go do this shit over here. You're a fucking lame. I'm gonna do the same thing too.
Go for it.
That's right. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna put your stupid ass on blast. And since you want a video of somebody, look, this motherfucker filming a video right now that thinks he's so fucking cool over here, bothering people that got robbed, trying to make a fucking report. Your stupid ass is right here bothering my fucking wife. Do you realize how stupid you are? Huh?
I'm here filming cops.
Bro, well, we don't give a fuck about that. This is a fucking personal family issue. My wife just got robbed with my daughter and they jumped her ass, motherfucker. And you're right here thinking your little fucking subscriptions are gonna be a fucking what? You get paid for your videos on YouTube or what? You think you're cool or what? Go fucking
fucking film something else. Fucking goofy ass. As a matter of fact, this is what I'm gonna do, dog. Since you think you're a cool motherfucker, getting Johnny 50 live, we're gonna make sure we find out who the fuck you are, all right?
Okay, cool.
All right, bitch.
Cool story.
Watch what you're on.
Definitely triggered. I understand the emotions, but the cops should have just.
As you can see, the LAPD is nowhere in sight, despite there being 2 units there parked in the street.
Can you imagine living your life that scared? He should apply for the LAPD. He'd fit right in.
True.
Dude, I'm 50, at least 40 to 50 feet away from that debris over there.
Just from the debris, and he was the next crap load down.
Hey, great job de-escalating, you guys. You guys are heroes. You should get a job at Uvalde. I hear they're hiring.
Oh yeah, Johnny knows that too. That's why he didn't even interact.
Ladies and gentlemen, heroes. Heroes, there you go. 4'11" hero.
I know I've got lots of supporters around the Panorama City area. Hopefully someone can let this guy know whose side I'm on. He was emotionally charged, and that's why I didn't engage much with him. There was very little upside. Thanks for watching the video. If you like the content and you'd like to find your way back, please subscribe to the channel. Click on the bell notifications to receive all updates to the channel. If you would like to support the channel, memberships are available. There are several different tiers available. There's also a PayPal link in the description to help offset costs for production and legal fees. Super thanks are also available here. It allows fans to support their favorite channel. You get a personalized, colorful comment.
With Uvalde?
Also, membership gifting is a brand.
That's where those cops sat outside that classroom and listened to all those kids get executed. While they clean their hands with hand sanitizer and whatnot. San Antonio area.
A new feature here on YouTube. With this feature, existing channel members can purchase gift memberships for other viewers who are not yet members. We also have a secondary live channel where we generally do most of the cop watching from, even though this was on the main channel. That's where we listen to the police scanner throughout the city and follow calls, chase calls. You'll also find links in the description for my multitude of Facebook pages, Instagram, and TikTok for all you youngsters, Gen Zs. Shout out to all the moderators for the live chat, with the exception of Johnny F. Face. I'm just kidding. You guys are the unsung heroes around here. Thanks for being here, and we will see you in the next video.
Well, that was easy. Yeah, I guess it was.
Oh, now I must defend Ethan Klein. It is one of the most difficult things I have to do. But in this case, I think as much as it might pain Ethan to defend me on a fair use issue, I would suspect that he would. Maybe he wouldn't. But I do think deep down he's got some levels of scruples. And, I would hope that my record over the years of defending him when he's in the right would have some value, although maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But this is an interesting case. where he basically is getting robbed of $620,000. And at least he admits in his own words that, like, you know, I don't have no idea how he got in this situation. Well, I guess I do now, but it turns out he uses an MCN. Now, I will be fair and explain why he does, because it does make sense. But for every other YouTube content creator on the planet, you do not need an MCN. They will tell you that you need them, but you do not. And I'm going to get into all that after a super quick word from this video's sponsor, Galaxy Lamps. Huge shout out to this video's sponsor, Galaxy Lamps, and their huge spring sale. If you've been around my channel for pick your Galaxy projector up today and brighten up almost any room in your house. Now, as a YouTuber, if you make money on YouTube, you get a small percentage of the ads that run on YouTube. YouTube, I forget what the exact split is, it's like 50-50 or 70-30 or something, 45-35 or something like that. So advertisers pay YouTube, Google really, to run ads. Then Google runs the ads on your videos and you get a small chunk of that. That's how YouTubers make their money. They also make their money by memberships, which are a Twitch Prime, a Twitch kind of thing where members can pay $5 a month, $10 a month to support their favorite creators or to get access to various other things. MCNs are a dinosaur of the old internet, where people who could not get monetized, like from the machinima days, video game days, people who could not get monetized, or YouTube just didn't allow them to monetize, they could still earn money from their videos by joining with an MCN. An MCN is a secondary marketplace that also sells ads. Now they will, in my experience, many of them will lie to creators, even big creators. I get emails every day from people like BBTV, and including them, I've gotten emails from them, I'm almost certain, where they're like, hey, let us manage your money and you'll make even more than you're going to make on YouTube. Source, trust me, bro. But the reason Ethan Klein uses an MCN actually is reasonable. When you're a YouTuber, one of the dumbest rules with AdSense is, and that's how we get paid, is that you can only ever have one AdSense account. So I have this channel, for example, I have Community Notes that is a partnership with City Watson. I also have this new project which launches this week, which is another partnership. And it creates a huge mess where I have to take all the money and then split it up around everywhere else, because Google won't let you have separate AdSense accounts, even if you're like have separate corporations set up. It's really dumb. Also, for example, Sydney still gets paid in Australian dollars and cannot change that. So this is what happened to Ethan Klein. He was still getting paid because when he set it up, he was in Israel, and the money was going to an Israeli bank. It was getting paid in that currency or whatever the case is. So a workaround was to go with an MCN so they could pay him in USD back here in the country. So that's why he did it. I don't know if it's because he was getting demonetized too or whatever the case is. So he signs with an MCN, even though Lord knows he should have known better. Over the years, seemingly everything had been fine, because the way the agreement was set up was that Ethan was going to get 100% of the ad revenue that his channel earned, and BBTV, this MCN, this middleman, was going to get a bigger chunk of any ad reads they might deliver. That's the new pitch they do, by the way. Again, if you're a creator, you do not need an MCN. Don't ever sign up for one. Okay, I've said that a half dozen times now. Now, when they come to me, they say, oh, yeah, I mean, you're doing fine on Google AdSense. We want 10% of that or some percentage of that. But if you won't give us that, we'll get you ad reads from Nike and Honda. And they're going to pay you $10,000 an ad read. And this is additional ad reads that you wouldn't have gotten before. So this is how they suck in new people, because it's hard to get good ad reads. You know, I work hard. I have a full-time employee, and her entire job is, you know, finding things for me to sell. And because, you know, AdSense isn't what it used to be. What these MCNs will say is, hey, you're not getting these ads from Nike and from United Airlines, but we can get them for you. But we're going to take 30% of the deal, which is actually fine. Most creators like myself would agree to that. And so I actually got deep in conversations with BBTV about a year ago, where I had said, okay, let's work together. You bring me some ad reads. You can keep 30%. You can keep 40%. Bring me some ad reads. And you know what happened is, oh, sure, we'll do that. We'll do that. But we need you to connect your account. We need you to connect your AdSense account to ours, which I said, absolutely not, because I know once it's connected to you, I'll probably never get it back. And so the whole thing kind of reeked, and I didn't sign up with them. This is clearly the deal they offered Ethan, but Ethan was clearly using it so he could get out of the Israeli banks into the United States banks. The way the contract is read to him, by him, here's what they say. You know, Ethan Klein was supposed to get 100% of every dollar he earned both through Google ads as well as Google subscriptions. Now, it says Google subscriptions, but what this really means is memberships. Okay. So YouTube, they're saying you get 100% of this, Google subscriptions. Well, it turns out over the past, I don't know how, I mean, come on, Ethan, you got to watch your wallet a little closer than this, bud. But over the past, I don't know how many months, he said, as far back as December 2020. So this dude didn't notice for 3 years, which is shocking to me, because if somebody was pulling 30% of my revenue off my paycheck, I would notice the very first month. But maybe, I assume his checks are gigantic. Okay, this is what can tell. This is why he's earning so much money. He probably doesn't even notice, which is probably why they thought they could get away with it. So he wrote this email saying, I hope this email finds you well. I'm writing today, pressing matter, blah, blah, blah. I'm reviewing our financial records. I've discovered a significant discrepancy in the sponsorship revenue that has been remitted to the H3 podcast. It appears that Broadband TV has been withholding 30% of the sponsorship money going back to as far as December 2020, possibly even earlier. The total amount withheld from us, as far as our records allow us to track, is $620,000. As you are well aware, our agreement with Broadband TV, which was established in 2017, clearly states that 100% of all revenue goes to the H3 podcast. The only exception to this would be the Broadband TV directly brought us a third-party sponsorship, in which case your company would receive a cut of that specific revenue. And I can say, as somebody who has negotiated with BBTV, this is the same offer I negotiated with them too. I said, you keep telling me that you're going to bring me all these premium AAA sponsorship deals. If you do that, I will give you 30% of it. Okay, but otherwise, why would I let you in my house at all? Right? So this is clearly probably part of why he agreed to do it. It has become apparent that this understanding has not been respected. I'm deeply concerned. I'm currently assuming that this discrepancy is a result of an honest mistake, which we now know is not. That will need to escalate and will not need to escalate the situation further. However, I must stress urgency and the gravity of this matter. So he says, you stole $620,000 from me. Bro, I need you to give me that money back because you're not entitled to that. And according to the contract, as far as I read it, they are not entitled to that either. On top of that, they essentially ghost him. When they finally do pick up a phone call, it's some underling who is saying, tough cookies. We're not going to give you your money back. So now the only solution Ethan Klein has is to fully demonetize his channels, create a new AdSense account from scratch, sever the relationship with BBTV. If you want to do the math, $600,000 is 30% of the revenue just from memberships over a couple of years from him. He's probably losing several $100,000 in this transition. This is a huge, again, I don't agree with Ethan's political takes. I think he, when people he disagrees with, I think he relies far too much on personal attacks. But this is pretty bad. This is a huge amount of money. Not only the $600K that they stole from him, but also potentially how much money he's now going to lose after having to willingly demonetize his entire channels, remonetize them at whatever point that happens. Who knows how long that will take. And then he's going to have to remarket to everybody to become a member again. Almost certainly those numbers will not be as high as they were. So I know a lot of people, Ethan's not going to get a lot of love from my viewers. I understand that, but principles matter. And this is a pretty brutal one. Hopefully he can get his money back. And just, if nothing else, please use this as a reminder. Do not join any MCNs under any circumstances. They had zero value. Hope you enjoyed this video. We'll talk to you again real soon. First and foremost, obviously, the only important people to remember after this video will be the people that are no longer with us today. I feel conflicted reporting on this kind of stuff, but what I'm very interested in, what I think is really important, is how it gets reported in the mainstream press. And I don't think that gets reported in an honest fashion, which is what I want to try to do here. I think it goes without saying that this individual, I'm going to do my best not to show their loser face, is a piece of garbage, a coward, and I'm not quite sure why these lunatics can't simply just embrace the fact that if they don't want to be with us anymore, okay, now I wish they would get help, I really do, but if they don't want to be with us anymore, there's literally no rule saying they have to take other people with them. Now, what's interesting about this situation, based on what I've been able to gather in the early states here, this person appeared to be relatively political, left-leaning, and some Instagram messages may indicate it's starting to paint a picture, which is extremely curious. So I'm not going to go through the specific details. What we know is one loser entered the building. They're no longer with us, as well as 2 different police officers were injured, one of them was in critical condition, and several other people did not survive the day. We know that a text message was sent, apparently to a friend that said, "Hey, I'm feeling like I don't want to be here anymore. I'm going to go do this thing." You know, at no point. I don't know.
I've been approached by MCNs too.
That it's hard to say. I
And
think
if I was on doing this for money,
out there, more advice to people when they get
I
these
might
type of
have
text
considered
messages.
it.
What the heck do you do? Well, I think if you want my advice, is even if it's a friend or family member, somebody you love, you just got to call the police. You just have to.
Yeah.
You have to try and do your best you can
Go
to
kill
get
them.
them. You know, look, they're arrested but alive. We saw this exact same situation just play out in Colorado. You know, nobody else was hurt. This person got arrested. Hopefully, they'll get the help they need. So there was now. This is purported. This is surfacing around the internet. We also know there are several rumors that this individual streamed the entire event on their Instagram, and that stream remained live until the very end. Their Instagram account has now been deleted. This is being reported, so it's an early scene. So who knows? Maybe that's totally made up. I'm not digging for that video. All right, and nobody should. I think
Somebody
people-
will. Tell me
I
what
know
we
there's
should
a
look
morbid
for.
curiosity, but it's
Oh,
just
yeah.
something that you can't unsee. And as somebody who's been
I
around
won't
the internet for a long time,
broadcast
it's
it,
just
but I'll
something
watch
you
it.
don't need to see. Apparently, there was this group of messages sent. One thing that looks suspicious to me is the way they overlap. You know what I mean? Now, I don't know if that's normal, but the way they overlap seems suspicious.
I'm an affiliate with 2 sponsors. One is his Coffee Brand Coffee, and one is Lions Not Cheap, only because I buy those products. I will only buy or recommend a product that I buy. And the link does give the person clicking on it a discount as well. So I make very little off of that.
But you have this. It says they won't listen to words or protests. Let's see if they hear this. And the Monday vibes from Office Space. And then looks like a Star Wars The Last Jedi thing.
Yeah,
Again, I'm
to
not
deal
sure
with
this
you.
could be
Yeah,
fake
I get it.
because it doesn't, you know, it's like,
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
get it.
sure. The way they overlap like this, I don't use Instagram. So again, take that one with a grain of salt. There's other interesting information being tied to the same individual who had an Instagram account removed, obviously, as well as a Reddit account under the same name. Is it possible that it's a Redditor who has the exact same Instagram account? Yes. But this was shared by Sebastian Gorka. They're already wiping all of this loser's social media. There were anti-Trump, pro-lockdown posts on a Reddit account with the same name at the already nuked Twitter account. This is another Democrat. Now, again, I want to point out, I want to report on this. These are the facts. Mental illness, obviously, is an issue. It's the biggest issue here. Just is. I don't love how it's being politicized immediately, but I think it's important to report on the fact that it appears to be that way, and it may color how it's actually covered going forward. They apparently have this flexing today. Wow, how did you get so buff? Every time Trump tweets some racist stuff, I do one push-up. It's pretty tame lefty stuff, not militant. Again, if it's that person. Then you see this one, finding an excuse to stay in without being a bad person. They posted this. Health officials advise people to work at home, postpone gatherings. I mean, also saying bring it on. Again, so he was pro-lockdown and he didn't like Trump. I don't know that these individual tweets themselves are like, militant or indication of a TDS. We also know that his LinkedIn profile probably featured his pronouns, he and him. There's absolutely no indication that they are, some sort of individual who was any part of any community. Probably just a normal run-of-the-mill Democrat leftist, mid-20s banker. Definitely a narrative breaker. Something very, very odd. This is not the type of person that you would expect to do this. Now, for a thought experiment, if that Instagram post is real, did they get it in their warped mind that, oh, I'm just going to go do another event with the same tool that we're trying to get banned so that people will ban it? I don't know. It's really bizarre. There's another article here. Again, this this Instagram post is making the rounds, but I don't like how it overlaps. That doesn't seem normal unless that's one image. They're all to the left and to the right. I'm not sure if anyone can tell me or identify, what would make that real. It appears that he did use a long weapon I don't know which one. Obviously, if it's the super scary one, we're going to know about that pretty quick. The other information that we have,
Super scary one.
is, many people
Assault weapon.
are no longer with us, 4 minimum, and 9 injured, and maybe not all of them are going to make it. They also know that he was streaming it on Instagram, and he warned that he was considering this and going to go after workers. This is the thing. In both scenarios, in the last two, in both scenarios, both in Nashville and now in Louisville, people sent out these text
Warnings
messages
to people that they are close to.
This is a former bank employee. I want to get to the part where he sent a text. The 25-year-old worker reportedly texted a friend before the event saying that he was feeling like he didn't want to be around anymore and he was going to go do exactly what he did do. Initial indications told of the worker being called to his place of employment despite it being closed to public on Easter Monday, where it was thought he was to be fired. So he says, so it looks like maybe this is not any kind of political, you just have a lunatic piece of garbage. Again, these are, this is according to scallywagandvagabond.com. Okay. Now, I did see a lot of these messages floating around Twitter and, the text message that happened. So, if he was going to get fired, perhaps that's what indicated it, and, it's going to be interesting because netizens reported that the loser's Instagram profile was being removed following claims that he live streamed the unfolding incident. It looks like, this is
Anna loves him.
A disgruntled employee. If these Instagram posts are real, obviously that's that may prove to be more of an incident. But we also had
Anna loves this guy.
Obviously, a lot of other incidents here, or a lot of other potential reasons. I don't know. I feel helpless with this kind of stuff because it's like, what makes somebody do this? What drives somebody to this level? What incentivizes this to them? What justifies this to them? I don't know. I don't think that, I think that it's obviously the ultimate act of cowardice, especially in this particular situation, where we had another location where, carrying personal protection is prohibited. So you go in a situation where that people can't defend themselves. From what I also understand, the situation is police dispatched this individual. Good for them. Having 2 injuries among them, plus other, just completely helpless people. This country has a mental health issue combined with, I think a general malaise to when people make these kind of statements or threats. I think part of what needs to change is that if people start taking, making these kind of statements, it's time to go on involuntary psychological evaluation. I don't know, right? There's not a perfect solution for everything. But, if somebody says something like this, maybe there should be a huge reward. You successfully report something like this and it gets stopped. How about $100,000? What if you offered that? You might say, oh, well, they're going to get flooded tips. Okay, fine. If it stops even one of these, people get mired in the take away nobody needs an AR, we need to get rid of them all, to the shall not be infringed, and then nothing changes. But in the meantime, nobody even tries anything. So it sucks. I hate reporting on it. For right now, it does not seem like it's politically motivated. It does, of course, seem this person was a Democrat and didn't like Trump and perhaps some other things, but this sucks. If you stay tuned, make sure you subscribe, leave a like on the video. If there's any major updates to this, I will, of course, upload that as well, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
I'm just going through all of them.
Bud Light presents Real Men of Genius.
Real Men of Genius.
Today we salute you, Mr. Really, Really, Really Bad Dancer.
Mr. Really, Really, Really Bad Dancer.
Arms swinging, knees bending, head bobbing, to no particular rhythm. You're either dancing or you have fleas.
Call me a doctor.
As soon as you hit the dance floor, the taunts begin. Is that all you got, player? Unfortunately, yes. That's all you got.
Oh, we don't know.
Who's in the house? Some guy in a dress. That's who's in the house.
You're a star.
So crack open an ice cold Bud Light, Mr. Happy Feet, because you really put the oogie in boogie.
Mr. Really, Really, Really Bad Dancer.
You know who we're watching, Hannah.
Well. As the internet continues to do what it does, first of all, I'm really proud of you all. Keep up the pressure, because I do think that there is real tangible change that is happening, real tangible effects that are happening to Bud Light. People just have to stay vigilant. I've got a second story on it later, how they're basically hiding off social media. And now we found probably the source of all of this. Their vice president, who essentially admitted that she hated their customers, and purposely wanted to change who their customer was, and probably knew that endorsing this particular individual would push away the people that she hated. So let's make sure we all spread the message. Leave a like on it right now. When the video's done, make sure you share it so everyone knows, from who may consider drinking Bud Light, or maybe knows someone who does, that Bud Light actually hates them and does not want them as a customer. It's a polar opposite, by the way, to my company, Coffee Brand Coffee. Although I don't sell beer, I sell about 15 different roasted, fresh on demand coffees. We have our premium coffees here, where it's available in whole bean or ground. We have about 10 different flavors: hazelnut churro, blueberry cobbler. We have 3 different cold brew options. We've got 15 organic teas, double caffeinated with real cacao cocoa, and we absolutely love our customers. On this Monday, I might ask that if you haven't yet, consider giving us a try. We've got 4,199 reviews, with an average review score of 4.8. They can speak for themselves, and I'd really love a chance to earn your business. If you give us a try, I just think you'll really love it. If you don't, I'll give you your money back. And I love you, and I want you to be my customer. So, Bud Light's marketing VP was inspired to update, quote, fratty, out-of-touch branding. Now, we have this video here. Bud Light VP Alyssa Heinerscheid, in order to save the, quote, declining brand, they needed to attract young drinkers with an inclusive campaign that appeals to both men and women. Not very inclusive of her to use binary language like this. Less than 2 weeks after these statements were published, Heinerscheid managed to alienate men and denigrate women by sponsoring a con man dressed as a woman. Mission accomplished. Let's see here.
I'm a businesswoman. I had a
You're a businesswoman. You're a
I still don't know who you're talking about, Anna.
Businessman. I'm a businessman.
really clear job to do when I took over Bud Light, and it was
You're a VP of marketing. You didn't take over Bud Light. There's about 75 people above you, but I digress.
this brand is in decline. It's been in decline for a really long time, and if we do not attract young drinkers to come and drink this brand, there will be no future for Bud Light. So I had this super clear mandate. It's like we need to evolve and elevate this incredibly iconic brand. And what I
Make a
brought
better
to that
beer.
was a belief
How about
in,
that?
okay, what does evolve and elevate mean? It means inclusivity.
Fucking piss water.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It does if you're some Ivy League educated
Make a better
drone
beer.
who's been, spoon-fed this stuff nonstop.
It means shifting the tone. It means having a campaign that's truly inclusive and feels lighter and brighter and different and appeals to women and to men.
Then why did you hire Dylan Mulvaney? Because I don't think Dylan Mulvaney appeals to either one of them.
And representation is at sort of the heart of evolution. You've got to see people who reflect you in the work. And we had this hangover. I mean, Bud Light had been kind of a brand of bratty, kind of out of touch humor. And,
no.
And it was really important that we had another approach.
So we went and we hired a man that does woman face. That's essentially who this is, right? Like, hey, I mean, by the way, I don't know. I'm not a part of the sales team for Bud Light. Maybe their sales were in decline. I'm not sure hiring a man who makes being a woman a mockery. Let's see some of the replies. Meet Alyssa Heinerscheid, Bud Light's VP of Marketing. She explains her strategy of using, quote, inclusive marketing to promote the brand to young people. These people are evil. Now, let's not put it all on this.
Oh, no, it's
individual.
killing their
She's
stock
just the
and their
VP, which means
sales.
there's probably a president of marketing or a CMO, chief marketing officer, who approved this. I mean, you see here, DC Drano, and there it is. Bud Light went woke and recently hired Alyssa Heinerscheid, a woke Ivy League graduate, as the woman to lead their marketing for their major beer brand. She's also now the first woman to destroy the largest beer brand in the industry. Congrats. Bud Light signals new era in marketing. The Super Bowl will kick off. So she wrote, as the first woman. Oh my God.
No, they want to continue selling the garbage beer rather than the good micro
beer
beers,
brand in the world. It's
the good
an amazing
IPAs and
opportunity
stuff.
to really evolve and elevate Bud Light. This brand I love, said Heinerscheid. Oh yeah, I'm sure you drink a lot of Bud Light over at Yale. The Bud Light commercial, which will air during the Super Bowl, features actor Miles Teller and his wife Kylie, and it's called Hold. I I don't know any of these people, and I don't care. Again, you have all of this, the Super Bowl commercial. It's easy to drink. It's easy to enjoy.
Oh yeah. He
Again, you
is
have
one
someone
hell of a
who
commie.
really has no idea who their
I love
actual
him.
customers are. None whatsoever. Bud Light's vice president,
Mainly
she
because he
wanted
has
to
no
update
other
the
influence
fratty
besides
and
his
touch branding with
content, so.
inclusivity days before Dylan Mulvaney's controversial partnership with the beer was unveiled.
I mean,
By
if
the way,
him and
Bud Light
Gene
haven't
Streaman
announced
can
yet.
work together,
Like, these
all
videos are
work
really
together.
getting traction, and it's really having an effect. And by the way, don't buy Bud Light. They hate you. They think you're fratty. They think you're out of touch. They don't want your money. They want elites money. They want Ivy League school money. They want woke liberals on the
Yeah.
coast's money.
The
Okay, let them have it.
stadiums.
Heinerscheid 39 gave her expertise just 3 days before the furious backlash was unleashed. Now the company is reeling from its controversial marketing strategy and has not even posted on its official Twitter account in more than a week. Again, people, it's working. If you thought it wasn't, I mean, that's why they're literally
No, it was a joke.
fake-faced. Although Heinerscheid said Bud Light's brand is on the wane, it remains the flagship beer of parent company Anheuser-Busch.
Commie.
So, also, are you lying? If it's the number one product that they have,
Say
what do you mean it's
communist.
in decline? You know, like, what does that mean? Are you just making that up? And oopsie doopsie, looks like we lost 3% of the stock today. Look at this drop off. I mean, this
Not that
this
time.
backlash is working. You're talking about billions of dollars that they've lost in market cap here, by the way, or hundreds of millions at the least. Their market cap's $132 billion. Well, actually, it says 112 billion, and now it's gone significantly down. So yes, they are losing hundreds of millions of dollars in the stock market. The Belgian multinational is the world's largest brewer, saw its profits rise above expectations by more than 7%. Wait a minute, I thought it was in decline. It reported last month its core profit earnings before interest, depreciation, and amortization was $4.95 billion. Heinerscheid previously worked as a marketing guru at InBev before moving and taking the helm as Bud Light's vice president in July. Her LinkedIn profile proudly states that she's the first female to lead the largest beer brand in the industry. She told the Make Yourself at Home podcast that she was convinced Bud Light must incorporate inclusivity, and that means shifting tone. It means having a campaign that's truly inclusive and feels lighter and brighter and different. Heinerscheid claimed she had a super clear mandate to evolve and elevate this incredibly iconic brand. I would be willing to bet this person will get fired soon. If the pressure stays on, asked by the host about what she was bringing to the table at Bud Light, Heinerscheid said, I had a really clear job to do when I took over Bud Light. This brand is in decline. Heinerscheid previously worked at Johnson & Johnson as a brand manager for Listerine. Okay, well, that makes sense that you advertise Bud Light. Prior to this, she was a marketing team for Cheerios. She was educated at the $60,000 a year Groton School in Massachusetts before going on to Harvard, where she studied English literature. And then business school at Wharton. She went to Wharton, Harvard, and a $60,000
Yeah,
a
peaceful
year
ones are
private school.
I can hang out with
So
them.
she's super rich and always has
In
been.
fact, I probably know a couple.
Probably never drank a Bud Light in her life. You know, and you see
I guarantee
the
you.
account has gone a few days without tweeting in the
At
past.
fraternity
Official
parties,
account is
she
typically
drank
active
plenty of Bud
as
Lights.
they are on regular other social media. The feed has tweeted 10 times in the prior to 7 days. So their entire brand is being held hostage as the stock plummets. Good. Keep it up. We talked about, this individual here who works and stocks the shelves.
I work for an affiliate company. I am a merchandiser, and these.
He gets paid to restock the shelves.
Stock items at grocery stores. I've showed this guy before, just to cap it up and bring it home.
Sole product of the company I work for is Anheuser-Busch products. So with all this canceling going on,
And he doesn't blame the
I've
people
never
that are
seen
canceling
such
either.
little sales in this past few days on these products. And it's sad because when people don't buy this beer, I don't make money, and I can't feed my family.
Keep the pressure up out there, everyone, and support companies that actually want to support you. Like in the link, in a link in the description. I won't even tell you to go buy something. All I'll say is head on over to coffeebrandcoffee.com and just read some of the reviews. This is 4,200 confirmed customers who bought just about everything we have to offer, and you don't have to take my word for it. What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from The Quartering, and I want to do a bit of a follow-up yesterday, as now we've received some updates from local law enforcement as well as several comments from Riley Gaines, her lawyer, and those who represent her. If you weren't following yesterday, you saw a speaking event at the San Francisco University basically descend into absolute madness, a situation where she had been barricaded in an office. People were demanding money, all sorts
Right.
of wild.
Only because I don't
stuff
have
like
enough
that.
viewers.
And we're going to take a look at the event, and
Or
we're going to be
they'd kill it.
happy. YouTube's not going to be happy with this video, but I'm really happy I have a sponsor for it. So check this out. Huge shout out to this video's sponsor. Wait. You might think I was going to say one thing, but I'm actually going to say Hyper Fever. Check this out.
Game Maker Great
No,
invites you
we're
to
not.
play Hyper Fever. Critics call it the most
Together. So hit my link in the description, and I'll see you on the battlefield. I want to start with this agent. Riley Gaines' agent demands expulsion of San Francisco State students involved in the situation, as well as any staff who did not attempt to end the incident should be fired as well. I actually 100% agree with that. A lot of what we've seen over the years is a lot of these lunatic professors like to use their students as useful idiots living.
Oh, they did it in
getting
Ohio.
them all riled up. Remember that one was at Missouri State University?
No.
There was that teacher who was like trying to get people to
Shut down the
basically
bakery
remove a
in Ohio.
reporter. I think that was during the BLM stuff, or I can't remember. There's so many college uprisings these days; it's hard to keep them straight. Where Agent Eli Bremer now is calling for
He
the
did a
university
story
to
on it.
extend. Now, I want to be very clear: as of right now, San Francisco police have made 0 arrests. I'm sure you're shocked to hear that. On top of that, San Francisco is a literal war zone right now. You've got strung out zombies in the streets, all hopped up on the various pills and all sorts of stuff that people are enjoying there now.
YouTube's doing that, man.
The creator of Cash App, lying in the street begging for help, and people just drove by as he passed away. Former fire chief yesterday, someone went after with a crowbar, I think. It's crazy. You couldn't pay me to go to San Francisco. Riley Gaines also, of course, shared the video. Several videos posted to social media appeared to show the crowd shouting expletives at Gaines, also chanting, "Trans rights are human rights." Again, to ask a very simple question: exactly what rights do trans people not have? This is a question that will, if somebody asks that, if somebody's chanting that, and you want to watch their head like literally explode, just ask them what rights trans people don't have that everyone else has. There is no answer to that, and it's always a fun experiment. In an exclusive statement of Fox News Digital, though, Bremer called for the university to expel any students who raised their hands and fire any staff member who did not attempt to end it. Now, the question is, were these people even students? A lot of people who come to these events are like outside agitators, and it's a difficult thing to police when you have district attorneys that don't want to charge anybody with anything because they agree. That's the only real takeaway that you can have here, right? These district
Oberlin
must
College.
agree with this behavior.
The
Otherwise,
bakery won $11 million lawsuit.
several videos. So also, Riley Gaines is the leading defender of women's rights in America.
Respect to.
Was assaulted last night in San Francisco State University. The mob effectively held her hostage for 3 hours with no apparent action by the university to end it. These type of things and threats against women are always wrong, and we demand really against anybody. SFSU expel any student who did this. Furthermore, we demand that any staff who were present did not attempt to stop it also be fired. Bremer also noted that Gaines was, quote, evaluating legal options as a result, which we're going to get into it here because that's exactly what she has to do. She has to sue San Francisco State University for not properly protecting her.
It takes a lot to earn my
There is
respect.
video of the event where you have staff on the scene that was doing nothing to protect her.
I have to actually, I don't respect anybody online.
I think that you put a
You have to
$15
be
million
involved
lawsuit
in my life and do something for me or my
they start
family.
to wonder about protecting these
no.
$45,000 a year adjunct professors that are whipping these
Content.
students up into this fever.
I'm busy. I'm working
There's
hard.
absolutely nothing wrong, with protesting peacefully. And let's be honest. These
It was
events
Oberlin
are
College.
held
Look it up. Gibson's
where
Bakery
they're being
in Ohio
held
won an
to
$11 million lawsuit against
create
Oberlin College,
maximum
allegedly liberating
noise, maximum clips
libeling
this
the business due to
obviously
student
nobody
protests and
wants Riley
allegations
to
of
be- her
racism.
safety be at harm here, but you're going into the wolf's den. You know that there's going to be lunatic protesters out there. It creates a situation where you can get more eyeballs on your issue or on whatever's important to you. Now, nobody wants anything bad.
I heard something about
Riley
that
Gaines.
too,
I don't think
Schroeder.
that's what, I'm not implying that's what they wanted. I'm just saying there's a reason that like the Daily Wire speaking to her always makes sure to go to a lot of really progressive cities because they know it's maximum chaos, and that's just good press. Now, you don't want anybody
They
getting
built a
hurt.
multi-million
These
dollar
people are
school.
entitled to
One.
be soy infused and protest, but they are not entitled to, demand money for her release. Which again, now I have a clip of, which I'll share because I normally don't share these clips because YouTube doesn't like it, but since we have a sponsor, I can.
I don't know him as a human being. He's doing what people do on the internet. He's trying to earn money by getting views.
Tell her to pay us, then she can go.
Tell her to pay us.
I respect the
Tell her
grift.
to pay us, and then
Tell you that.
we'll let her
I
go.
respect
That's
the grift.
actual kidnapping, the federal crime.
$10 each.
He's earned enough doing what he's doing to start a coffee company.
And by the way, this is, I don't know if there's a university police officer here.
And actually, the
there
coffee's
needs
pretty
to
good.
be 2 law enforcement officers. I don't know if they're San Francisco PD or if they're campus PD, but absolute cowards.
Oh, yeah.
What you do in this scenario is you push all of these loser, soy-infused, rich, spoiled brats out the door, and anybody that doesn't leave gets arrested. This is no longer a peaceful protest. They are holding someone against their will. They are creating a situation that is unsafe. It's kidnapping. By the way, here's the dean of students, Ham Sue. This is somebody that should probably be fired. I think that there needs to be charges on these people. You don't get to hold somebody against their will.
Was she there?
Then when you,
Say that?
you could say, all right, well, maybe he's joking. They didn't make a formal demand of money. Okay, fine. But certainly they were holding her against her will. I wouldn't let her leave, right? And
Yeah,
then
the only
it
time
gets
I've ever
even
heard him
better
getting into a
because
physical
Wiley went on,
conflict,
this
he got
looks-
jumped
this
by
looks
a
to be
train.
on Fox,
Transvestite
that she is pursuing legal action.
I don't know if he
over
defended
the
himself or not.
ambushing and terrorizing her over her views. I 100% agree with that. Again, this is one of the areas on the right that I think they fail at. And I understand why people feel this way. I've talked about it before.
Okay.
People think, oh, because the DA is not going to prosecute, I'm just not even going to bother. Well, I understand feeling that way, but this is a civil matter now. You don't have to worry about a DA going forward. You can flex on.
Here we go.
Hello people and welcome back to Motomaxi channel, a channel that features only the craziest road rage moments caught on bikers' camera. So, in this episode, you will see what happened when Karens lose control. All the clips used in this episode are for educational purposes, and right now in the first clip,
Just said you were
already
fired.
we have a total crazy Karen. Check out this epic footage. This crazy Karen tried to pull out onto the road without looking. When the biker honked at her, she got upset and something crazy is about to happen. Check it out. She was tailgating the biker for quite a while, and the biker did the right thing here by moving to the side to let her pass. And that wasn't the end of this crazy story.
You're going on my YouTube. Hey, you're making me great. I got your license plate and everything. You guys are making great YouTube content. This is great. You guys are great. This is perfect. Oh my. Yo, hey. Hey, I'll send you the link to my YouTube video.
She was yelling at the biker and tried to accuse him of tailgating. Her boyfriend got out of the car for some reason, but luckily the situation didn't escalate into a real fight.
That's
Two boys were simply trying to enjoy themselves on their bikes. But this crazy Karen found a disrespectful and crazy argument unfolded right in the middle of the street.
And then shakes her head when I ride by. How's that disrespectful? You're just a drunk.
30 years old.
Do something about it. How's it disrespectful? I don't care.
What we're trying to do, you just keep doing
We were
it.
out here
It's
before
so
you.
You were here before me.
Yes, we were. Ask him.
It's just disrespectful.
You're enough. I do whatever I want.
Nobody said you couldn't do
Okay, then what is she talking about? Disrespectful me right in the street? Do something.
He's 50. You're like 20, 30?
I don't know, maybe they had some unsolved issue from way back before, and this situation was only escalated it to the point of no return.
When your son flips my husband off in his car, like he's
She must be drunk.
years old.
Yeah.
The other day, we just flipped the other day. Don't act like you didn't do it, dude. We don't do it. You didn't. Because I'm sick.
You'll be on YouTube. You'll be on YouTube. Dumb drunk causing drama. Yeah.
Oh, Billy Butt Crack.
He's riding a bike.
He's live.
That's disrespectful. Shut the f up. Go.
Let's try and get it to come in. Oh, sweet. No mercy. You're going to have to post pictures of it. We'll do a walkthrough video. Okay, sweet. We were on the same levels there, thinking. There we go.
Hey, does the audio sound any different right now? Can you guys tell if the audio like changed from when I just plugged that in? It says it's on.
Billy Butt.
Now if I get closer to it, it'll obviously be a lot louder, but sounds good. Okay. Just let me know if it starts making like a hissing noise or some shit like that. Right now it's going to be picking up on that truck. Damn, I fucking gotta. I'm bringing way too much shit, I think. Gotta have it at all times, folks. It'll fit perfect right here. Handy dandy notebook right here, baby. You sure you have your ID? I got mine. You already know it. Of course, you gotta have your beef stick. Make sure it's in your pants, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So we'll be bringing out my new microphone today. This is real news only. You must always have the proper equipment, folks. I have a lot of things. Got the dime bag, the referee flag. I got the baggie with a little Coke in it. I got kisses. I got milk. I got nuts. What else do I got? Got a pacifier. And let me put a. This will help the weight.
Ooh, V10. Got power, but that's
Got a
going to be
couple
gas
leads on
engine,
this
man.
lane. This name. Hold on a second, guys. Gotta push this phone up.
Who said Princess, man? Yeah, it's out. It's on fire. I mean, not even have to look at this. So you can send me this
You guys
cash.
didn't see, I'm using the, I have the 360 cam tip as well. I got the rich phone.
Hey, wifey. How we feeling? How's your day going?
How are you nerds doing today? Can't really see the chat right now. I'll just have to move this so I can see it.
We're asking people how the audio sounds, but you can't see the chat.
That'll work.
I ain't gonna answer you no more.
Put the new phone in there. By the way, my new phone arrived in the mail a couple days ago, so at least I think it was a couple days ago. That's what it feels like. All right. Let's throw this bitch in here and we're good to go.
This indoctrination is working from home. She got the vids.
What the hell was that? All right, we're almost done. We're almost, I'd say we're almost started. I'm gonna put you nerds in the back. Damn. Let me make sure everything's tight and it's all like feels loose. Just like my butt crack. Hold on. Oh, fuck. I gotta fuck. This thing's fucking loose. Hold on. There we go. Get it in there. So I won't say where we're at yet. However, maybe if you're from Iowa, you'll definitely know where we're at. I just haven't done this in quite some time, guys, so I might be a little bit rusty, just a little bit, Rusty Wallace. But today we do have an investigation. Speaking on that, I almost missed one of the most important things. Hold on. See if I can find my pictures of Miss Ming Ling really fast. First, I got to find my keys. I just have them with the note.
He's locked his keys in his truck so many times. Yeah, I got a new jacket.
Maybe they're in my pants. Hold on.
Well, he goes out there as Grandma Schneider, dressed in a dress and wig, lipstick smeared all over. Actually, I prefer when he does Grandma. Yeah, it's Flex Your Freedoms. This is the one he's going to use to go live with now. Because he gave away the other one. I mean, the other guy is online with Butt Crack News channel link. Oh, yeah, it's his new one. So, yeah. He doesn't have any mods in there either.
Dadgummit. I can't find my Miss Ming Ling pictures. However, here, let me get some of you nerds in here, give you some mod. You're going to let me? Oh, shit. Hold on.
Oh, man, he's a...
Don't want to, By the way, I'll be giving some OGs in here mod for sure. If you're not one, if you're just a badass, you know, maybe you'll get that as well. Who knows? Rusty Wallace's favorite movie, Gone in 69 Seconds. Hell yeah. By the way, Rusty Wallace was my favorite NASCAR driver growing up. Man, dude, this sucks. All right, I'll only do a couple right now because this takes some fucking time. I'll give more out later.
He's
All
already
right,
got 630.
ladies and gentlemen,
Jeez.
let me zoom out from my ugly head. I guess that's all it goes. I wish chat was on the other side.
Oh no, he is.
I got like a phone thing here, but since I got the 360 camera up top, I can't do it. And that's another thing I was going to do. I don't know.
You think
if
he
you guys
would have
rather
learned
have a
about 360 cameras? They don't
camera
get
live
great
stream
footage
or
at
just
all,
this.
and the videos.
It's kind of up to you.
Don't stream in 360.
But I should be solid now. Let me get this phone going. Oh, what the hell? Update my phone? Hell no. You want the 360 cam? But if I do that, my battery is going to go like crazy down fast because it has to play off Bluetooth on my main phone. I don't know why, but I could do it. If you guys want a 360, I could try it.
No,
So I don't care on this channel. Do whatever.
No.
What up, boss? What up, 357? Indoctrinated. 11th state. Snarky. Good to see you. Too much red in that frame. That's what you wrote. By the way, so it's going to be a little bit hard for me to read all your messages, just so you're aware. I'm almost solid. Where's Grandma? I believe she's still in the basement, brother. Save the 360 for static. Hold on, let me at least turn it on then. Okay. I was fucking with this yesterday. It's actually pretty badass. Oh, start recording. Oh, is that all I gotta do? Oh shit, okay. All right, I know how to do it now. Go portrait view. All right, you're solid, baby. So the location, by the way, hold on. Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
No name coder. What up, Toby? This is
Yeah,
Billy
that's
D,
always been a rule,
ECNN.
kind of, but they've never
Real
enforced it.
news
So
only.
they're actually losing subs now.
So today
Being
we are
Crowder and
doing an
everybody else moving over.
investigation. You will find out very soon where we are located. This investigation needs solved because I have heard
I don't drop my
they are
own
trying to
link.
take my ideas
It's
where
in
I'm
my
going.
link
folks.
tree though.
So I hear at this location we're about to go to has been using breast milk. Yes, breast milk, ladies and gentlemen. I am the boob inspector. And they've been using breast milk in their products. And I'm going to confront them over it. This is an investigation we all need. Yes, they are bastards.
I'm not liking this new
because
mic.
guess what? They're making so much
Shotgun
profit
mic,
and
so
they're
it
not
sounds like
letting
he's
the
in a
people
tunnel.
know that they are in fact using breast milk. They're squirting it right in there. Lactation 100%. So we will be going over to them today and we are going to investigate the hell out of them. So we're going to just be moving here shortly. Give me about another 1 minute and we're fucking solid, baby. Hopefully everyone today is doing pretty good. And this is
Really,
kind of what this
everything
channel's going to be. It's going to be more of
origin?
just
I
bullshit
can think of a few other
content
things.
or just live streaming in general, unless
But I get not a whole lot
some
of great
crazy
stuff
shit
in it.
happens, then I'll get on the main account.
But look at you sitting here in my channel on window.
Oh, Cambodian breast milk.
Are you using a phone
That
to
sounds
view it?
delicious. You want some of that, Jeff? I got you, brother. That's
Thanks
true,
for the
static.
view, though, and the comment.
They are clearly not certified by the Department of Titillation. And they will be investigated, trust me. So guys, the channel right now, the main channel, we're up to we're over 52,600 something. We're getting closer to 53,000 subscribers, which is pretty fucking badass. However, I'm going to be needing, what the hell, that circuit breaker just like cut off or something. That was weird. But Damn it! Now I lost my train of thought. What the cuck? That's all right, folks. That is all right. But oh yeah, what I was saying, I'm going to use this channel because I need new content, baby. Sure, I still have another 10 videos or whatever to release, but the OGs, which are most of you in here, have already seen them. I think, yeah, 53K, baby. Let me give you 1, 2 outside. Let me give you that. By the way, I will be modding more people. So if you're a little nerd and offended you have not gotten a blue wrench yet, get wrecked. It's probably coming your way eventually. Obviously, I'm not going to give it to everybody. There's some nerds that I don't quite know who they are yet. Maybe down the road. Hell yeah. But this channel, this is for our adventures, ladies and gentlemen. And today, yes, we are live streaming a very important investigative piece.
Don't ask to be modded.
All right, I'm ready.
Never ask to be modded.
Let me take a quick swig. Are they hiring extra-handed hands for milkers? I hope so. I'm going to ask them. I'm going to ask them. By the way, I don't know you enough, JC. At least I don't think I do. JC News.
Never ask. Never heard of him.
All right. Let's get it going, baby. You will promote? That's all right.
I get it.
No
If you
offense, but I don't
go
really
to
care
it,
if this channel grows at all.
I don't care.
I'd rather have it be a small channel. That way, because the main subscribers, if I just have them all on this channel and they watch the live stream, chances are they're not going to watch when I edit the video.
Yeah.
So that's why I do that.
Like Crowder's doing every day. And
hopefully it's not too bumpy for you guys on the walk over there, but we will be going over there.
It's okay.
What do you consider small?
Yeah. I just play
If it's a small channel, then it would be under 1,000 or 1,000. I mean, small channels are really like
I'm actually getting more. I get more.
pretty much under 10,000.
Don't get any interaction on the chats.
I mean, I'm not. Another thing, I'm not going to hand out mods of fucking. If you ask for it, chances are you probably won't get it.
Right. Don't ask.
You got to be smart when you do this shit. There's people that hate me. There's fucking traitors. There's cucks. There's people out here that just want to sabotage. Got to be smart. So right now, my subscriber gain is dropped, which, that's perfectly normal, but it's down to like 50 subscribers a day that I get, which is still not too bad, but
50 a day.
I just need new content, baby.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's a mail. U.S. mail. But I will be getting out there. Just give me a moment. We're only like a block and a half away. Yeah, and another thing about me, so if you'll notice some channels out there that, they're in the 100,000 or 100,000 plus, but you'll know they don't get views for how big their channel is. That's because chances are they've gotten all those subscribers strictly from YouTube Shorts. So that's a big thing, and that doesn't correlate into like edited videos for people to watch. It just doesn't work that way. I don't know why, but it doesn't. What up, engineer? By the way, guys, hopefully I'm not that rusty out here, but it's always good to get the first one out of the way. And then I'll just improve on that. But hey, you never know how it's going to turn out.
I mean, isn't
All right, we're about a half block away. Or maybe a block. Shit. Met Long Island Audit? Yeah, I met him. I went out there when he was in Berwyn, Illinois. Went out there and
cupped by him.
Had his back. But that nerd was supposed to be. I mean, I don't really give a shit now, but at the time, he's like, "Yeah, bro, I'll share your channel and blah blah blah." Yeah, that never happened. And I drove like fucking 6 hours there and 6 hours back. I got cut. 2 feet of snow there where you live. By the way, guys, if I need to take off this mic, let me know. Or if it gets too windy, let me know and I'll put that dead cat on it. And I feel obese because I'm breathing already. I'm breathing hard. I am hard. All right, damn it. This guy's fucking mowing his lawn right here. Go.
That mic is hot.
Right, we're about here. I think this is the location. We will be setting up shop, folks. Actually, hold on. Shipping. Okay, maybe it's one more door down.
And that's the point of it.
What about these? Don't worry, we're about to set up shop. My back is killing me today, by the way, so that sucks.
It's a disabled veteran too. If y'all didn't know,
Just right up here.
This was like a public roadie zone.
Well, Matthew. Propane dead ahead. That's a big thing of propane. Now this camera shit that I'm carrying around weighs like 35 pounds. It was nice when it weighed only about like 5-10 pounds. Okay. All right, guys, I'm gonna set up shop right here. Hopefully they don't get me with my pants down before I'm set up and prepared.
Lactation Lane and Movie Boulevard. Man, we must have pissed him off. He hasn't been in my chat in forever.
This one takes a lot longer to set up. That's the bad part. How do we sew off? Oh. Okay, let me get my other phone turned on first. Okay. If we look around, oh shit. Okay. Gotta make sure that doesn't happen. Secret ingredient is in fact breast milk. But BCNN, we will find out if that is what they're using in their cream. So if you guys do not know, this is an ice cream facility. Cream. They love it long time. I guarantee you that. But yes, they are under investigation. So if they want to play games, let's fucking play it.
It's from Michigan, like western side of Michigan. I haven't seen him in forever.
We
In the
don't fuck
chat.
around here at BCNA, folks.
See him in Bows. See him. He's modding here
We
already.
don't fuck around.
I'm on mod. And there's other. Oh shit! He's got his ET mask. I wonder he can't see where he's walking. Jesus. Get probed, nerds.
I'll probe them. Trust me, I'll probe them. We're going to find out today, ladies and gentlemen. Trust me. Just got to get my supply ready. In case if they want to kiss, I will kiss them. Oh, shit. I brought my cases. Reese's Pieces? Ladies and gentlemen, we will find out if these nerds want to come outside and explain themselves. We here at BCNN would love.
Teresa, where is your
That's it.
first
We would love to
deposit
see
info?
I found a criminal. I believe I found a criminal. Oh shit! Let me turn it around. Oh, I'm slow. I can't turn
Put
it.
it on himself.
That could be him. That could be him. Is that him? I think it is. He is entering. He is entering the facility. He did look like his breasts were enlarged. I believe he could be potentially. He could potentially be injecting himself with estrogen. That's how those tits got so big. And that's what they're using, folks. They're purposely getting their employees obese. Why, you might ask? Because the milk quality comes out much more. You can get so much more milk out of some big tits than you can small tits. Everybody knows this. This is fact, okay? He's probably,
Is it fact,
he'll
honey?
take that milk. I guarantee you that, and I will let him take
Go
mine.
store more.
So we will find out if they want to come
Alert.
outside and explain themselves. Time will tell, folks. Time will tell. I promise you that.
Hi, Teresa. This is Norm.
Nerd alert, nerd alert.
Teresa, I'm sorry. I didn't set up a direct
This
deposit.
bitch up just a little bit tighter. I reckon this is turning like that. What the hell? We'll find out, folks. We will find out.
What do you want to
By the way,
use?
this mic really sucks. It pretty much does absolutely nothing.
Yeah. Just the easiest way to do is just do
I would not
it. Take a
recommend buying
screenshot
it.
of it and then just text it to this number.
Boner rock, or some shit. Do not purchase.
Remember?
You can barely tell that I'm.
Oh no, with the app. There's direct. The card is
We'll
just
find
it's
out,
your
though,
card
folks.
info. I
I'm
don't
going to
want
be
that.
zooming in on whether they like it.
I need your.
Let me push this a little bit more. There we go.
Okay. Yeah. The easiest way to do it is to go to.
It looks
when you have
like
the app
it's
open,
for-
click on the dollar sign.
Damn, I wish I could
and
read
then
all
you
that
should see it
message.
from there.
I got to figure
The
the phone
options
shit
is-
out.
is,
Oh shit! You know what? Actually, no. I'll figure it out. Boners do rock. You got that right, Salty. Hold on. We have an intruder. No? Okay, you best run. You best run. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, hello.
Yeah. Just picture of it and then just text it to this.
He was looking at me.
Because that's the office number. It'll
He
go
knows
straight
what's
to my
going on in
computer.
this facility. Trust me. He fucking knows. I know Grandma did a cooking video.
What kind of
but
phone
does
is
she
it?
have a cookbook? No, she is too stupid. She is old and she's a drug addict junkie.
It's usually the
So
power
she'll
and the
absolutely-
lower volume.
Is that him? That is him.
Or upper volume.
Ladies and gentlemen, we believe this man right here is the man in charge of this operation. We knew he was driving a Buick. We have the information correct.
Sweet.
Hello, sir. We know what's going on here, sir. We know what's going on here.
Please come off private property.
Yeah, I'm on the easement, though. So if there's like, sir, where's the milk?
Absolutely.
Let me check your milk supply, sir. You're using breast milk. We know it. Don't walk inside, young man. Don't do it. You son of a gun. What the cuck?
Yeah.
Golly. What the son of a cuck?
Okay.
We will find out. Don't worry, folks.
Okay.
We're going to find out the truth.
Okay. Yeah, tell him just to hold the call until like 1 o'clock, unless he just wants to text this number, and then I'll reply to him when I can, and we can set something up. For him.
We here at BCNN do what's right. We report the news. As you can clearly
All
see,
right.
there is no
Let me see
sidewalk. So
here.
where the hell am I going to walk in the fucking middle of the road and get ran over? Hell no. There's easement for a reason. Right away, cucks.
I got it.
Shit.
No, you get paid. What you're
they don't
getting
like
this
milk.
week is
They-
from
they
last.
probably- they
Well,
One
you started on
probably
the
get milk
4th, right?
inside. Is Miss Ming Ling in there?
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
got you
Is she the one
for
helping with this procedure?
29.25
Is the milk coming
hours
out
last
just
week.
fine? Is it chunky milk? I don't
Okay.
know. Is it spoiled? I sure as hell hope no.
All right.
But
Yep.
we will
And
find out. There's another
with it being
individual.
Cash App, it usually doesn't.
He's wearing a
know,
blanket or something.
technically, I can't do anything.
This
until
could be the man.
Friday,
This
but,
could be him. He is hiding.
it
Oh, there he
being
is.
Cash App, usually you get it a little bit.
There he is. Look
All
at
right.
him. Where's he going? Sir, please.
You're welcome. Bye.
Please, sir. Real news only. BCNN. Golly, I cannot believe this already. This is insane. How we doing,
Yeah,
sir?
if not,
Real
I'll
news
drop it
only.
again.
Safety first.
Sorry, guys.
Safety first. That's all I'm
Yeah,
asking.
that's the same. It's the same number.
Gosh, can't believe these idiots.
All right, let's see. Open this up. Open this up. Let's see what it has.
He is a rat, little nasty ass nerd rat. We will find out. Let me get these plate information, because I got to fix this real fast. By the way, IUW 543 Buchanan County, the county of Cuck. And by the way, it looks like he needs to get new tags. Get busted. That's a January tag, nerd. Hell out of here. Yeah, guys, let me fix this real fast. Let me fix it long time. Hold on, guys.
All right.
This is like loosening up on me for some reason. And you know me, I like it tight. I like it tight.
Yeah, I mean, literally straight up trolling. Not even really trying to do anything but troll.
Here, let me zoom out. He's an expired cuck. I know he is. Trust me, I fucking know. I know everything. I'm a genius. I do have malaria. Is that what this is? This is a milk tank? It is a Pokemon, if you guys did not know that. So I believe this is, in fact, the breast milk container. That makes perfect sense. That makes absolute perfect sense. Thank you, Salty. You already know what's going on. Got milk? You know they do. Oh, shit. I almost knocked over my setup. Squirtle? I'll Squirtle a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, actually, hold on. Am I even, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Billy B, BCNN. Today we are in front of the, I don't even know what the hell this is, Wapsie Valley Creamery. What the hell kind of stupid name is that, for one? Two, yes, straight to my left, your right. I will show you right now. They do, in fact, have a propane container. It is not full of propane, ladies and gentlemen. That is certified breast milk in there. Trust me. It fucking is.
Trust me.
Yeah, an engineer. Yes, I got the 360 cam. But it's on top. So on the next one that I oh shit. Next one I go live.
Can't stand watching 360.
I think if you guys want to try the 360 cam out, let's fucking do it. But in the meantime, let me turn on the 360 cam. Hey, did you hear that little beep? That's how it turns on. Turned me right on, I'll tell you that. All right, let me put my bag down here. 6,000 boobies worth of milk. Shit, I'll just add another 900 to that, and I believe you're right on the money. 6,900 breasts need milk to fill up that propane. You might ask how I know this. Ladies and gentlemen, you have no idea how many strip clubs I've been to. I am the official knowledge man when it comes to boobs. Trust me. I've seen men lactate. It's true. Shit. You know, I've done it a couple times myself on accident. All right. So we are running a gimbal. However, there's like
sperm tank.
a solid 10 pounds of weight on this gimbal, so the gimbal's not going to work how it should. I'm going to have to upgrade, and upgrade I will.
My gimbal's having a hard time with my new my S23.
Drive through Wise, Iowa on the way for a box of wisdom. There's a place called Wise, Iowa. Shit. Yes, I will be driving straight through there because I need some wisdom, sir. So yes, you actually knew exactly where we are going. Okay, let me, actually, you know what? We'll leave the setup here. I just wish I could tilt forward like this and tilt back to raise up. But this gimbal doesn't allow that, which is poor ass quality. What the hell? Yeah, what the hell? Now I'm too tall. Now I got to stand down here. How we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Billy B, BCNN, recognize. Actually, we will raise this up just a wee.
Yeah, Johnny 50 did it for a while, and I'm so glad that he just stopped. I mean, I get using them for MCC was doing it for a while.
Speaking of wee, I took one right before coming here. Just stopped right at that gas.
He uses a ton of data too.
I don't care. I'm the best in business. I do what I need to do. Recognize, boo. Yeah, there we go, Brandon. BCNN, best in business, baby. Don't worry, I will be adding more mods here. If you do not have a wrench now, yes, you are a stupid nerd and get wrecked. I'm trying to think if... Actually, hold on. I have an idea. I think I have a better idea to read your messages. So, let me... If I could get this out of there. Oh, shit! Did I just ban somebody on accident? Get wrecked. Let me unplug the first. Hey, by the way, does the audio sound different now because I just unplugged it? Or does it sound the exact same? So we're going to flip it this way. This will even fucking work. Ah, shit. No. Damn. Nah, that ain't going to work. Oh, what the cuck? Switch over. Sounds a bit better. What the hell? Dude, why do I even buy... What mic do I even buy that's good? What the hell? I just spent like $115 on this mic. This is like the fourth one I fucked, or fourth or fifth I bought. Yeah, minus the wind. Sounds the same. Okay, whatever. It's fine. These phones are pretty good at picking up audio. And plus, I can edit it to make it sound just right if I need to. We are going to move up, though. I'm going to call the police on this man. Hey, if he wants to snitch, guess what? I'll snitch right back. I'll double dog snitch his ass crack. Trust me, I'll fucking do it. Fake news! Fake news! You feel so wrecked? We love. See, guys, I only could read like, hey, there she is. She's providing it. That's her. She's providing at least 69% of the quality of milk. I know your secrets, ma'am. I know them. I know what you're doing here. Freshly milked, I believe she is.
That would be a good idea to use it too.
I absolutely believe she is freshly milked, folks. This is just unacceptable. You know, if they would like a helping hand, there's more, folks. Here's more. What is going on here? What is happening? This is real news, ladies and gentlemen. Real news only. BCNN, folks. Freshly milked? I think so. Maybe the powdered milk. Ma'am, would you like to speak with real news for a minute? We know what you guys are doing in there. Breast milk, we know you guys are using it. Please. Please, ma'am. She is freshly milked, guaranteed. I don't think she has any more in her supply until tomorrow. But yes, she is absolutely guilty. She is absolutely guilty. I think that man's the ringleader with the hat. He is. Yep. Huh. Interesting. Interesting, folks. By the way, I'm going to have to get used to this camera setup I have here. It's like if I zoom in, like, and they're below it, I can't really do much about it.
You said below.
Oh, there she is. Ma'am, real news only, BCNN. Would you like to speak with us, ma'am? All right, something's not right here. I believe she knows exactly what operation is going on here. She does not want to speak with real news. And you know what that means? She's guilty automatically. So maybe she deserves 30 years in prison. But she knows what's going on here, folks. I'm on to you guys. I know the breast milk, you guys are using it. Please, ma'am, please. Well, she does not want to have a word with real news. That's understandable if you're guilty.
Some people call teats breasts. Breast teats.
So we are real news only here at BCNN, folks. Guilty by association. This man's the ringleader. We believe it's him, and we believe it's not right. I just want a taste of the milk, sir. Let me ensure you guys aren't using breast milk without me. I'll help. I got a helping hand. All right, that's all we need. That's all we needed right there. That is pure undeniable from these people here. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. What would Jesus do, right?
Everybody gonna get paid this week.
Turn that breast milk
We're gonna make
straight
sure
into
of
wine
it.
or something.
We're
I
gonna
don't
double check
know.
them now.
But we are going to find out why they're using breast milk without the public's knowledge of it. Unacceptable. You know, shit. They're stealing my idea for one. I work at the Department of Titillation, folks. We know milk when we see it. We know boobs when we touch them. So I'm here to touch some boobs and drink some milk. That's all we're doing here, folks. Real news only. BCNN, do not forget. Free the tits.
Robert.
Unacceptable, folks. This is clearly unacceptable.
Robert.
Billy B, BCNN. We do not back down from nerds. whatsoever. We know that
Daryl.
that woman behind me that's driving off, she's DUI, guaranteed. She's had way too much breast milk excrete out of her nipple. It's just what happens. That's just what happens. It's not safe to be driving around these roads having these people DUI for getting milk.
Oh shit.
Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Is she not on there yet?
We will find
Let's
out.
go
We
back to-
will.
oh,
We will understand.
no,
She is a dribbler. Undercover udder. You got that right. Don't worry, folks. Don't worry.
That was the 4th.
Real news only. By the way, if you guys do not
I
know,
double checked.
I'm in the same town. If you have watched that, what is it? Oh, my wallet commercial, the Exter wallet commercial. We're in that town. And by the way, if someone's wondering, I'm standing over the, I don't know, the sewer pipe or the sewer lid thing. I forget what the fuck it's called. I think you know what I'm saying. Definitely guilty. Yep. I've heard about the perils of fuckery farming. You know where I'm at? Yep. We are absolutely there. We are absolutely in the same town that I made these cops do an extra wallet commercial. Maybe we're going to do another one for them. Maybe it's going to be about milk today, folks. Honestly, I have no idea. This is just how real news unfolds.
Be right back,
Comes
guys.
naturally. You don't know what's next. I never do. Well, let me see if we're zoomed out. All right, we are. That wallet commercial was pretty good. I told the people at Extra Wallet, I was like, hey, man, give me a couple days. I got to get that content, but I have a perfect idea. Instead of just doing a nerd commercial to get things started, hell no. We went all the way. We made the cops be in my commercial. And I'll do it again if I have to. Cottage cheese. Hey, let me have a taste, brother. We're on to you, sir. Real news only, BCNN. We would like to have a word. Public comment, sir. You guys are using breast milk in your products without the people knowing. Please, let me help. I know how to milk it just fine, sir. 69% fats. Let's do it, brother. All right, he is clearly corrupted. He clearly does not like real news, and I will not stand for this. They are the milk cartel. There's a cartel operation here. An illegal cartel operation. Curdled. Yeah. Cottage cheese is curdled thing. Curdled milk. They don't care. They know that you're using curdled milk in their products. They don't give a shit. That's what happens when you milk the elderly women's. You know, their milk is either going to come out as powdered or it's going to be a little bit curdly. But, you know, that's just what happens when you get older. We're going to get down to the nitty gritty, baby. Yep, estrogen treatments. That makes perfect sense.
File these and then send
Operation
them off.
lactation.
Yeah.
Got that right. We do have a possibly undercover. Undercover, I'll let him under my covers. No homo. Hold on. We're getting the information. There he is. It's a women's. It's a women's. I know your secret. All right, that's right. Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. Strawberry milk? Hey, I'll have a taste. You know me, I'll have a taste of that milk, baby. They make chocolate milk from their butt. Oh, what the hell? Hey, if it's high in protein, I might just have a taste of that as well. Cream of the crop. Hell yeah, you got that right. Shit, what's his name? Macho Man. Randy Savage. Leche cartel, protein. We'll figure things out, folks. Trust me, we will.
Ken Palmer.
And yes,
did
we
a
will be
good
waiting
job
here.
again.
If the authorities want to come,
And
guess
Daryl
what?
was on
I'm going to be coming
fucking
too. You know what I
Daryl.
mean? It's going to be
Fucking
great. That's when the fun begins. 19th century fight against bacteria-ridden milk preserved with embalming fluid. Interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, folks, let me look in my my nut sack, my little baggie, see if I could find anything. You guys, guess what? You best believe I have this baggie with a little Coke in it. Got to have it at all times, folks. We'll actually be enjoying this. We'll be placing it in my pants, just in case if anyone wants to try a quick little treat. But protein milk ain't even vegan. Interesting. WWF. By the way, I went to one WWF match growing up. It's pretty fun. Pretty cool. By the way, that ring is fucking small. If you've never been to one, those rings are so small. It's insane how small they are.
Just doubled.
A little bit
Over doubled my hours.
No, Michael, I could not find any Mary Jane. What the hell?
Yeah, more than doubled
I don't
my
know if they're
hours.
just all of a sudden going out of business or what the fuck is going on. But we will not stand for it any longer. I will be filming this women's or whoever this is. Where's the milk? Where's the milk? Huh. Oh, guys, what I was gonna do? Yeah, my nuts are salty. I bought some. What I was also gonna do? I have a baby bottle, and I was gonna fill that bottle with some milk, and then say it's breast milk, and see if they want to taste. But I forgot my baby bottle. That's the only problem. By the way, if you guys did not know, chocolate milk does in fact come from black women's boobs. Trust me, I know it. Trust me, I know the taste. That's just something a lot of people think is a myth. It's not a myth. That's real news. That is real news only. Hydration is key.
Where is this guy?
Sir, would you like a word with real news only, BCNN? Okay, man. Have a great day at work. You got to milk it out, brother. He agrees. He has to milk it out. See, that's more confirmation. They are, in fact, milking women's here and extracting the breast milk from their boobs. Am I jealous? You best fucking believe it. I do want a job here. I absolutely want a job. He did get exposed. Exposed at its finest. There. What the fuck? There's an Amish over here. Damn it, you just went away. There's an Amish on his little buggy. I guess this town does have some Amish in it. If you guys have not been to Pennsylvania, that is like Amish fucking central. They're all over the place. Mennonites or Amish or shit. They're both pretty much the same. I heard football players drink human milk. Interesting. I believe that to be fact as well. That's the exact reason why I wanted to play some ball. Endless supply. Trust me. Buy a suit for your next. Man, I'll figure out this problem for the next time because it's just hard to fucking read your guys' chats here. But if you guys not see, I'm wearing a suit. I'm wearing my Department of Titillation badge. I am official, ladies and gentlemen. Best believe that. And yes, I got a shit ton of props on me today too. So you got to have the right opportunity. If it just doesn't come, neither do I. And we're both sad, no happy ending. However, if they do come, I'm going to come on them, and then we will all be happy with the content we receive. So it's kind of just like that. You got to play it how it goes. Shit. Alicia Jordana called, or whatever her name is. Jordana called. She wants her pink mic back. Shit. She's a clout chasing hoe. I remember her on fucking Howard Stern. You like the Amish? I could get them out here to help support.
The Amish?
By the way, guys, I
We
will
loves the
while we
Amish.
are waiting, because they did certainly call. Do I know if they called the police? They probably did. And last time, yes, the police took about like 30, 35 minutes to even get here. So we will wait. We will wait a little bit. And we, after this, I do have more locations to go to. Maybe I'll jump on the main channel, get some more nerds in here, or maybe I'll probably actually just leave it personalized to where we only got like 50 or so. I will record this women's right now. Oh shit! Real news only. BCNN, please. Golly, she doesn't want to have a word. Damn, guys, I got to. Sir, please, would you like to have a word? BCNN, real news only. The calcium cartel, sir. You guys are selling curdled products. Please. Sir, would you like a taste of my meat? It's in my pants. Please, sir. I brought one. Extra protein, brother. Damn it. He does not like real news. BCNN, sir. Don't forget, real news only. Golly, what the hell's wrong with these people? Come chew the cud. I am a boob inspector, sir. You guys have not, if you have not seen. Oh, damn, I got to stand on my tippy toes. Oh, shit. Hold on. I got to angle the phone down. Oh, there. Hold on. There we go. Look at those boobs. Boob inspector, official boob inspector, Department of Titillation. We will inspect your breasts. Okay, I think I know what's wrong. I'm turning the wrong thing. That's why my fucking camera keeps getting loose. So I got to loosen it one more time. Give me a moment here, folks. Am I going to jail? I'll let you know. Hold on. Let me get this shit off first. Let me just tighten it down one last time. There we go. So I guess I cannot turn with the handheld, but I can turn with this. Oh, shit.
My boss is asking about Miss Indoctrination. She's a sweetheart sometimes.
Loose nuts, yeah. Loose. I'm always loose. I'd like to be tight though, but once you go loose, you can't get yourself back really. All right, let me. There we go. Now I just have to turn it with this now. That's much better. Yes, I'll give you guys a nerd ass update. Mammography. Thank you. It is. I purchased this suit, ladies and gentlemen. Guess where? Anyone know? Anyone
Goodwill.
know? Goodwill, baby. They have the specials. They have the deals. $5 per suit, baby. I'll release my nuts. Hold on, we have another infiltrator. Infiltration complete. Shit, where's my microphone? I got to tell them real news only. Hello. Real news only, sir. Have a great day. BCNN. I don't know, you guys probably couldn't see him, but he had the most puzzled look on his face, but he kept giving me thumbs up. He does appreciate real news. And that, we appreciate you, sir. Real news only. But, oh, there we go. Goodwill. Macy's. What the hell? Who said Macy's? By the way, if you guys do not know, you guys know the store Dillard's? They got the hottest milk in Dillard's. I swear to you, that's fucking fact. Remember as a kid, I used to go to the mall, and I went to Dillard's, and they have a perfume section. Guess what? That's where all the hot milks are located. Trust me. So, hey, if you guys are looking for some hot-ass milk, go to Dillard's. So, speaking of that, I need to make a fucking trip to Dillard's. What the hell? You know, thanks for bringing that up, saying Macy's. That place sucks. They only have that dumb Macy's parade. Like, who even watches that anymore? I got a stupid balloon. I'm going to go through New York. Get the hell out of here. But yes, that's great. Thanks for letting me know because, shit, Dillard's, you're next. 94 Tahoe. This is like when Pedro Napoleon took down a milk factory. This cow was in. Hold on. I hear something in there. They're doing something. I think they're hiding things, guys. They had like what sounded like a garage door closing. Yeah, those are milk tanks behind me, Toby. Oh shit, I'm touching the wrong thing. That right there, that's not propane. That is breast milk located inside. And if you look, it is sunny outside, folks. What happens when you put a milk product in the sun? It curdles. They're selling curdled breast milk here. Unacceptable. I'm willing to, lend a hand or lend a wiener, and I will help the milk supply. Trust me. I didn't know the calcium cartel has penetrated this, that's so hard to see, into the American heartland. The nerve. Yep. Well, shit, we have an intruder. We have an intruder. Real news only. Real news only. Get the hell out of here. Get going. Get the hell out of here. Dill nerds. Yeah, lady lumps, Fergie. It does thicken. It thickens right away. Real news only, BCNN, sir. We are the best. Recognize, sucker. I do have a dime bag on me as well. Shit. Let's have a look. We will be going through our handy dandy notebook today. Let me see if I can find her. Here she is. Who's ready for her? That's her, folks. That's Miss Ming Ling. Yes, she is beautiful. But look at her chest. You know what that is? That's not a letter W with two little circles in it. Hell no, those are boobs. That's exactly what this company, this plant here, is using. They're using breast milk in their ice cream. Am I jealous? You best fucking believe it. Because I wanted this idea before them. And they don't fucking want it. They're just going to go behind my back and milk me that way. Unfair. It's against the law. And I will place them under arrest if I have to. Mark my words. Oh, but let me give you an update for the nerds in here while we're waiting. And yes, there's going to be, I'll at least go to one more location after this. I might just keep it live. I might have 40-some people in here, which is badass. Yeah, but for those wondering, yes, the appeal paperwork went in. And by the way, I'll turn the camera around as soon as someone comes out. So would you like to have a word? BCNN Real News Only. No? All right. We know you guys are using curdled milk here, and it's breast milk, sir. We just have reports, sir. So real news only. I believe he loves real news, folks, and this is what we appreciate. I think he knows something I don't know, but he just doesn't want to share it right now. Maybe tonight, away from the work, it would make sense. First-hand experience. Yep. I did see some white residue, some white liquid residue on his hands. Is that breast milk? I don't know. Is that sperm? Probably. That's probably actually what it is. So what the hell is his problem? Milk gang never talks. Well, we'll get them to talk. Trust me. We will get them to talk. I'll get an interview in. I'm trying. None of them want to fucking talk to me. So it's so bizarre here. I don't know if this is secretly a CNN facility, or Fox News facility.
All right, guys, if you're not already over there, head over there.
And real
shutting
news.
this
That
down.
could be.
I need to get something to eat before I go to work.
It
At
could
the
be
other
Dion.
place. I'll be watching here
Real
while
news
I'll
only,
put you guys
sir.
in his chat.
BCNN,
I'm not already
recognize.
there. It's like about 6 of you still here. I'll have to link
Zoom in
one
on
more
their
time.
head so you guys can see him better. But I do have that rich phone going. I got the good phone below me. Yes. But this phone that I got, by the way, guys, it's an Samsung Galaxy S22 Plus. So if you do not know, I had to recently just buy a new phone like 2 days ago because I went to the gun range. And yes, my shooting, we're shooting hard and good.
I'm at one of my work
hundreds of
sites. I
bullets.
got to go to the other
Anyway, as soon as we were
one.
done, I
Right.
left
Accept
my
new third
dumbass
shift
phone on my
employees.
pickup truck.
And then
And the
fire
bed
the
of
ones that
pickup truck's
are pieces of
perfectly
shit
black,
and then go
right?
home
My phone was
for
black.
2 hours.
I'm an idiot. So if you
Yeah, it
take
was a
all
long
that
stream,
into
7-hour stream.
consideration, I was dumb and
The
I
whole time
forgot my
here.
phone on the bed. So I drove off like a nerd only about like I don't know,
So I need to
300
get me
or maybe about 400 yards.
go to Taco Hell.
And then I was like, oh shit,
Get
my
one of those
phone.
grilled
And
cheese
then
and double
found out,
steak
drove back,
burritos
it
or
was on the
something.
ground and some nerd ran it over. So I had to buy a new damn phone. Like, what the hell? Hello, hello, hello.
So thanks for
So
hanging
yeah,
out.
guys, we have an
I'll be in this
Samsung
stream.
Galaxy S22 Plus.
Love you guys. Thanks for hanging out.
I had an
Really mean it.
S22 regular before.
I'll go out with my outro song, My Way.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
Coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future, we all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta struggle through the sewer.
What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say.